I found that my whole family could hear my inner voice. But soon their mentality completely collapsed. When I was taken home on the first day, I complained in my heart that the nanny had a crush on my dad and stuffed things into her body. DA 2, my mother fired the nanny. DA 3, I complained about my eldest sister being stupid and betrayed by her best friend, but she got so angry that her fiancé went bankrupt and ended up living on the streets. Everything was normal, but suddenly I found that my whole family suddenly became nice to me and started to ignore my adopted son. The adopted son never figured it out until his death. He hasn't changed, so why do people hate him more and more? As soon as I got out of the car, before I had time to admire the luxurious villa in front of me, the housekeeper came up to me quickly. Master, madam, you are finally back. Master Lin Zhan is making a fuss about running away from home. My parents, Lin Qingshan and Susan, were panicked. Chapter 1. 3 days ago, the Lin family learned that the son Lin Zhan, whom they had raised for 20 years, was not their biological son. The competitor bribed the confinement nanny and exchanged a child, and Lin Tao, their real son, had already been taken away. The truth was not revealed until the other party accidentally leaked it at the cocktail party. Susan and her assistant Xiao Li walked to a dilapidated shanty town on the outskirts of the city, full of doubts. Is this where a Tao lives? She frowned, wearing an elegant cheongsam that didn't fit in with the environment. The walls were mottled, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Yes, Master Lin Tao lives here, Xiao Li replied. They entered a narrow alley and finally came to a dilapidated door. In the yard, I sat quietly in my wheelchair, holding a kettle and watering the flowers. My movements were slow and my arms were shaking, and it was obvious that I was in some inconvenience. Why is he like this? Susan asked anxiously, her eyes red. Xiao Li was also confused. He wasn't like this before. No matter what, he is my son. She gathered her emotions and prepared to step forward. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in her ears with a teasing tone. Look at the time. My biological mother should be here soon, and that fake young master should be here too. TSK. He is indeed a wild child picked up from outside, and he actually found a pregnant woman to trick me. Susan stopped abruptly and looked around vigilantly. There was no one else in the yard except her and Xiao Li. Hey, a Tao, she whispered. The young man in the wheelchair turned his head, his eyes full of surprise. You are. I felt confused. My face turned pale, and my lips trembled slightly. Her voice was like a warm palm, holding my heart. Tao, I am your mother, your biological mother. She grabbed my hand, tears in her eyes. However, that voice rang in my heart. My mother's hands are so warm, and she is so gentle. She looks very elegant, but I didn't expect her to be so gentle. It's strange, such a gentle mother actually raised a bad seed, like me. In order to destroy my reputation as a real young master, she actually found a pregnant woman and insisted that the baby in her belly was me. I suddenly realized that the sound was actually made by me. My mouth didn't move. Was it ventriloquism? Apparently. Only she could hear my inner voice. Tao, what's wrong? She asked anxiously. But the doubts in my heart were not answered. Who was that pregnant woman? Was the bad seed? She was talking about referring to Lin Zhan? Lin Zhan is not his biological son. He is just a naughty, rich kid. How could he do such a malicious thing? I sneered, and a feeling of resentment rose in my heart. My mother seemed unwilling to believe what I perceived, and her face gradually turned cold. Okay, Xiao Li, help him pack his things, and let's go back. I was a little stunned by my mother's sudden decision. My emotions were completely ignored. Xiao Li also noticed a change in the atmosphere and looked at me with a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, a piercing cry broke the silence. Lin Tao, how could you do this to me? The baby in my belly is yours. A pregnant woman rushed in breathlessly, cursing angrily. Lin Tao, you are such a heartless man. Don't think that you can abandon us just because you are a young master. Her angry scolding stunned Xiao Li and my mother. I glanced at her coldly, feeling a deep disdain in my heart. Xiao Li panicked and quickly stepped back, asking me for help. My mother's face suddenly changed, obviously shocked by this sudden situation. At this moment, I coughed lightly and broke the silence. Hey, I'm wrong. I'm Lin Tao. Chapter 2. The pregnant woman was stunned, turned to look at me, and then looked at Xiao Li. Obviously, she didn't expect that I would be disabled, but she took the money and had to act in full. She immediately adjusted her mood and rushed towards me. Lin Tao, you're a heartless man. She actually repeated what she just said without any change. Everyone around was silent. Isn't this line too stiff? I pretended to be hurt and said slowly, Xiaoxua, you even made a mistake with me. It makes me so sad. Xiaoxua? My heart tightened. I hadn't mentioned this name before. The pregnant woman was stunned for a moment, but when she saw that I acknowledged her identity, she continued to cry. It's all your fault. You were drunk that night. Then you shut me out, and I almost forgot what you looked like. Xiaoli and Susan couldn't help laughing. Xiaoli wanted to ask for clarification, but Susan stopped him with a look, obviously wanting to see how I would respond. I took my time, grabbed her hand, and said affectionately, Xiaoxiu, I didn't expect that you would stick with me even though I became paralyzed. I'm so touched. Let's get the marriage certificate. I'm content to have you by my side. The pregnant woman was stunned, obviously not expecting the plot to turn to the part about spending the rest of their lives together. I continued, oh yes, our child. I checked and found that many children from poor families can cook at the age of 3. When our child cooks in the future, you will be responsible for cleaning up his shit and urine, and the 3 of us will have fun together. Her expression changed immediately, and she obviously began to think about whether to back off. She thought she could become a rich lady, but how did it turn out like this? Susan beside her, wondering if she could make a new start with the path of future mother-in-law. At this time, I said coldly, Xiaoxua, look at my current state. I don't want to implicate others. The 3 of us will live in this small yard. You can pull out these flowers, plant some vegetables, and be self-sufficient. I winked at Susan, and she immediately understood what I meant. Susan said coldly, the Lin family has strict rules. Since Atao wants to abandon you, he is ungrateful and does not deserve to return to the Lin family. As for you, she turned to the pregnant woman. You are pregnant before marriage, your behavior is not good, and the Lin family will not tolerate you. The pregnant woman was speechless. She obviously didn't expect the rich family to be so straightforward. She thought that as long as she had a child, she would have a place in the family, but in the end, she suffered the consequences. I smiled and turned the wheelchair. Xiaoxiu, let's go get the certificate. The pregnant woman panicked, broke free from my hand, and ran out quickly, muttering as she walked. If I had known he was a dead cripple, I wouldn't have come. Damn it, you tricked me into serving you, you wishful thinking. Looking at her embarrassed back, I breathed a sigh of relief, stood up easily, and put down the wheelchair. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'll return the wheelchair to you. Returning to Susan, I smiled and said, Mom, my things are packed, we can go. Susan looked at me with a warm smile in her eyes and felt relieved. I was indeed a smart child, and I could defuse this conspiracy skillfully. However, my previous thoughts came to mind. Lin Zhan is not his biological son, but he was raised by Susan since he was a child. How could he do such a thing? She was still full of doubts. My luggage was very small, with only a faded old backpack. Susan felt very distressed when she saw it, and immediately asked Xiaoli to buy some new clothes for me. Just as we were about to leave, 2 luxury cars parked in the distance, one a Porsche and the other a Bentley. Atao, your father is here. Susan pointed at Bentley and smiled. Your father is usually very busy. He knew I was coming to see you today, so he turned down work. When Lin Qingshan got off the car, he almost jumped up with excitement. When he saw me, his eyes were full of excitement and pride. Is this our biological son? Great, he inherited my genes. I looked at him and sneered in my heart. He is indeed my father. Even women have remembered this face as their business card. Suddenly, the voice in her heart rang again. Tistiske, he is indeed my father. He is really handsome. No wonder women are all around him. At this moment, Susan's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 3. I quickened my pace and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Qingshan and Susan obviously didn't know that I could hear their thoughts, but they didn't ask any more questions and sat directly in the back seat. After the car started, my eyes swept to the driver, Sister Zhang, from time to time. Sister Zhang, you don't look very well. If you feel uncomfortable, you can drive slower, I said casually. Lin Qingshan looked at Sister Zhang in confusion. Sister Zhang, are you feeling uncomfortable? It's okay. She denied it hastily, her voice a little flustered. Oh, of course you're okay now, but you won't be okay later. My inner voice sounded mocking. TSK Tisk, it's fine if she has a crush on her dad, but she even secretly plays that kind of thing while driving. How perverted. I continued to complain. Ah, Dad, don't move. The remote control is right under your butt. I felt a sense of pleasure from playing a prank. Lin Qingshan was so frightened that he moved his butt and slammed the brakes on the car. No, sorry. There's someone in front of me. Sister Zhang's voice was trembling. But now the car was empty, with no one there at all. Seeing her stuttering, Lin Qingshan and Susan also realized something was wrong. Lin Qingshan felt nauseous and was shaking with anger. Pull over. Ah, Mr. Lin. Sister Zhang heard the order and did not dare to disobey, so she quickly parked the car on the side of the road. I watched all this with pride, secretly delighted. Lin Qingshan opened the driver's door and pulled Sister Zhang down. Get lost, he shouted angrily, stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and drove away at high speed. In the back, Sister Zhang screamed heartbreakingly, Boss Lin, I have nowhere to go. Please let me go back with you. In the car, I felt Lin Qingshan's anger and Susan's silence. Susan quickly called Xiao Li and fired Sister Zhang directly. Lin Qingshan realized that Susan also heard my voice. He pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, looked at Susan through the rearview mirror, and explained awkwardly, I really don't know. Susan glared at him coldly without saying a word. Hey, I didn't expect my dad is still a henpecked husband, so pitiful. I smiled, and I was very touched. He is really my son, and he can completely understand my humor. Susan's expression finally eased a little. She knew that many women wanted to get close to a wealthy man like Lin Qingshan, and he had been concentrating on his career over the years and was a quiet man. Tao, you could take a nap if you were tired, Susan said gently. Okay. I nodded, leaned back in the chair, and closed my eyes. Mom is so gentle, but this gentleness won't last long. When I get home, she will have to face the fact that I want to run away from home. I guess she will be so angry that she will hate me. By then, no matter it is my father, my mother, or even the housekeeper, they will not have a good impression of me. I smiled secretly. I am thick-skinned enough. I will never give in on this matter. Lin Zhan would run away from home. Lin Qingshan and Susan were suddenly stunned. Lin Zhan these days and promised him that he would still be a member of the Lin family and his shares would remain unchanged. Lin Zhan didn't seem to have any objections. So why did something like this suddenly happen? An hour later, the car drove into a villa in the suburbs. As soon as it stopped, the housekeeper came over in a hurry. Master, madam, you are finally back. The young master is making a fuss about running away from home. Lin Qingshan and Susan's faces changed instantly, and they felt nervous. However, they were well prepared and did not panic. Following the housekeeper to the living room, they saw Lin Zhan coming downstairs with a suitcase in his hand. Dad, Mom, you're back. Lin Zhan forced a smile. I've thought about it for a long time, and I still think it's better to leave this home. After all, my brother is back, and I have to give him the home. He looked at me with reluctance and sadness in his eyes. Logically, his parents should comfort him and keep him. But I know that Lin Qingshan and Susan learned some truth from my inner voice. Their eyes became solemn, and they were no longer eager to keep me. Chapter 4. Lin Zhan continued to carry his suitcase downstairs. Seeing this, the housekeeper hurriedly advised, Master, you are the most beloved son of the master and the mistress. They don't want you to leave. Lin Zhan shook his head firmly. The Lin family has raised me for 20 years. I am content and cannot ask for more. These words moved Lin Qingshan and Susan. After all, Lin Zhan had raised his son for 20 years, and no matter whether he was his biological son or not, the relationship was still deep. Xiao Zhan, we agreed that we were not going to drive you away, but just bring Tao back. Susan gently persuaded. Lin Qingshan also spoke to comfort him. Yes, Xiao Zhan, you will always be our son. However, Lin Zhan shook his head coldly. Everything on me originally belonged to him. If I continue to stay, the Lin family will not be able to accommodate me sooner or later. He cleverly pushed the conflict onto me, as if he had become the victim. How was this possible? Susan was full of doubts. The Lin family had always lived a peaceful life. Although Lin Zhan was naughty, he was also obedient. Now that I'm back, will it ruin everything? Just as they were hesitating, my inner voice rang out. Keep pretending. Your acting is so poor that only Dad and Mom will be fooled. He knew you wouldn't let him go, so the box was empty, just for show. Lin Qingshan frowned, and Susan understood. When Lin Zhan came down from upstairs, Susan immediately stepped forward and took his box. Lin Zhan was stunned and hurriedly pulled the box behind him. Susan's heart moved, and she felt that the box was unusually light. It was empty. Lin Zhan realized that he had been discovered and quickly forced a smile. Since I am not their biological child, then these things do not belong to me. He took out a few luxury car keys from his bag, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This is your birthday gift to me. I don't need it anymore. After saying that, he threw the keys away coldly. Lin Qingshan and Susan's eyes flickered with hesitation. Lin Zhan was indeed willing to give up his favorite car, and their doubts deepened. Did we misunderstand him? Susan whispered. At this moment, I took the key from Lin Zhan. Ew. Lin Zhan's chest choked with anger, but he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. These are birthday gifts from Master Lin and Madam Lin. Don't despise them, brother. I smiled and said, how could I dislike it? These cars are worth a lot of money if they are resold. Just kidding, how could I dislike it? But I have to make plans for myself. After all, the Lin family is about to go bankrupt. Soon as this thought came out, Lin Qingshan and Susan turned pale. How could the Lin family, one of the best families in Beijing, go bankrupt? However, every word I said seemed to foreshadow some kind of crisis. Just as they were lost in thought, there was a noise at the door and a tall woman in a black windbreaker walked in. She looked around at everyone present. Her eyes stopped at the car keys in my hand and snorted coldly. You just came back and you're already stealing other people's things. You really are from the countryside. Yi. Susan frowned and spoke immediately. I looked up and saw that Lin Shuge had a beautiful face, long hair like a waterfall, a height of 1.72 meters, and slender legs, which made her look very impressive. Her cold temperament made people dare not approach her. As expected of the heir of the Lin family. As expected of the iceberg beauty of the capital, the female CEO. However, it's such a pity that she is actually a heroine in a sadistic novel. She'll be cheated of her money and sex by her best friend and the scumbag, and her heart and kidneys will be taken away. 1 corpse and 5 lives, tut-tut, too miserable. These words stunned the Lin family and Lin Shuj. Torturing the heroine? Taking out her heart and kidneys? 1 corpse and 5 lives. Could it be that Lin Shuj was pregnant with 4 children? The Lin couple looked at each other, their expressions tensed, and they pricked up their ears, wanting to hear me continue. Lin Shuj thought she was hallucinating. Although she had a fiancé with a good family background and strong abilities, she could not understand the extreme situations I was talking about. However, she saw her parents' faces change drastically, as if they had heard what I said. She hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, Mom, did you also hear? Yi. Lin Qingshan reacted immediately, gave Susan a look, and interrupted. Since you're back, help Xiao Zhan take his things upstairs. Xiao Zhan is always in a bad mood, and as a sister, you should try to persuade him. Susan also agreed. Yes, Xiao Zhan has listened to you since he was a child, so persuade him. Lin Shuj was slightly stunned, suppressed his doubts, and decided to obey his parents' arrangements. Lin Zhan still tried to pretend to leave home, but was stopped by Lin Shuj's cold eyes. She was the one he feared the most since he was a child. In the end, he obediently carried his suitcase upstairs and never dared to mention leaving again. I felt a little regretful. Although I knew that the Lin family and Lin Zhan had a deep relationship, and it was impossible for him to leave, he was like a time bomb, and keeping him by my side would make it easier to control him. Chapter 5. At noon, the family gathered at the dining table. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were kind and enthusiastic, knowing that I had not had an easy life these years, and they kept serving me food. I ate my meal with big mouthfuls. The dishes cooked by Annie Lin were indeed excellent. However, the people who were out of tune with the atmosphere were Lin Zhan and Lin Shuj. Lin Zhan tightly grasped his left hand under the table, unhappy but not daring to show it. Lin Shuj said nothing, her eyes full of contempt and inquiry. She hated me, but also wanted to find out the truth of what I had just said. At the dinner table, everyone had different thoughts. Finally, Lin Qingshan and Susan exchanged glances and spoke. Atao, since you are back, you will take over the company sooner or later. Why don't you come to the company and take a look? They had obviously discussed it and wanted to find some clues from me to see if my future thoughts would reveal the reasons for the Lin family's bankruptcy. However, they didn't dare to ask me directly, nor did they want me to find out that they could hear my thoughts. I paused while eating and looked up and asked, Dad, Mom, but I don't know how to do anything. Lin Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Start from the bottom. The company will be yours in the future. It won't hurt to know a little bit. I was disdainful in my heart. You are already a rich second generation. Why do you still have to work? Isn't it better to just give up? Besides, I still have to go to college, and there are people waiting for me to teach a lesson there. Although his heart was raging, but his appearance was calm, Lin Qingshan's eyes twitched slightly, as if he realized something. I knew he had begun to doubt my true thoughts. Susan gently pulled at the corner of his clothes and said, Hubby, Tao, is still young. He should go to school first. It won't be too late to come to the company after graduation. Dad, Mom, I also think that brother Lin Tao should go to school. Lin Zane suddenly interrupted. I laughed in my heart. This guy's really shameless. Just now he pretended to be a pitiful person, and now he is pretending to be a good person. Lin Zane obviously didn't want to miss the opportunity to humiliate me. Dad, there's still half a year before the college entrance exam. Recently, the university has been cooperating with outside institutions to recruit students, and you can get in by spending some money. Lin Zane said lightly, with a hint of pride in his tone. Lin Qingshan frowned. He knew that this kind of enrollment was often just a fake institution with a pseudonym and had no real value at all. Even though I had never taken a college entrance exam and hadn't been to school for the past 6 months, he didn't want his son to have this stigma. At this moment, I said calmly, Dad, Mom, I've already applied to University A. Lin Zane's eyes flashed with disdain, and he sneered, a university? How could you possibly get into a university? It's really embarrassing to use these fake information to deceive your parents. I didn't panic at all. I opened my phone, displayed the student backend interface of University A, and said calmly, finance major. Lin Zane's eyes narrowed. He looked at my phone with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. The student backend of a university is strictly protected and can only be used by students of a university. Lin Zane obviously couldn't believe it. His face changed. How is this possible? You can't possibly have such a high score. I smiled faintly, secretly pleased that Lin Zane's guess was not worth mentioning. This is not a screenshot, I said. Lin Zane quickly reached out and poked the screen, trying to expose the lie, but he found that the screen was sliding normally and it was clearly not a picture. This is impossible. Could someone fake the student website of University A? Lin Zane was almost going crazy with anxiety. I knew what he was thinking and laughed inwardly. I didn't care about these doubts. After all, I had the facts in my hands, and whoever questioned could provide evidence. Lin Zane looked unwilling but still insisted, Dad, Mom, don't be fooled by him. Susan frowned and said coldly, Xiao Zane, don't speculate about others without reason. What reason does a Tao have to lie to us? Lin Zane immediately realized his impatience and quickly changed his words. I'm just worried that he will be cheated. The news said that some people pretended to be students to cheat money. After hearing this, Susan's expression finally eased a little. Lin Qingshan looked at me, hesitated for a moment, and said, a Tao. Actually, what Xiao Zane said makes sense. You should tell us the details of the situation so that you don't get fooled. I sighed, put down my chopsticks, picked up my phone, and made a call. Chapter 6. The call was quickly connected, and a gentle voice came from the other end. Student. Lin Tao, what's wrong? Teacher Lee, I would like to learn about the required courses for the first-year finance major in advance, so that I can make up for it more easily. I said politely, sure, I'll send it to your email later. Tao, have you dealt with your matter? If you need any help, please let me know. Teacher Lee's tone was full of concern. Don't worry, Teacher Lee, you will be able to go back to school soon. After a brief greeting, I hung up the phone, looked up at the person at the table, and said calmly, this is my counselor, Ms. Li Xiaoli from the finance department of University A. Lin Zine suddenly burst out laughing. Lin Tao, you are definitely being deceived, right? How can you make up for it after not attending school for half a year? If that were possible, wouldn't the school be in chaos? You really are from the countryside? You don't know anything, and you can even be fooled by such a crude scam. His undisguised sarcasm made the atmosphere even more tense. Lin Qingshan and Susan also began to feel that something was wrong. I sighed softly, my eyes calm. Dad, I remember you have a cooperation with University A. It shouldn't be difficult to call the Student Registration Management Center, right? Lin Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and dialed the number. Mr. Zhang, could you please check my son's academic record? He's majoring in finance. Not long after, the document was sent over. Lin Qingshan quickly scanned it, and his face changed slightly. Lin Tao, male, ID number XXX, admitted as an exception due to participating in a confidential project. After reading the information, he looked up at me, with a flash of shock in his eyes. Confidential project? Lin Chuj also looked up, with a puzzled look on his face. The Lin family's company was also involved in some scientific research projects, and she seemed to know the meaning of special admission. But she didn't understand how a country boy like me could be involved in top scientific research projects. At this moment, Lin Zane interrupted with a sneer. Oh, still keeping it a secret? I think the school just took the money and made an excuse. Lin Tao, tell us, what confidential project are you involved in? I said calmly. Lin Zayan, you'd better be careful and don't step on other people's bottom line. Lin Zayan was stunned, not understanding what I meant at all, and continued to mock me. Oh, you're quite good at pretending. Do you want your whole family to be embarrassed with you? That's enough. Susan finally couldn't help it and said sternly. She looked at Lin Zayan and felt dissatisfied. The Lin family had been so good to him over the years. How could he be so ignorant and fearless? Seeing that his parents' faces were not looking good, Lin Chuj patiently explained. Xiaozine, this kind of confidential project requires a confidentiality agreement to be signed. If it is leaked, it will be investigated. Lin Zane's face froze for a moment, but he still refused to give up. Then how do you explain that he hasn't been to school for the past 6 months? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Qingshan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After he answered the phone, Teacher Li Xiaoli's voice came again. Dad Lin Tao, I'm Lin Tao's Counselor Li Xiaoli. I'm calling you to explain his academic status. Teacher Li explained that the school cherished me as an excellent student. With his level, he doesn't need to take a leave of absence. He can make up for the lessons later. I have discussed this with the leaders above. Don't worry, don't stop him from going to school. Lin Qingshan agreed awkwardly, and after hanging up the phone, he glared at Lin Zayan with dissatisfaction. Susan noticed a detail. Tao, what did Teacher Li mean by don't stop you from going to school? Did your previous adoptive parents stop you from going to school? I lowered my head and didn't want to say more. This matter is rather complicated. I will explain it to you later. My silence made Susan feel distressed. Obviously, she realized that I had gone through a lot of difficulties. Compared to me, Lin Zayan seemed a little ungrateful. The Lin family gave him the best living conditions and invited famous teachers to teach him, but he still couldn't get into a good school. In the end, he barely got into university and with the help of the laboratory donated by the Lin family. Lin Zayan was completely slapped in the face and stayed in his room in anger. I sat in the living room, eating fruit leisurely, knowing that he must be trying to harm me again, but I was not worried, because I know that no matter what he does, I can know it in advance. After all, I have a magical melon-eating system. Chapter 7. After I traveled to this world, I obtained a seemingly useless melon-eating system. At first, I thought it was useless and nothing compared to other cheat codes. But now I find it interesting. At least it satisfies my need to eat melons. Host, new news has arrived. The system's excited voice sounded. Lin Zayan just stuffed the sexy underwear of the second daughter of the Lin family into your quilt. Be prepared to be considered a pervert. I suddenly had a headache. Why did the system eat the melon on me? I heard sneaky footsteps upstairs just now, and I felt something was wrong, but I didn't expect it to be this. At the same time, Lin's parents and my eldest sister Lin Shuj also heard my voice. Damn it, Lin Zayan actually did such a despicable thing, slandering me for stealing my second sister's underwear. He must be crazy. My father scolded. Wait, could this guy have a criminal record? The mother thought calmly. Who in their right mind would think of such a thing? Lin Shuj was also stunned, obviously not believing it, but her reaction was the same as theirs, thinking it was impossible. I knew in my heart that once my second sister Lin Baixian found out about this, her cleanliness would send me directly to jail. So I quickly went back to the room, pulled back the quilt, and sure enough, there was a piece of white lace underwear hidden inside. My face turned red. I was filled with shame and anger. If this gets discovered, my second sister will chop me into pieces. Just as I was about to quietly put the underwear back, I heard Lin Baishuan's voice from downstairs. Dad, Mom, I'm back. I panicked and quickly stuffed my underwear into my pocket. If I went to her room at this time, I would be walking into a trap. So I had to avoid this disaster for the time being. Lin Zayan was obviously the happiest. He rushed down from upstairs and whispered to Lin Baixian, Second sister, there's something wrong with that new kid. I saw him enter your room. Lin Baixian is well known for her cleanliness at home, and she doesn't allow anyone to enter her room. When she heard me enter her room, Lin Baixian was immediately furious. How can this be? She returned to the room and found that the cabinet had been moved. Second sister, I saw that he seemed to have taken something else. Lin Zayan reminded innocently. Lin Baixian immediately opened the cabinet to check. Seeing that the small drawer was slightly open, her expression changed instantly. At this time, Lin's parents and Lin Shuj also came out. Looking at Lin Baishuan's expression, they seemed to realize something. Second sister, did you lose something? Lin Shuj asked in a low voice, and Lin Baixian nodded silently. Lin Tao is still in his room. I'll go and settle the score with him. Lin Zayan was secretly delighted, thinking that everything was going according to plan. He immediately rushed to my room. Lin Tao, Open the door. I know you are in there. After knocking a few times, I opened the door and asked innocently, "What's wrong?" "You stole my second sister's things, and you're still pretending to be innocent?" Lin Zayn pushed open the door and saw my bed, secretly delighted. "Lin Tao, now that things have come to this, take out the things," he said provocatively. I responded with a confused look on my face. "What are you taking?" Lin Zayn rolled his eyes. "Are you still pretending to be stupid?" His words were obviously full of dissatisfaction. "Oh, you must have seen it wrong," I answered calmly. Lin Zayn thought I would defend myself, but I simply denied it and stopped talking. My calmness stunned him. "How could I be wrong?" Lin Zayn said angrily. "Do you dare to let me search?" "Oh, then search it, and remember to clean it up after you're done." I sat down leisurely and said lightly. Lin Zayn was secretly delighted and began to pretend to open the cabinet. Then he walked to the bed and pulled back the quilt. "Everyone, come and see, this is not." He stopped talking before he finished. I sneered. The underwear that was hidden had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 8. There were only a few worn-out men's underwear left in the quilt. It was obvious that Lin Zayn had put them there on purpose to make everyone think I was a pervert. But where was that sexy underwear? Where did it go? How is this possible? Lin Zayn frantically rummaged through the bed, which instantly became a mess. "Hey, don't touch my underwear," I shouted angrily. "What's wrong with you? Why are you pulling other people's underwear?" I pretended to be anxious and walked forward and began to mutter, "Strange, my underwear was clearly put away. How did it end up under the quilt?" The atmosphere became awkward as others watched Lin Zayn throwing his underwear around. Suddenly, one of the underwear thrown by Lin Zayn caught everyone's attention. We subconsciously looked over, and our eyes became subtle. A well-worn pair of men's underwear with a noticeable bulge in the middle, and this one looks particularly conspicuous. Lin Zayn was dissatisfied. Looking at everyone's reactions, he shouted angrily, "How could it be so big?" The scene was extremely awkward for a moment, and everyone wanted to find an excuse to leave. I smiled faintly and said casually, "Why, Lin Zayn, do you still want to compete?" Before I finished speaking, his face turned red in an instant. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. "Shameless." Lin Baixian snorted coldly, turned around, and left. I looked at Lin Zayn with a smile and said sarcastically, "Why, you care about rummaging through other people's underwear. Are you interested in men? You're talking bullshit." Lin Zayn was furious. After cursing, he left angrily. The Lins and Lin Chuj watched this farce, each with their own thoughts. Originally, they wanted to confirm the authenticity of the voice, but since they did not find Lin Baishuan's underwear, they still remained skeptical. During dinner, the atmosphere became even more depressing. The Lins tried to get Lin Baixian and me to formally meet, but her attitude was cold. I don't have too many objections. After all, she is my sister, beautiful and talented. There is nothing to complain about. Just as everyone was eating in silence, I suddenly heard a voice. "Hey, the second sister looks good on the surface, but she is actually a poor person." I looked up suddenly and looked around. Everyone was eating in silence with their heads down. I was shocked. This voice actually came from my mind, and it was so clear that it was obviously my inner voice. However, no one else spoke. Could it be me? Poor second sister. She had applied for a very good major, but her classmates secretly changed her major. My heart continued to echo. Soon, her right hand will be crippled, and she will never be able to hold a scalpel again. Lin Baishuan's eyes narrowed. Obviously, she had heard it, and suddenly realized that she had never told anyone that her volunteer choice had been changed. She always thought that she had filled in the wrong application form, but now looking back, it seems that someone really had tampered with her application. She couldn't help but prick up her ears, wanting to hear more, but I was concentrating on chewing my elbow and completely ignored her questions. More questions gradually arose in her mind. Do I really know this? Hee Atao, your second sister wrongly blamed you today. Don't be angry. Lin Qingshan tried to ease the atmosphere by bringing up Lin Baishuan's matter. I shook my head lightly and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, my second sister is also anxious. Don't worry, I know my second sister doesn't like others to enter her room. I won't go." Lin Baishuan's mood instantly sank. She knew what I said was very accurate. She did lose a piece of underwear, and Lin Zayn also said that he saw me enter her room. Even though no evidence was found in my room, she still couldn't completely rule me out as a suspect. What's worse is that she saw me just stuffing my underwear into the quilt, which made her completely suspect that I was really a pervert. She was full of contradictions, and uneasiness. After dinner, Lin Baixian still had doubts about what she heard. She always believed in science and thought that these supernatural things could not happen. After thinking about it, she decided to contact a familiar psychiatrist and prepare for a checkup. Perhaps it was because of too much work pressure that caused the auditory hallucinations. She knew very well that without solid evidence, she could not believe any voice she heard. Chapter 9. At night, the Lins lay in bed, tossing and turning, full of doubts. They began to wonder whether my voice was true or false. Some of the things that happened during the day came true, but Lin Zayan's accusation of me hiding the underwear has not been confirmed yet, so I can't act rashly. They felt guilty. After all, I had a hard time these years. After some discussion, they decided to make up for it in the simplest and most brutal way. Buying a car and a house. Whatever Lin Zayan has, I must have too. My desk was filled with real estate documents. Tao, take a look and see if there is anything you like. Susan asked gently. Lin Zayan, who was standing by, watched this scene, gnashing his teeth in hatred and clenching his fists, but he didn't dare to say a word. I was a little confused. After all, I had just come here and knew nothing about this world. Looking at the pile of real estate information in front of me, I was even more at a loss. Most of the information was real estate propaganda, with no real reference value. When I was at a loss, I suddenly thought of the system. Let's give it a try. There is no other choice anyway. The melon eating system is online. The system's voice sounded, and then a bunch of real estate information appeared. Jinfu Home, average price $38,000, no disasters in 50 years, and the room for appreciation is minimal. Emerald Garden, average price $62,000, appreciation potential is only 5%. Future City, average price $43,000, there will be fires and jumping incidents in the next 50 years. Appreciation potential is negative 50%. I frowned and found that these places had no investment value at all, and almost all of them were losses. At this time, the system reminded again, Host, the price of a piece of wasteland is about to double. It's worth paying attention to. My eyes lit up, and I pointed to a map. Mom, I want this. Oh, Longshin Garden. Susan looked at me with a puzzled expression. After all, the house price in this place is only about 10,000 yuan, and it is just an ordinary community. I shook my head, picked up a pen, and circled a piece of wasteland. It's not Longshin Garden, it's here. Susan looked at me in confusion. This is a piece of wasteland. Yes, it's this wasteland. I said firmly, Mom, can I have this piece of land? Lin Zayan sneered beside him. You really have good taste, just this piece of broken land? I ignored him and continued looking at Susan. Mom, the price of this land will double in less than half a month. She frowned. She knew real estate and knew that this piece of land was located in a remote suburb, and the price of the property had not changed in years. How could the price suddenly increase? Just as she hesitated, my inner voice sounded again. Hey, a mine owner has had very bad luck this year and is looking for a feng shui location to build a house. He will take a fancy to this piece of land soon. Susan's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that no one was paying attention to these plots of land. If the price really went up, it would be a sure win. Lin Zayan looked at Susan's hesitation and said sarcastically, Mom, do you really believe him? Our Lin family hasn't received any news about the price increase of that piece of land. How could he know? I think he is just fooling you. Okay, Tao, I'll ask my assistant to handle the formalities this afternoon. Susan finally made a decision. I nodded and smiled with satisfaction. This piece of land is not worth mentioning to me. Compared with the money I've spent on Lin Zayan over the years, it is almost nothing. However, Susan was still a little conflicted. Should she trust my heart and buy the other plots of land around? But she finally decided not to make a large-scale investment. Time was running out, so she decided to take care of this plot of land first. She hurried to the study to call Lin Qingshan. Lin Zayan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was extremely angry when he saw his mother completely ignoring him. But I ignored his anger and went for a walk in the back garden. Not long after, Lin Qingshan rushed back after receiving a call from Susan. After discussion, they decided to quietly buy several surrounding plots of land in addition to the plot I selected, and register them under the company's name. The price of these lands is nothing to the Lin family. Even if they lose money, it won't have much impact. I just want to verify whether my voice is correct. Just before dinner, Lin Chuj suddenly hurried out of the room. Dad, Mom, I have to go to the company for something. This was nothing new. Lin Qingshan and Susan just nodded and continued to busy themselves with their own things. However, at this moment, my inner voice sounded again. Tis TSK, being busy with work is such a universal excuse. I'm obviously going to look for that scumbag. Susan and Lin Qingshan looked at each other. Lin Qingshan put down the financial magazine in his hand, and Susan also stopped the teacup in her hand. They both pricked up their ears at the same time. Yesterday, my heart said that Lin Chuj was the kind of heroine who was abused by a scumbag and her bestie, and eventually died tragically. Today, I finally waited for the sequel. Lin Chuj paused. Although she had doubts about my words, she couldn't help but want to listen to what was related to her. The family of three held their breath, pricked up their ears, and patiently waited for the next words. Chapter 10. My inner voice echoed in my mind, and the content was horrifying. The scumbag by phone pretended to be with the eldest sister for the power of the Lin family, cheated her for money, seduced her for sex, and even stole the company's secrets, which eventually led to the death of his parents and the collapse of the company. And when the eldest sister was pregnant, by phone took the opportunity to completely shut down the company, and the equity was transferred. What's even more terrifying is that by phone had been having an affair with the eldest sister's best friend for a long time. The best friend lied to him that she needed a kidney transplant. By phone took out the eldest sister's kidney without hesitation, causing her to die on the operating table. That best friend was really cruel. She watched my elder sister die and took her heart. As for Linzine, for a little bit of profit, he actually helped by phone to pursue my elder sister. It's really ridiculous. These words chilled my whole body. I could feel the shock on the faces of the three members of the Lin family. Lin Qingshan and Susan were so angry that they almost exploded, but they seemed to ignore the news of their deaths mentioned in my voice and were only concerned about how to protect their daughter. These are just thoughts, not necessarily true. Susan gently squeezed Lin Qingshan's hand, signaling him to calm down. Lin Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly relaxed. Lin Chuj was obviously confused and wanted to hear more, but I remained silent. This made her decide to take action. Dad, Mom, I'll bring our phone back for dinner tonight. You haven't seen each other for a long time. Her sudden proposal stunned the Lin couple. It seemed that they also wanted to know the truth. However, at this moment, my inner voice rang out again. That scumbag can't come tonight. His hemorrhoids have exploded and are bleeding. He is lying in the anorectal department of the People's Hospital. Hee. Hearing this gloating hee, Lin Chuj couldn't help but hold her forehead. She just received a call from by phone, saying that he was too busy to get away. It turned out to be a hemorrhoid problem. She felt a little uneasy. Lin Chuj hurried out to pick up the document from another company as agreed. When she delivered them to Bai Feng's office, she found that he was not there at all. The assistant thanked him nervously. Ms. Lin, it's all thanks to you otherwise. She looked around and asked, where's President Bai? Didn't he say he was busy? Why isn't he in the company? President Bai had some urgent matters to attend to and had to go out for a social event. He really can't get away. The assistant's face stiffened. She nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but she had a plan in mind. She quickly rushed to the People's Hospital, and sure enough, she saw Bai Feng in the VIP ward of the anorectal department, lying on the bed, looking miserable. Lin Chuj's face turned extremely ugly. She didn't care that Bai Feng concealed his illness, but she had confirmed the truth of my words. This scumbag would really ruin her life. She narrowed her eyes. Her love brain was completely broken. At night, Lin Chuj went home alone, sat down silently, and looked at the food on the table. She did not mention Bai Feng's matter, and everything seemed normal on the surface. Lin Qingshan and Susan exchanged a look and immediately understood. Lin Chuj's silence meant everything. What I said was not groundless. In order not to embarrass their daughter, they did not mention Bai Feng again. Lin Chuj took out a delicate little box from a shopping bag and handed it to me. Patao, I bought you a gift. See if you like it. This scene stunned everyone. Yesterday, Lin Chuj said that I was from the countryside and only cared about money. Why did he suddenly send me a gift today? I turned around and looked at her, my eyes full of curiosity. Give it to me? Yes. Lin Chuj responded briefly, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. I opened the box and saw a low-key luxury watch inlaid with diamonds and sapphires. It looked valuable. I was shocked, and I was still thinking about the future of the Lin family. Thinking that everything would soon collapse, I naturally wanted to take advantage of this time to accumulate more private money. At this time, I couldn't help but shake my head. Sister, this watch is too valuable. I can't accept it. It's okay, it's just 1 million. It's nothing. If you like anything in the future, you can tell me, and I'll give you something better. Although Lin Chuj's tone was cold, She no longer had the hostility she had before. It was obvious that she had begun to accept me. Lin Zine suddenly came down from upstairs and saw this scene, and he was filled with jealousy. He suppressed his anger, walked over, and asked casually, "Sister is so nice to Lin Tao. I have always wanted this watch." He pretended to be pitiful, hoping that Lin Chuj would show some concern. In the end, Lin Chuj glanced at him coldly and said, "You want to buy it yourself?" At this moment, Lin Zane's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare to flare up and could only suppress the anger in his heart. "By the way, my parents bought a house and land for Lin Tao, but they haven't bought a car yet, right? I'll take a look at cars tomorrow. I happen to know a lot about this." Lin Zane suddenly thought of something and tried to use this to get closer to me. Chapter 12. When the Lin family heard Lin Zane's words, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. In recent days, Lin Zane has been cold to me, as if he was deliberately distancing himself from me. However, after all, he has lived in this family for 20 years and is related by blood, so it is impossible for everyone to have no feelings for him. A glimmer of hope arose in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Zane was just temporarily unable to adapt, and today he finally calmed down, realized that he was wrong, and was ready to apologize to me. I didn't reject Lin Zane's proposal. Instead, I wanted to see what tricks he could play this time. The next day, he really took me to a luxury car 4S store. What I didn't expect was that Lin Zane's friends had already been waiting here. Lin Zane and I come in. They burst into laughter. "Hey, Lin Zane, is this the new son your parents brought back?" Their ridicule made me feel uncomfortable, but I didn't intend to pay attention to it. I knew that these people laughed at me not because of my appearance, but because they didn't take me seriously. In fact, my appearance is more advantageous than Lin Zane. I have handsome features, a tall figure, strong muscles, and I dress casually, but it is hard to hide my sense of superiority. It's just that his skin is a little dark, his hair is unkempt, and his clothes seem to be randomly picked. I was too lazy to explain and just walked straight into the store. When the salespeople saw us, they rushed over as if they had been electrocuted. "Gentlemen, what car do you want to see?" However, they glanced at me, ignored me, and ran straight to Lin Zane and his friends. I chuckled and thought, so this is how the service in this store is, judging people by the first look. I didn't care. I turned around and started looking around. This store is indeed a gathering place for luxury cars. The cheapest car costs $2 million, and the most expensive is even more expensive. I took a fancy to an Aston Martin SUV. Although it was not conspicuous, it was very suitable for a tall person like me. When I was about to take a look at the configuration inside the car, a sharp voice came from behind. "What are you doing?" I turned around and saw a woman in her 30s glaring at me. "You are not allowed to touch the cars here," she said with an extremely arrogant attitude. I felt sick, but I was too lazy to argue with her, so I turned around and sat down in a chair nearby. At this time, a cup of warm water was handed to me, followed by a whisper, "I think it's expensive too." I looked up and saw a petite girl standing in front of me, smiling shyly. She lowered her voice and added, "It's really too expensive." I glanced at the name tag on her chest. Lu Xiao Xiao? She nodded with a shy smile on her face. "New here?" I asked. "Yes, I just came here for internship last month." She answered. I nodded, and suddenly an idea flashed through my mind. "Lu Xiao Xiao, place an order. I want this model," I said, looking at her stunned expression. She seemed to have not yet reacted and stood there in a daze. I smiled and asked again, "When will the new car arrive?" New car? Next month." She finally came to her senses, ran into the office excitedly, and started to sort out the paperwork. I signed casually and handed her the black card. The whole process was so smooth and simple that even I was a little surprised. Lu Xiao Xiao looked at me with excitement in her eyes. She had been working here for a month, and this was her first order, so she was obviously very happy. After signing the order, I turned around and prepared to leave, but at this moment, the salesman who had surrounded Lin Zayan and his friends finally realized something. When he found out that these people had no intention of buying a car, he stopped being enthusiastic and became a little indifferent. I was about to leave when I heard the saleswoman who had been so cold to me suddenly mutter in dissatisfaction, "If you don't want to buy a car, leave early." Before she finished her words, I chuckled, raised my hand and shook the document I had just signed, and said coldly, "It doesn't matter if your brain is not good, but if your eyes are not good, can you stop looking at others and treat garbage as treasure?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Zane's face changed immediately. The salesmen also changed their faces and realized the problem, and cast dissatisfied glances at Lu Xiao Xiao. I stood up and prepared to leave, but when I walked to the door, I accidentally bumped into someone. She looked up and saw me, and her face suddenly changed. Lin Tao, why are you here? Her face suddenly turned gloomy. A flash of memory flashed through my mind, and I finally recognized her. Liang Xiaowei. She was my high school classmate, the school beauty. But now, she is wearing heavy makeup and no longer looks as pure as before. She glared at me and said coldly, Lin Tao, it turned out to be you. Didn't I reject your confession back then? Why don't you let me go? Chapter 12. Liang Xiaowei's words confused me. Looking back, I never confessed my feelings to her, and at most those school bullies made a few jokes about it. How could she suddenly say this so confidently? Just when I was confused, Lin Zan and his friends came out of the store and started to laugh at me after hearing what Liang Xiaowei said. Lin Tao, why are you so persistent when chasing girls? As they mocked, they looked at Liang Xiaowei and found that her appearance seemed to attract their attention. Beauty, please consider our master Zan. One of them stepped forward with a shining look in his eyes. Liang Xiaowei obviously noticed this, a gleam in her eyes, and she slowly walked up to Lin Zan and said in a delicate voice, Hello, Mr. Zan. My name is Liang Xiaowei. Her tone was sweet and full of hypocrisy. Lin Zan obviously didn't intend to treat her sincerely, but she was the girl I once had a crush on, and it was more interesting for him to create some dramatic conflicts. He put his arm around Liang Xiaowei's shoulders and looked at me provocatively. Oh, so she's the woman that Lin Tao can't get. Liang Xiaowei's face turned slightly red. She gently pushed Lin Zan and said coquettishly, Mr. Zan, stop joking. Her words made me feel sick, but also made me realize that this drama was far from over. A stream of memories of her flashed through my mind, and I was a little overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. Oh, school beauty? Her private life is so messy. She had 4 abortions at such a young age. I have never confessed my feelings to her, and I don't want to have anything to do with her. If Lin Zan dares to do anything to her, I could just watch from the sidelines. I didn't react. I just watched them leave indifferently. Lin Zan proudly hugged Liang Xiaowei and threw a few bills when he left. My young master's gonna have fun. Take a taxi back by yourself. I looked at their backs with a sneer, feeling that this farce would be over soon. However, at this moment, my attention was drawn to a familiar figure. Lin Baixian appeared near the repair shop. She had just picked up the car and was about to leave when she seemed to hear some strange noises, and a trace of uneasiness appeared on her face. Professor Song, I feel that my auditory hallucinations have worsened. Are you free? I'll be there in half an hour. She hurriedly dialed the number, as if she wanted to check as soon as possible. However, her eyes suddenly stopped, as if she saw me. I walked up to her car and got in the passenger seat without any hesitation. Second sister, great, you're here. She frowned, obviously not welcoming me, but she had to move aside. I brazenly fastened my seatbelt and asked, Second sister, is it on the way? She replied coldly, No. I smiled and said, Hey, I haven't told you where I'm going yet, so how come it's not on our way? She started the car reluctantly, but my heart suddenly tightened. The system's voice suddenly came. Alert! Lin Baixian is about to encounter a bloody disaster. I sat up straight suddenly. My heart stopped for a moment, and I asked the system anxiously, Bloody disaster? What's going on? But the system was silent. It seems that this matter involves life and death, and the system can no longer provide any more prompts. I became even more nervous and turned to her and asked, Second sister, are you going to the hospital? She nodded, and I quickly made an excuse, saying, Then I'll go too. I have a headache, and I want to ask the doctor for some medicine. The car quickly stopped at the hospital, and I followed her into the hospital, being alert every step of the way. Just as we entered the surgery department, we suddenly heard a scream. Murder! Call security. Someone is killing someone. The crowd fled in all directions. My heart tightened, and I quickly accelerated to run towards the source of the sound. From a distance, I saw a man in a hospital gown, holding a fruit knife, with a crazy look in his eyes, roaring, You all deserve to die. His hoarse voice was full of anger, and the people around him were so scared that they stood far away. Several nurses hid beside me and whispered. I heard that he was a mentally ill man who ran down from upstairs. His wife died in a car accident, and he thought the hospital didn't do its best to save her. Just as I was looking for Lin Baixian, the elevator suddenly made a ding sound, and the door slowly opened. Lin Baixian and a middle-aged woman walked out, seemingly unaware of what was happening outside. Suddenly, the man saw her. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, "It's you! You killed my wife! I'm going to kill you!" The man raised a knife and rushed towards Lin Baixian. Chapter 13. Lin Baixian was completely stunned. Her face was pale, and she could hardly move as she watched the knife about to chop her down. At the critical moment, I rushed forward quickly, kicked the knife out of the man's hand, and pressed him to the ground. I grabbed a bandage from a nurse's station and quickly tied him up. "Let me go. I'm going to kill her." The man roared and struggled. I was so annoyed that I stuffed a pack of gauze into his mouth to make sure he couldn't yell anymore. After dealing with all this, I clapped my hands, walked up to Lin Baixian, and asked with concern, "Second sister, are you okay?" She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and replied, "It's okay." But she was more shocked by the way I handled the crisis than by her fear just now. Even professionals would not dare to act rashly when faced with a madman with a knife, but I handled it all easily. She thought to herself, "Have I done something shameful?" Her thoughts gradually drifted away, and she realized that her mental state had been a bit off lately. So she shook her head. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the bloody disaster should be resolved. Lin Baixian was grateful to me, but she was in the workplace after all, and she felt a little uncomfortable with someone following her. She took out her phone and transferred 1 million to me. "Thank you for today. I should treat you to a meal, but I'm too busy at work. I'll give you this money to buy something delicious." I could see that she refused, so I took the money and waved goodbye. When the police arrived, I left quietly. Lin Baixian finally had the opportunity to communicate with Professor Song, a professor of psychiatry. She told him about her recent situation, especially those voices of the heart. Professor Song pondered for a moment and suggested to her, "Baixian, you have been under too much pressure at work recently. You need to rest." Lin Baixian is busy with surgeries and interns every day, which puts her under tremendous pressure. Today's incident made her even more resistant to work. She decided to take annual leave, and Professor Song also spoke for her and finally got approval. She breathed a sigh of relief and left the hospital. On the way home, I was riding a shared bicycle and stopped by the park, watching a group of old men walking their birds. Lin Baixian became curious about me and stopped the car to observe quietly. Soon, a beautiful woman came up to me and seemed to want my contact information, but I waved my hand and refused. "Oh, you actually refused." Lin Baixian smiled disdainfully, feeling somewhat puzzled. She thought I would accept it easily, but when she saw me refuse, she felt that it was a bit pretentious. Suddenly, a stray cat rubbed against my feet. I laughed and said, "You guy, I just fed you sausage. Why are you here again?" The stray cat meowed a few times, as if it was going to find someone else. "Hey, you're so careless. If you keep doing this, be careful of being caught and having your balls cut off." I reminded him with a smile. The stray cat paused, looked down at its butt, and seemed to have realized something. I squatted down and touched its head, smiling, and said, "Without worldly desires, you can concentrate on eating." Lin Baixian was stunned and felt that these stray cats were not wary of me, but interacted with me instead. She wondered why the cats were not afraid of me and started chatting with me. She laughed at herself and thought she was bored watching me talking to the cats. When she was about to leave, she suddenly heard me mutter in a low voice, "What? Body parts?" She was stunned for a moment, turned her head to look at me, and found that I had followed the stray cat to a remote place in the park. She felt a little ridiculous, but decided to follow secretly. I was also a little flustered, wondering if I had misunderstood the cat language. But I still followed the stray cat closely, not daring to relax. Gradually, a foul smell filled the air. It suddenly occurred to me that the smell was like the smell of a rotting corpse, possibly a human corpse. As expected, when I got closer, I saw 7 or 8 stray cats surrounding some black plastic bags and gnawing at them. The bags had been torn open by them, revealing the minced meat inside. My heart tightened and my blood seemed to freeze. Chapter 14. I almost couldn't hold back and vomited. I took a few steps back and was about to call the police. Suddenly, Lin Baixian's voice came from behind. "Stand here and don't move. Let me check the situation first. Second sister, why are you here?" I turned around in surprise and saw Lin Baixian here. She didn't answer, but took out gloves and a mask from her bag and hurried towards the black plastic bags. Hey, you guys, don't eat it. The meat might be poisonous. Get out of the way." I waved at the stray cats. They hesitated for a moment and finally spit out the meat in their mouths and ran away unwillingly. Seeing this, Lin Baixian was obviously shocked that I could communicate with cats. After dealing with the stray cat, She carefully opened one of the plastic bags and picked out a few bones. She looked at the bones and her face turned pale. "It's really a human. Call the police." As she said that, she picked up a piece of minced meat with a serious expression. I stood at the back, feeling chilled. Seeing Lin Baixian holding a piece of human flesh so calmly, I couldn't help but think, second sister is really brave. I silently lowered my head and glanced at myself, feeling uneasy. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene and the technicians began to investigate. Lin Baixian and I were taken aside for questioning. I described in detail the time, height, and appearance of the body. 2:30 in the morning, the person who dumped the body was about this height, had a beard, was a bit fat, and wore glasses. The police looked at me suspiciously, not understanding why I knew so much, so they checked the nearby surveillance video. What surprised me was that there was indeed a person matching my description appearing in the surveillance video, and he was indeed someone close to the deceased. "How did you know?" the policeman asked. "A stray cat told me," I answered bluntly. The policeman was speechless, obviously not believing me. Lin Baixian waved awkwardly, motioning the policeman to talk to the side. The police walked to a deserted place, and Lin Baixian seemed to be explaining something, pointing to her head from time to time. The police nodded half doubtfully. After the two of them came out, the police waved us off and said, "All right, leave your phone number and ID information. We may need to record your detailed statements later." "No problem," I replied, and walked with Lin Baixian outside the cordon and found a bench to sit down. I asked curiously, "Second sister, what did you say to the police just now? Why did they let us go so easily?" "You're mentally ill," Lin Baixian responded bluntly. I smiled awkwardly, secretly complaining in my heart that my second sister's straightforwardness was really impeccable. Some elderly people in the park soon learned about the dismemberment, and reporters quickly rushed to report on it. After seeing the news, Susan quickly called Lin Baixian. "Mom, we are fine. We are just passing by." "Hey, no need to come." In less than 20 minutes, the Su family's car stopped at the entrance of the park. Susan, Lin Qingshan, and Lin Zhan all arrived. Lin Qingshan was dressed in formal clothes and sweating profusely, obviously rushing from the company. "Atao, Baixian, are you scared?" Susan tightly grasped Lin Baixian's hand. I couldn't help but complain, how could my second sister be scared with her personality? But it's better not to let Susan know that Lin Baixian had just dealt with the body parts. Otherwise, she would be really scared. "How unlucky. How could such a thing happen to you?" Lin Qingshan frowned and looked at the cordon. "Ordinary people will never encounter such a thing in their lifetime." "How did you encounter it?" Lin Zhan curled his lips and said deliberately, "I heard that there was a mental patient in second sister's hospital who attacked people with a knife this afternoon. We really encountered so many dangerous things today. I don't know who'll be unlucky." He glanced at me, as if with deep meaning. I responded calmly, "It's bad luck to meet a mentally ill person, but it's not a bad thing to find a dead body. The sooner you find it, the sooner you can solve the case." These words made Lin Zhan unhappy, and he almost blurted out, "It's good enough that I'm not considered the real murderer." "Xiao Zhan," Lin Qingshan quickly scolded in a low voice and glanced at the nearby reporters. "These people love to gossip, stop talking nonsense, and cause trouble." Lin Zhan didn't care. "What's the point of being afraid now? I think the police won't let him go. I'm afraid they have already regarded him as a suspect. My second sister might be implicated by him." "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Baixian couldn't help but interrupt. "Second sister, you are too kind. Maybe he really did something wrong," Lin Zhan said without hesitation. Susan frowned slightly and glanced at Lin Zhan unhappily. Fortunately, the reporters were focused on the cordon. Otherwise, if these words were spread out, it would definitely have an impact on the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Baixian's cell phone rang. She saw the unfamiliar number and answered it, saying, "Lin Baixian, this is Officer Zhang. Are you still in the park?" "Yes, on the bench." She answered, "Okay, don't leave. I'll find you right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhan smiled even more proudly. "Look, the police are coming to arrest you." Chapter 15. Lin Zhan's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. The reporters quickly recognized Lin Qingshan and Susan and took out their mobile phones. "Over there are the chairman and wife of the Lin Group." Someone whispered, "Why are they here too? Is it related to the murder?" Another reporter was puzzled. Was the young master of the Lin family the one who just spoke? People around were talking about it, and some reporters walked directly towards us, ready to interview us. At this time, the police inside the cordon came out, led by Officer Zhang, who walked towards me with a smile. Lin Tao. The case has been solved. The murderer is the man you described. He has been caught. Officer Zhang looked very happy. He was obviously very satisfied that the case was solved so quickly. Lin Tao, our leaders will publicly commend you. The clues you provided helped solve the case, and we will give you great praise. He turned to Lin Qingshan and Susan and said, "You are worthy of being a big entrepreneur in our city. You educate your children so well." Lin Qingshan showed a smug smile on his face. "Hey, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." He was worried about me at first, but now he became energetic, thinking that after the news was released, the company's stock would definitely rise. Before leaving, Officer Zhang seemed to remember something and said to me, "Lin Tao, it doesn't matter if you saw the murderer yourself in the future. The witness will be protected. You don't have to say it was the stray cat who saw it." I pulled the corners of my mouth, helpless in my heart, and responded casually. This family can't even tell the truth. After the police left, I saw Lin Zayan preparing to leave, and I deliberately said, "It seems that someone misunderstood me just now." Lin Zayan paused, pretended not to hear, and continued walking. "You are so old. You should be responsible for what you said, right? You don't want to take it as a fart, do you?" My voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and the Lin family could hear it clearly. Seeing Lin Zayan act as if nothing had happened, the Lin family members became even more displeased. "Xiao Zayan, what did I teach you before?" Lin Qingshan said sternly. "Dad, I didn't mean it." Lin Zayan was obviously unhappy, but he didn't dare to refute. Susan's face was heavy, as if she was thinking whether Lin Zayan's recent behavior was because he was not used to my return or whether he was just like that. "Why don't you apologize to Tao?" Lin Qingshan said coldly. Lin Zayan opened his mouth to refute, but seeing the disappointed eyes of his parents and second sister, he finally lowered his head. "I'm sorry." These three words pierced Lin Zayan's heart, and his rage grew even stronger. He vowed to make me pay the price. Lin Qingshan and Susan felt a little reluctant to see him bow his head, but after all, the relationship of 20 years cannot be cut off easily. They hoped that there could be a brotherly relationship between Lin Zayan and me. When we went home, they arranged for Lin Zayan and I to take the same car, but I refused. "Dad, Mom, I'd better take my second sister's car back." Lin Qingshan and Susan felt that I had been wronged and understood that I could not forgive Lin Zayan for the time being, so they did not insist. After taking a few steps, my inner voice came out inadvertently. "That guy Lin Zayan has started farting again. I don't want to ride in the same car with him. If I get sick from the fumes, it would be unfair to me." The Lin couple stopped and looked at each other with disgust. "Well, your mother and I have something to go to the company for. Xiao Zayan, you go back by yourself." Without waiting for Lin Zayan's response, Lin Qingshan and Susan hurriedly got into the car and left. Lin Zayan stood there, confused. I had already gotten into Lin Baishuan's car, urging her to hurry up. Lin Baixian heard my thoughts and chuckled, but did not want to take Lin Zayan with her. She drove away easily, leaving Lin Zayan with an embarrassed look on his face. Along the way, Lin Baixian gradually got used to the wonderful feeling of hearing my inner voice, especially when I kept praising her. She is beautiful, has strong professional skills, and stays calm at critical moments. Although it is a bit annoying to talk too much, who doesn't like to be praised? When we got home, Lin Baixian and I saw an unexpected figure, Lin Chuj's fiancé, by phone. It was not the first time he came to the Lin family, but this time he did not say hello, which seemed a little strange. "Sister Xian, you are finally back." By phone greeted them with a bright smile, and it was obvious that he had a good relationship with Lin Baixian. Lin Baixian frowned and asked coldly, "Why is Master Bai here?" "I haven't been able to contact Chuga, and I'm worried that something happened to her, so..." Bai phone took out his cell phone, which showed a bunch of unread messages. Lin Baixian checked the time and asked in confusion, "My eldest sister flew to deal with a problem at an overseas branch this morning. Why? Didn't she tell you?" Bai Feng's face froze, and he shook his head awkwardly. No. He was obviously confused. He usually had a good relationship with Lin Chuj, so why did he leave without even saying hello this time? Lin Baixian seemed to have noticed something and explained politely, "My elder sister left in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you. She will tell you when she comes back." At this time, a taxi stopped nearby. Lin Zayan came back and apparently heard their conversation, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Chapter 16. "Brother Phone, wait a minute. I have something to tell you." Lin Zayan grabbed Bai Phone and pulled him aside mysteriously. Bai Phone looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's wrong?" "Brother Phone, has my elder sister been cold to you recently?" Lin Zayan went straight to the point. Bai Feng nodded, his face slightly gloomy. Lin Zan took the opportunity to say, "Did you see the boy who was with my second sister just now? It was all him." "What?" Bai Feng frowned. "That boy is the biological son my parents found in the countryside," Lin Zan said proudly. "Since he came back, the family has been in chaos. Even my eldest sister has started to distance herself from you." Bai Feng's face darkened. He turned to look at me as I was about to enter the room, with displeasure flashing in his eyes. "He is Chu Ji's younger brother?" Lin Zan nodded yes, and he has been trying to sow discord between my eldest sister recently. "Brother Bai Feng, you know the relationship between my eldest sister and me. I will help you," he whispered with a pleading tone. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want?" Lin Zan smiled proudly. "My parents don't care about me as much as before, and I have less pocket money. I need more support." He pretended to be dissatisfied. Bai Feng raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, as long as your sister and I get together, you can have everything you want." Lin Zan smiled and nodded, secretly thinking about the next plan in his mind. On the first day of school, I had mixed feelings. Although I had asked for leave from our counselor, Mr. Lee, Lin's company had an important meeting and my parents were unable to accompany him. In order to make up for it, his parents transferred a large sum of money. But he knew that Lin's company was about to go bankrupt, and this money might just be a transitional amount. In the end, only his sister Lin Baixian sent him to school and left after settling him down. However, trouble soon came. "Lin Tao, come out." A tall boy stood outside the door and hooked his finger gloomily. I didn't know him, so I asked coldly, "What's the matter?" "Stop talking nonsense and come out." He clicked his fingers. "If you don't come out, we'll go in and drag you out." This was obviously not a good thing. I looked at the dormitory's camera and walked out. As soon as we walked out, he put his arm around my shoulders, followed by several strong men. The atmosphere was tense. I frowned slightly. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You'll know me soon." The boy sneered and dragged me downstairs. We walked towards the small woods behind the dormitory, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. After entering the woods, they pushed me aside. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended, kid. Don't blame us today." The leading boy stepped forward and tried to push me. I quickly grabbed his wrist, and he tried to pull away, but to no avail. "If you come any closer, his hand will be useless." He grimaced in pain, his forehead covered with sweat, and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. We're just taking money to help others get rid of disasters." I sneered and pushed him away. Don't do stupid things for small amounts of money in the future. The system in my mind had already warned me that by phone would hire someone to cause trouble, but I didn't expect him to actually send a few thugs from school. They really underestimated me. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a gust of wind. I turned around instinctively, and a switchblade flashed past my eyes. The man holding the knife was a thin boy, different from the other strong men. His eyes were full of cruelty, and his mouth was cold. At this moment, I realized that I had underestimated my opponent. Bai Feng is not as stupid as I thought, but very smart. He had a person who is really lethal in the crowd, so that he can easily get away when something goes wrong. Chapter 17. The man obviously didn't expect me to dodge his attack, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. Taking advantage of the few seconds he was stunned, I kicked him hard in the stomach. He took a few steps back, holding his stomach and unable to move. The other boys were unwilling to give up. They had more people, so how could they lose to me alone? What's more, they were paid, and if they didn't do it well, they might offend the young master. "Kill him." The leading boy gave an order, and everyone rushed towards me. "You're looking for death." I snorted coldly, with a hint of mockery in my eyes. I knocked down the first person who rushed over with one fist, then grabbed the arm of the person behind me and slammed him into the tree next to me. Then the third one, the fourth one. In less than 5 minutes, everyone fell down. And these 5 minutes were not my limit, but their limit. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we will be seriously injured if not killed. The sound of the fight attracted the attention of the outside world. Group fighting is no small matter in school. Soon, the security guards and school leaders came. Not long after Lin Baixian left school, she received a call from my counselor, Li Xiaoli. "Hello, is this Lin Tao's parent? Can you come to school?" The anxiety on the phone made her turn back immediately. In the office of the Sports College of University, I stood next to the counselor Li Xiaoli, while the boys I had just knocked down were sitting on the sofa. Li Xiaoli has explained the situation to me clearly. She looked unhappy, but the school leaders were not there, so she had to step in. Fighting in school. How can that be ridiculous? Director Sun of the Sports Institute has a big belly and looks like a good-for-nothing. Director Sun, I don't think this was a fight at all, but rather my students being bullied unilaterally. Lee Shalley responded without showing any weakness. Hey, Teacher Lee, look at what your students have done to my students. Who is bullying whom? Director Sun stood in front of Lee Shalley and said condescendingly. Lee Shalley did not back down. She stood in front of me and said, my student was clearly provoked. Several people surrounded and bullied him. How can this be called bullying? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Zayan poked his head in, and when he saw him, Director Sun's smile immediately turned into a flattering one. Student Lin Zayan, why are you here? How is your father these days? My dad is fine, Lin Zayan replied calmly, then turned to me with a meaningful light in his eyes. Director Sun, I heard about the fight just now, so I came to take a look. Oh, you know there was a fight? Director Sun immediately grasped the key point of Lin Zayan's words. Yes, I saw it when I passed by the grove just now, but there were too many people there, and I was afraid of being implicated, so I didn't try to stop them. Lin Zayan nodded casually. Lee Shalley seized the opportunity and asked anxiously, Student, can you tell us what happened at that time? Lin Zayan pretended to think for a moment, then pointed at me and said, it was him. I saw him bullying other students by relying on his good skills and some kung fu. Everyone begged for mercy, but he still refused to stop. Lee Shalley's face suddenly turned ugly. Did you really see it clearly? I can guarantee that I saw it very clearly, Lin Zayan said seriously. Director Sun smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Lee, the witnesses are here. Shouldn't your students be held accountable for what they did? Lee Shalley watched all this in disbelief. It was really unreasonable for one person to take the initiative to bully more than a dozen people. I'm just a counselor. This kind of thing should be reported to the dean of the college. She planned to delay time and push the problem to her superiors. Director Sun sneered. No, my students are injured. Either give me an explanation or I will call the police. Lee Shalley was worried that calling the police would be bad for me, so she was anxious. What do you want? Expel him. Director Sun glanced at me coldly. Students like this who beat people up don't deserve to be in our school. Lee Shalley had never expected things to turn out this way. She suddenly realized that something seemed wrong behind the scenes. Director Sun's attitude is so biased, and Lin Zayan is also very suspicious as a witness. All this seems to be arranged in some way. I was wronged. No, I can't just let this go. I must seek justice for myself. Just as Lee Shalley was about to make a call, I suddenly said, Director Sun, are you serious? What? Director Sun was stunned. You said that students who hit others randomly don't deserve to stay in school. Are you serious? I asked sincerely. Of course I'm serious. I can't tolerate this kind of instability. Director Sun said righteously. I almost laughed out loud. Well said. If that's the case, Director Sun, you can take care of it. I took out my phone from my chest pocket and said with a smile, luckily, I recorded the whole process on video. Director Sun, you can clean up the dangerous elements in the school. Chapter 18. After hearing what I said, the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. When the students I beat saw me take out my phone, their faces turned pale instantly. Director Sun and Lin Zayan also changed their expressions. Lin Tao, did you record a video? A hint of excitement flashed in Lee Shalley's eyes. I nodded and turned on my phone. The video started with the tall boy standing at the dormitory door and shouting at me. It turned out that from that moment on, I had realized that something was wrong, so I quietly started recording on my mobile phone and hid it in my clothes pocket. In the video, the boys taking money to help others get rid of disasters is clearly visible, and the nature of the incident is immediately clear. Bullying, not only bullying, but also bullying with benefits. And the nature is extremely bad. Director Sun opened his mouth, but no words came out. Fake. This video must be fake. Lin Zayan blurted out hastily. I smiled and gently dragged the video to amplify the sound in the background. The broadcast clearly reported today's date, day of the week, and even the weather. By the way, Director Sun, you just said you were going to call the police? I think Lin Zayan's suspicion is reasonable. How about asking the police to check the school broadcasting department's records to see if the video is consistent with their records? Director Sun's face changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that I was prepared. Hey, there's no need to call the police. I'll just ask the students to check. Director Sun began to prevaricate. Besides, no matter who started the fight first, everyone is fine now. Why don't both sides take a step back and apologize to each other? I sneered in my heart. I didn't expect Director Sun to be so shameless. He almost forced me to drop out of school just now, and now he's talking about reconciliation? There were hurried footsteps at the door. Lin Baixian was coming. Second sister. Lin Zhan was stunned. He obviously didn't expect her to appear here. Director Sun's nervous expression relaxed when he saw Lin Baixian, and a smile appeared on his face again. It turns out to be the second young lady of the Lin family. Hello. A trace of doubt flashed across Li Xiaoli's eyes. She remembered that it was Lin Baixian who took me to complete the admission procedures just now, so how come she has become the elder sister of the eyewitness? Could it be? Second sister. I walked up to her and said innocently, "As soon as you left, someone actually caused trouble for me." Before I finished speaking, I handed the video to her. The video clearly recorded Director Sun's threats and Lin Zhan's random testimony. All the evidence was right in front of us. Lin Baishuan's face instantly turned cold, and she glared at Lin Zhan fiercely, then turned to Director Sun and said coldly, "Now that the truth is out, I wonder how you plan to deal with it?" Second sister, Director Sun just said that we should apologize to each other and let it go. I said innocently. Lin Baishuan's brows knitted tightly. Now that the truth is clear, if Director Sun doesn't know how to deal with it, why not just call the police? No, no. Director Sun's face suddenly turned pale. He obviously realized the seriousness of the situation. If he called the police and the video was leaked, he would not dare to take the risk of how the school leaders would deal with it. How about this? I'll ask them to apologize, Director Sun said as he gestured to those people to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Although those students were reluctant, they had no choice but to lower their heads and bow to me one by one to apologize. They also promised that they would respectfully call me Brother Tao when they saw me in the future. Director Sun also compensated me 500,000 yuan, most of which he paid himself. He just wanted to use this money to calm the incident and keep his position. After getting the money, I left without hesitation. Walking into school, Lin Zhan kept explaining, "Second sister, listen to me, I was threatened. They said that if I don't help, I will be the next one to be bullied." Second sister, everything I said is true, he explained anxiously. Lin Baixian said nothing, her heart full of contradictions. She didn't know whether she should believe Lin Zhan. When she was a child, Lin Zhan was her favorite brother, smart and sensible. But why did he become so unscrupulous now? Suddenly, she heard what I said in my heart. Still pretending. These people were simply bribed after being instigated by phone. If you say Lin Zhan doesn't know, I won't believe it even if I die. By phone? She was stunned for a moment, and her heart was shocked. Could by phone be related to this matter? She suddenly realized that she was not mentally ill and could hear my voice. In order to verify this, she decided to continue investigating. She asked Lin Zhan and I to go back to class first, and she followed quietly out. After a while, she found the students from before and saw them standing next to Bai Feng's car, seemingly arguing. After a while, Bai Feng threw out a few stacks of money from the car and drove away. Lin Baixian was excited, finally sure that she had no mental problems and that the voice was not an illusion. This discovery made her extremely excited, and she decided to thoroughly understand my secret. Chapter 19. After school started, I lived a relaxed and casual life. I went to class every day, ate melons, and enjoyed this rare leisure time. For elective courses, I chose Appreciation of Domestic and Foreign Literature. This course was very interesting. The classroom was set in the library, and the atmosphere was very good. However, in my first class, I actually met Lin Zhan. He was the guy who often didn't even bring textbooks, and it was unbelievable that he showed up here. I looked carefully and found that Lin Zhan was approaching a beautiful girl in a white dress, talking incessantly. The girl frowned slightly, obviously not interested in his topic. Soon, several girls came in, and the girl in the white dress waved to them as soon as she saw them. Lin Zhan had no choice but to give up his seat, but he obviously didn't give up and sat directly in the back row with the girls. I chose a quiet corner to sit down, but I didn't expect that this class was not just a literary appreciation class, but also the opening of a performance. After a while, a professor in his 40s walked in. He smiled and said, "Hello everyone, today is our first class. I hope everyone can put aside their worries and get more familiar with the students around them." He pointed to one side of the classroom and said, "Starting from here, everyone introduce yourselves one by one." Lin Zhan's turn, he stood up confidently and said, "My name is Lin Zhan, the Lin from the Lin Group. The buildings in the commercial district are all mine." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Wow, this is too high profile. However, he is really the young master of the Lin Group, so it's not surprising that he pretends to be high profile. But can you please stop pretending like that in school? Lin Zine was not affected by these discussions. Instead, he smiled proudly at several classmates around him and said, I prepared a gift for you today. Suddenly, everyone's negative emotions almost disappeared. The temptation of free gifts made all complaints disappear. Some girls even developed a liking for his generous gesture. Is this the charm of superpowers? After the gifts were distributed, the girl in the white dress received a gift from Lin Zane himself. Lin Zane seemed to have prepared some magic tricks in advance. While he was gesturing, he conjured a rose out of the air. The classmates all started to make a noise. Isn't this the iceberg beauty of the art department? The young master of the Lin family and the beauty of the department are really a perfect match. I wonder if the iceberg can melt. However, the girl's reaction was cold. Her eyes did not waver at all, and her face even became stiff. She tightly clenched her hands under the table, obviously enduring something. While everyone was still making a fuss, I sat in the corner and sneered softly. You're performing such a tacky magic trick. Do you like to make things awkward? I said sarcastically without any hesitation. Lin Zane immediately glared at me and said, Then why don't you give us a performance that's not awkward? He obviously thought I would give in. After all, who would come to class prepared to perform? I stood up and nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll show you a non-awkward performance. Before I finished speaking, I began to count down silently with a determined look in my eyes. Time passed by minute. Lin Zane sneered. Lin Tao, are you really going to waste everyone's time? His younger brothers also laughed. Look, he has nothing in his hands. What can he conjure up? Everyone started to get impatient. And just as the professor was about to say something to persuade them, I suddenly raised my head and shouted sternly, Everyone be quiet. This shout made the whole classroom fall silent. I put my hands together and pointed one finger to the sky. Attract. Thunder. Technique. The next moment, there was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck, lighting up the entire classroom. Everyone was stunned. How could there be thunder in the sunny sky just now? I pointed to the sky again and said, Strike me. Boom! This time, the thunder was even more deafening. Even the ground began to vibrate slightly, and the chandelier above my head began to shake. What the hell is going on? Is it an earthquake? Why is there thunder all of a sudden? This place was really struck by lightning. Everyone was in a panic, and the noise outside came in. Fire! The top floor is on fire. Put out! The librarian rushed in and shouted, The top floor has been struck by lightning. Evacuate. The students stood up and ran to the exit nervously. I followed behind them, not seeming to panic. When everyone was evacuated, they looked up at the charred roof in shock. How could it be struck like this when there was a lightning rod? Ah, it's him. He's the one who brought down the thunder. Yes, I saw it too. My deeds quickly spread throughout the campus. Everyone was talking about how this seemingly ordinary student actually had such powerful abilities. I looked at the reactions of those around me and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I had only wanted to put on a small show, but how come these people believed it? Chapter 20. I didn't expect that these people actually believed it. This is not a fantasy world. How could they believe that I was the one who attracted the lightning? It's outrageous. Soon after, the news about the I attracted thunder incident reached the teachers at school. As expected, I was called to the school again. Lin Baixian had just finished her annual leave and was about to go to work when she suddenly received a call from the school. She was overwhelmed when she heard that something had happened to me. If she had known that I should be the contact person, how could such troubles have been avoided? Wait a minute. Are you saying that my brother attracted a lightning and blew up the library? She sat in the office, unable to believe it. Well, according to the rumors from the students at the scene, of course we will verify it. A middle-aged woman with glasses said in a serious tone. Verify? Lin Baixian couldn't believe it. Did she need to verify such a thing? She complained secretly, but still kept a smile on her face. Don't worry, if it wasn't Lin Tao who did it, we would never wrongly accuse him. I looked embarrassed. It's just a coincidence. At this moment, Lin Baixian heard my inner voice. Oh my God, I just wanted to show off, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I knew in advance that the library would be struck by lightning, so I made a few random gestures, and then it really thundered. I should have known that I shouldn't have done this. So that's it. Lin Baixian breathed a sigh of relief, finally making sure that everything was not crazy. Although I can predict the future and listen to her thoughts, if she knew that I can call the wind and rain, I am afraid she will completely collapse. Lin Zine was also present in the office and came out at the right time. Second sister, this is not a big deal. Dad recently intends to donate to the school. Let's just build a new library. The curator's eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity. Her eyes were clearly filled with greed. In fact, it only needs to be repaired, not rebuilt. The curator said with a smile. Lin Baixian nodded, but became alert in her heart. She suddenly heard my thoughts. Repairs are fine, but I'm afraid that idiot Lin Zayan will cut corners and make a shoddy project. If something happens to the school, the Lin family will be in big trouble. Hearing this, Lin Baishuan's pupils suddenly contracted. She had just wanted to call Lin Zayan's father, but now she decided to think twice before acting. Lin Zine walked out of the office and couldn't help complaining. Lin Tao, you made this lightning-inducing thing so scary that it cost my dad a lot of money. I responded with disdain. There are so many people who believe in feudal superstition. If I could really attract lightning, you would have been struck to death by me long ago. You? Lin Zayan was so angry that his chest felt stuffy. You have to believe in science, understand? I looked at him with disdain. When I left school, my classmates looked at me with curiosity and a little weirdness in their eyes. Obviously, this matter could not be explained clearly in a short period of time. On Friday, Lin Zayan and I went home. Lin Zayan continued to tell my parents today's Thor story, trying to get them to blame me. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingshan and Susan did not blame me, but thought it was quite interesting. Huh, Lin Tao has become the god of thunder in school now. Lin Qingshan laughed. Interesting. Lin Baixian sat silently aside, thinking about what I had just said. She finally realized that Lin Zayan was not doing anything for school at this time, but was taking this opportunity to make a profit. Lin Zine continued to guide the topic and said that he wanted to renovate the library. Dad, Mom, the rumors in school are not good for Lin Tao. Helping to renovate the library can also help him out. Lin Qingshan and Susan nodded without hesitation, not noticing Lin Zine as provocation at all. However, Lin Baixian was alert in her heart and decided not to express her opinion for the time being. At dinner, I was so hungry that I sat down and was ready to eat. But I picked up the spoon and suddenly stopped. No way. What's wrong? Susan asked with concern. I looked at the soup in front of me and said calmly, Dad, Mom, you'd better not eat this meal today. Chapter 21. What's wrong? I asked in a low voice, deliberately using an elusive tone. Others put down their chopsticks one after another, and the air froze in an instant. The meal tonight was dazzlingly sumptuous, delicious, and Aunt Lu once again cooked her masterpiece in the kitchen. However, to me, everything was fake. Lin Zayan frowned. Lin Tao, what do you mean? You don't want to eat the food Aunt Lu made. So why don't you let everyone else eat? I didn't respond in a hurry, but just rolled my eyes at him. I didn't stop you. He scooped up a spoonful of soup indignantly, drank it generously, and a hint of pride appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dad, Mom, second sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Just eat and ignore him. It's okay. But I know that things are far from that simple. We are eating gutter oil, but you can still taste it. I sneered and thought to myself. The imported oil had been sold long ago. I continued to ponder in my mind. Aunt Lu didn't intend to hide it all. The oil was just randomly placed in the cabinet under the stove. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the table became unusually silent. Only Lin Zayan still did not doubt anything and ate voraciously. The others became more and more uneasy, and doubts in their hearts gradually emerged. Dad, Mom, I'll go get a small bowl. Lin Baixian stood up abruptly and walked quickly to the kitchen. Aunt Lu was concentrating on playing with her phone at the moment and didn't notice someone sneaking into the kitchen. While everyone was still waiting silently, Lin Baixian came back with an embarrassed expression, holding a bucket of oil in her hand. Dad, Mom, this barrel of oil should not be the kind you bought before, right? Her voice broke the silence coldly. The barrel of oil had no label, the outer packaging was rough, and there was black sediment floating in the oil. At this moment, the air was filled with unspoken fear. Lin Qingshan's face suddenly changed, and he asked angrily, What on earth is going on? Aunt Lu turned pale and collapsed to the ground. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she finally whispered everything. I just wanted to make some money. Her voice trembled, her face full of guilt. I secretly sold the imported good oil and replaced it with some inferior ones. Those merchants added seasonings to my oil, saying that it could cover up the bad taste. Her confession was like a sharp knife, piercing everyone's heart. Everyone looked at each other, and no one except Lin Zayan could continue eating. Lin Zayan continued to eat without noticing. until he suddenly couldn't help but ran over and vomited. He vomited and roared. "We have never treated you badly. How dare you do this? I will beat you to death." I watched all this coldly, without any anger, just quietly observing the situation. In the end, Aunt Lou paid a large sum of money at the request of the Lin couple and was kicked out of the house. The air was still filled with silence and disgust. Everyone put down their chopsticks. Their eyes were complicated, and they seemed to be struggling to accept this accident. Lin Zane said unwillingly, "Why don't we go out to eat?" I glanced at Lin Zane and smiled. "I know a spicy crayfish restaurant that is absolutely clean." He rolled his eyes at me with disdain. "How clean can takeout be? Isn't it made of gutter oil?" I didn't care and turned off the screen of my phone. "If you want to go to a 5-star hotel to pack your food, go ahead." Soon, the takeaway arrived, 2 large bags of fragrant crayfish. I started eating without hesitation, feeling proud in my heart. I used to work in this store. The oil and ingredients are top-notch, safe, and delicious. I clearly felt the joy brought by this peace of mind. Gradually, the expressions of Lin Qingshan and Susan became complicated, and finally, they couldn't help swallowing. "Well, it seems to be quite fragrant," Lin Qingshan whispered. Lin Zane was stunned and looked at me, and finally he was speechless. Chapter 22. Lin Qingshan and Susan grew up in an environment where they had little contact with roadside snacks. This spicy taste was both unfamiliar and tempting to them, and the crayfish in front of them made them curious. Finally, Lin Qingshan couldn't hold back any longer and whispered to me, "Ateo, is it enough? Do you want to order some more?" There was a hint of uneasiness in his tone, and it was obvious that he had not yet fully adapted to this kind of food. I smiled and replied calmly, "I ordered 4 servings, that's enough." I raised my eyebrows and looked at Lin Qingshan's reaction. Lin Qingshan was stunned for a moment, then showed a relieved smile and looked at Susan, as if he had discovered something precious. "It seems that my son is really considerate." After they sat down, the atmosphere was obviously more relaxed. Susan took the gloves I handed her and said with a smile, "These young people like things, they taste really good." I chuckled. "Yeah, next time when cooking, Annie can specially make crayfish so we can eat it at home anytime." Just as we were chatting happily, I noticed Lin Baixian standing there at the stairs on the 2nd floor, hesitant. I raised the small bowl in my hand and smiled brightly. "Second sister, come quickly. I have peeled them all." She finally came downstairs and said a little awkwardly, "Since you have peeled it, I will try it." The 4 of them sat around the table in a harmonious atmosphere. However, the arrival of Lin Zane broke the harmony. He walked into the restaurant with a smile on his face, carrying the packed seafood, but saw that we were full and there was no empty seat. "Dad, Mom, I packed some orangutan, king crab, and grouper for you." Lin Zane looked at everyone happily, but when he saw the leftovers on our empty plates, his face changed instantly. "We're full." Lin Qingshan was in a good mood and didn't notice Lin Zane's abnormality. Lin Zena's smile suddenly froze, and then he said in an awkward tone, "Those are from the Imperial Hotel. Don't you want to eat some more? And my sister's favorite caviar." "No, I really can't eat anymore." Susan and Lin Baixian shook their heads. Lin Zane's patience had reached its limit, and he coldly threw the food to the servant. "Throw it all away." Suddenly, the air froze, and everyone around was stunned. Why couldn't these things be kept in the refrigerator, even given to the servants? The servant said tentatively, "Master, can you let us eat it? Otherwise it would be a waste." Lin Zane's face changed, and he exploded with anger. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Throw it away. Are you beggars?" His words were like a sharp blade piercing the air, and the servant's face turned pale in an instant. "Nonsense." Lin Qingshan finally lost his temper and slammed the table. "Lin Zane, how did you teach this? You are embarrassing yourself." Lin Zane clenched his fists, lowered his head, and said nothing. He turned around and walked upstairs, slamming the door. Susan walked over to the servant and said apologetically, "Sister Zhao, I'm really sorry. We didn't teach our son well. Share it and don't think too much about it." The servant sniffed, feeling a little emotional. "Madam, you and Mr. Lin have always been good people." She lamented the ruthlessness and warmth of blood ties, and I, a truly kind-hearted young master, seemed even more sincere. The next day, I returned to school. I thought that the 2-day rest would allow the rumors about me to gradually fade away, but unexpectedly, Lin Zina's payment for the library renovation became the focus. The young master of the Lin family is such a good man. He took the initiative to repair the library. "It's much better than that Chinibu. It's so funny. He used to trick people with lightning before. It's so funny. After hearing these words, I realized that the Chinibu was referring to me. I was the Thor last week, but this week I became a joke. During lunch, I came to the restaurant and was surrounded by several people as soon as I sat down. The table was slapped several times. Hey, how dare you come here to eat? See if he will raise his finger to the sky again. Ah, be careful of thunder that might hit the restaurant. I responded coldly. I paid for my lunch myself. Aren't you going to compensate me? They laughed at me. You're asking me to pay? The leading boy walked over to me provocatively and grabbed my arm. I think you should pay compensation to Zane Xiao. He used his family's money to clean up your mess. How do you calculate this money? At this moment, Lin Zane came over and saw me being surrounded. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The boy seized the opportunity and pulled me. It just so happens that there are so many people here. Why don't you kneel down and thank Master Zane? My heart was calm, and my eyes showed a determination that could not be ignored. Chapter 23. These boys are all die-hard fans of Lin Zane, and they always try to curry favor with him. This time, when they learned that Lin Zane didn't like me, they started to deliberately make things difficult for me. Lin Zane stood aside, watching all this happen with a sneer, seemingly enjoying it. Lin Zane, I looked at him directly. You know that some things can never be kept secret, right? I glanced at Lin Zane indifferently. He obviously knew the meaning of my words, but he didn't care at all. He knows that I am the real young master of the Lin family, and this kind of thing has no effect on him. As long as he is in the Lin family, these people will always try to please him. The boys around me started to make a noise, and some even pushed me to kneel down. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly broke the noise. What are you doing? Everyone was stunned, and looking in the direction of the voice, they saw the beauty of the art department, Qiu Xiaoyan. She was wearing a black sportswear, her hair tied into a ponytail, and she was still beautiful. She glanced at the people present and finally fixed her eyes on Lin Zane. Lin Zane turned his head in astonishment, trying to show an indifferent expression, but Qiu Xiaoyan ignored him. She walked straight to me and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" I smiled and said no. I looked at Lin Zane and smiled contemptuously. Since you are unwilling to explain it clearly to your lackeys, let me tell them. I coughed lightly, and my voice was indifferent. It was my father who renovated the library. I'm the biological son of the Lin family, I sneered, and you are at most my parents' adopted son. The corners of my mouth curled up into a smile. Lin Zane, your parents kindly left you in the Lin family, not to let you talk nonsense outside. Lin Zane was stunned, and his expression suddenly changed. He had not intended to expose these things so quickly, but he did not expect that I would reveal the truth in this way. The reactions of the people around me also changed immediately. Just now they thought I was crazy, but when they saw Lin Zane's reaction, they instantly realized that what I said might be true. Lin Zane slowly and chuckled. Why aren't you talking? Lin Zane was indignant, but he lacked confidence. The Lin family has raised me for 20 years and even gave me shares. Do you think you, a country boy, can inherit the Lin family? Dream on. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Those who followed him were also confused for a moment and hurried to catch up with him. I looked at Qiu Xiaoyan and thanked her sincerely. Thank you for your help. I will treat you to a meal. Qiu Xiaoyan was slightly stunned and nodded after a moment's hesitation. Her request was totally beyond my expectation. Just a meal worth a dozen yuan. I confirmed again and again that she really only wanted these, so I went to the window to line up. But when I was ready to pay, I found that my meal card was gone. The window nearby only accepted meal cards, and the sudden dilemma made me feel embarrassed. Hey, are you going to buy or not? If not, get out of the way, the person behind me urged. When I was about to get out of the way, a slender hand suddenly reached out in front of me and put the meal card on the machine. Ding! I looked up and saw Qiu Xiaoyan. Her sudden appearance made me even more embarrassed. I agreed to treat you to a meal, but it turned out that you treated me. I smiled bitterly. She lowered her head and whispered, It's okay, just consider it as your visit fee last time. I was stunned for a moment. Visit fee? She nodded slightly, with a flash of excitement in her eyes. Your lightning-inducing technique is so cool. She lowered her head again and returned to her usual cold look. I suddenly realized that she was not cold, but rather a little shy. She might just have social phobia. After dinner, I promised, I will definitely treat you to dinner next time. Okay, then this weekend? She took the initiative to invite. Okay, I'll contact you then. She nodded and left. I stood there, looking at her back, and suddenly I felt a little excited about meeting her at the weekend. Then I called the police. Suddenly, I realized something was wrong and recalled that when those boys pushed me, their fingers seemed to touch my pocket. How could my meal card disappear out of thin air? The police arrived quickly and checked the surveillance. Sure enough, the surveillance showed that they had deliberately touched my pocket. Mr. Lin, if there's only the meal card, I'm afraid it's not enough to file a case. The police said doubtfully. That's enough. I have more than 5,000 yuan in my card. I answered calmly. More than 5,000 yuan? Kids nowadays are so rich. The police were surprised and immediately contacted the school leaders. Soon, the boys who had bullied me were brought over. When they saw me, their faces changed immediately. Especially when they heard that I had more than 5,000 yuan in my card. They collapsed immediately. Lin Tao, you deliberately hurt me. Chapter 24. So what if you deliberately hurt me? I didn't ask you to steal my things. I smiled faintly and watched the boy being taken away by the police. This time, Lin Zan lost his younger brother and was rejected by the goddess. He will definitely not let it go. However, I am not afraid. I want to see what tricks he can come up with. Lin Zan suffered such a big loss, and his first reaction was to go home and complain. But he soon realized that the family members who once loved him the most now seemed to be no longer on his side. In desperation, he went to find Bai Feng. Bai Feng was not as gentle and refined as the rumors said, but he was an out-and-out playboy. As someone who knew his background, Lin Zan went straight to the underground bar that Bai Feng often went to. When he opened the door of the box, Bai Feng was drinking with a scantily clad woman. Why are you here? Bai Feng saw him, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Lin Zan glanced at the woman unhappily and snorted. Brother Feng, you haven't married my sister yet. Are you afraid that she will find out if you play like this every day? As long as you don't say too much, how could she possibly find out? Did you come here to tell me this today? Bai Feng waved his hands impatiently. Lin Zan swallowed his breath and couldn't help but said, Isn't it that Lin Tao? Not only did he embarrass me in public, he also took my woman away. Bai Feng smiled with a bit of contempt. Xiao Zan, you are just anxious? She is just a woman. She can get whatever she wants. Why bother to fight with him? Lin Zan was speechless. Don't worry. Wait until I marry your elder sister. Then I will slowly teach him a lesson. Bai Feng patted his shoulder. I will arrange a girl to accompany you. She is 100 times prettier than that woman. Bai Feng always thought that the women around him were inferior, so Lin Zan found an excuse and left. After leaving the bar, he felt more and more depressed and couldn't help but go to the barbecue stall with a few of his brothers. After 3 rounds of drinking, the conversation started to become less reserved. Brother Zan, I think Lin Tao is really looking for death. Why don't we just kill him? Yes, kill him. My cousin knows some people who could do it cleanly. Instigated by his younger brothers, Lin Zan's rage was about to explode. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered these days, he decided, okay, kill him. The new semester had just begun, and the workload was not heavy. I occasionally went home for dinner. Bai Xian cared about me from time to time, which made me feel warm. However, on this day, my mood suddenly changed. The car passed an intersection, the traffic light ahead was broken, and the vehicles were moving slowly. Suddenly, a car rushed out and headed straight for our car. Be careful. I hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel and tried to steer the car away. The car brushed past, but luckily no one was hurt. I was so angry that I immediately opened the car door and prepared to argue with the perpetrator. But the car actually stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and sped away. I stood there, and the voice of the system in my mind sounded again. Lin Zan, fuck you. It's okay for you to play some tricks on me on weekdays, but you actually dare to use a car to kill people? These words made me even more furious, and Bai Xian also recovered from her shock. Did Lin Zan do this? Impossible. Her hands were still shaking, perhaps because of the thrill just now, or because of the anger in my tone. I'll call the police, Bai Xian said softly, and got out of the car resolutely. She didn't want to wrongly blame the good guys, and she didn't want to let any bad guys go. I stood there for a long time without saying anything, but my heart was in turmoil. I thought these little fights were just a game, just for fun, but I never thought they would get worse. As more and more dangers approached, I realized that I could no longer just watch passively. Sooner or later, I would be killed by Lin Zan or someone else. Hey system, besides eating melons, don't you have any other functions? I asked in my mind. Who said there are no other functions? Every time you eat melons 50 times, you can enter the lottery. The system's tone seemed a little unsure. After a brief silence, it continued, skills like divination, golden eyes, and various good luck items. Draw. I interrupted it directly. Don't give me any garbage. The lottery begins. Congratulations on winning the basic divination technique. Divination technique. I frowned slightly. If you encounter a delay in eating melons in the future, you can calculate it yourself. The system's voice was somewhat sarcastic. After all, I am just a system. I can't predict everything. What an unreliable thing. However, divination is also a skill, worth a try. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. When I saw the name on the screen, I couldn't help but smile. Xiao Xiaoyan, have you decided what to eat this weekend? But there's only a lot of noise coming from the other end of the line, and after a long time, a faint voice came. Lin Tao, save me. Chapter 25. Xiao Xiaoyan's voice on the phone was so weak that it shocked me. Where are you? Huayao. Hotel. I'll be there right away. Before she finished speaking, the phone was hastily hung up. Oh no, her call for help must have been discovered. Second sister, please handle the matter first. I have something urgent to do. I said in one breath, hailed a taxi, and left anxiously. Lin Baixian had never seen me so anxious before, and she wanted to ask, but it was too late. The system's voice sounded, telling me coldly. It was Lin Zayan who did it again. System, your timeliness is getting worse and worse. I was annoyed. If you are any later, everything will be too late. The system seemed a little embarrassed and explained, people who are close to the host will be faster, but for people like Xiao Xiaoyan who have only met a few times, the information will be delayed. I didn't have time to care about these things. When I arrived downstairs at Huayao Hotel, I realized that I had no idea which room Xiao Xiaoyan was in. The front desk naturally wouldn't tell me easily. Suddenly, an image of divination flashed through my mind. I concentrated for a moment, and the Bagua pattern appeared in my mind. I quickly asked a question, and the pattern began to rotate, giving me guidance. I followed the instructions of the Bagua pattern all the way upstairs and finally stopped at the door of a guest room. Just then, I heard a low conversation from next door. Why hasn't Brother Zane come yet? Is it safe to lock that girl alone next door? My heart tightened, and I felt uneasy. I knocked on the door next door. Takeout has arrived. Takeout. The man inside opened the door in confusion. I didn't wait for him to react and punch him down. He quickly entered the room, easily subdued the two men, took out the room card, tied them up with two data cables, and stuffed their mouths. When the two of them struggled to wake up, I had already left, tied up tightly, and could only wait to be discovered. I took the room card and pushed open Xiao Xiaoyan's door. She was lying on the bed, her hands were tied, her face was pale, and her breathing was rapid. The side effects of the drugs obviously made her confused, and her eyes were dazed. I immediately untied her rope, but unexpectedly, she suddenly hugged my neck tightly and pressed her whole body against me. Hey, hey, hey. I was startled and quickly stepped back. I feel uncomfortable. Her painful expression made my heart tighten and my face flushed abnormally. I touched her forehead, and I was even more nervous. It's so hot. Her eyes were blurry, and she clung to me like a wounded kitten. I quickly picked her up and walked toward the bathroom. Her face kept rubbing against my chest, her petite body trembling slightly, as if she wanted to get closer to me. However, I knew clearly that I couldn't take advantage of her. I put her into the bathtub without hesitation and poured cold water on her. She was awakened by the cold water, but under the influence of the drug, her painful moans sounded like gasps. I restrained myself and had only one thought in my mind, to let the effect of her medicine wear off as soon as possible. After a while, her body gradually regained some clarity, and the effect of the drug gradually faded. She looked up at me. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were full of resentment. Are you feeling better? No, she responded angrily. I couldn't help but frown. This medicine has a big impact on the brain. You have to hold your breath for a while. Although she didn't understand, she nodded instinctively. I quickly pressed her head down and let her immerse in the water temporarily. After half an hour, the effect of the drug completely disappeared and her eyes finally became clear. She was lying on the bed in another room, and I was sitting on the sofa looking down at my phone. She took a deep breath and said softly, Lin Tao, thank you. I didn't look up. It's okay. You're welcome. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but whispered, Am I unattractive, or are you not a man at all? I was a little speechless when she said that. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly remembered a scene. 15 years ago, I saved a little girl who fell into the water. Her memory seemed to be clearer than mine. The boy that day had a crescent-shaped birthmark on his arm. That day, I raised my hand to attract lightning, and Xiao Xiaoyan recognized it at a glance. She was in a state of confusion, not knowing whether to be thankful for the arrangement of fate or to sigh for being forgotten. The boy saved her again, but he seemed to have forgotten her completely. Chapter 26. Xiao Xiaoyan's gaze gently drifted towards me, with a hint of relaxation in her eyes. She realized that the me in front of her was not the same as the boy in her memory. After all, 15 years had passed, and she was still a child then. That period was more of a fantasy she created for herself. Despite this, every time I came to her rescue, she always felt inexplicably relieved. Do you want to see a good show? Her voice was low, but with a hint of provocation. I looked up at her with a sly smile on my face. Why? Do you want revenge? Qiu Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly, with complex and painful emotions in them. Of course I do. She quickly changed into the new clothes I gave her, turned over, and sat up from the bed. What do you need me to do? I smiled, leaned back on the sofa, and closed my eyes. You don't need anything, just wait quietly. She looked at me with some doubts, but didn't ask any more questions. She had no choice but to sit down and wait for the unknown situation to develop. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside, followed by the door of the next room being roughly pushed open. Qiu Xiaoyan's face changed instantly, and she obviously noticed something was wrong. Damn it, you can't even keep an eye on one person. The voice was harsh and angry. I listened carefully and already had a premonition. Lin Zhan. She looked at me in shock, her eyes full of confusion and astonishment. I nodded and sneered. Yes, it's him. Qiu Xiaoyan's mood suddenly became heavy, and her anger almost broke through her reason. I can't just sit there and watch. She stood up, as if ready to confront Lin Zhan. I whispered, don't be anxious. If you go there rashly, you can only scold him, which is useless. She was stunned. She was angry, but unable to refute. She had no choice but to sit back on the sofa with a dim look in her eyes. These rich people are so arrogant. They rely on their money to do whatever they want. Her voice trembled, as if she was asking herself a question out of disappointment. I didn't answer her, but just sighed and comforted her. Bad guys will get their comeuppance eventually. We won't just let it go like this. Then, I quickly picked up my phone and started typing, as if I was making some plans. About 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard again outside. This time, it was someone knocking on Lin Zhan's door. Lin Zhan was still furious at this moment, thinking that today's plan should have gone perfectly, but it was ruined completely. He walked to the door anxiously, ready to open it, but he didn't expect that the person standing outside the door was a sexy beauty in hot clothes. Who are you looking for? Lin Zhan was a little confused, but then his restless emotions were ignited again. However, the woman actually threw herself into his arms and said in a sweet voice, Handsome boy, can you stay with me for one night? Lin Zhan's mind completely collapsed. He suddenly picked her up and quickly returned to the bed. This scene has just begun. I stood at the window and made a phone call. The voice was calm and cool. Hello, is this the police? I want to report prostitution in the Huayao Hotel. Qiu Xiaoyan looked at me in shock, her mouth slightly open. She didn't expect me to go this route. She thought I would resort to unfair means like Lin Zhan, but she didn't expect that I would choose to call the police. The Lin family has a great influence in the capital. If something like this gets out, they will be embarrassed. Aren't you afraid? She asked. I smiled faintly. Some things should be handled impartially. After that, I continued to look out the window, feeling inexplicably excited. Soon, the police car arrived and acted quickly. I looked up at her and asked, Do you want to go out and see it, or watch it here? Here, she answered in a low voice, obviously not wanting to face Lin Zhan. Things went as I had planned. The police soon found Lin Zhan's room. When the police entered the room, the woman on the bed waved and said, Hi, police officer, we meet again. The police recognized her at first sight and took her away without asking any questions. Lin Zhan was completely taken away in a daze. Okay, I'll take you home first, and then I have a next game. I stood up and prepared to leave. Qiu Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. Next game? Yes, that's right. I smiled and walked towards the door. After returning to school, she hurriedly sent me a message to ask me what was going on, and I was already at the police station. In fact, I was not in a hurry to deal with Lin Zhan's matter. I just wanted to watch the excitement. The Lin family was extremely angry when they learned about Lin Zhan's situation, especially Lin Qingshan and Susan, who were unwilling to deal with the matter, believing that it was Lin Zhan's own fault. However, It was Lin Baixian who handled the matter. The police could only find Lin Zayan, but did not detain him. Soon, Lin Baixian and I took Lin Zayan back to the Lin family. Lin Tao, you must have done me wrong. I know you were the one who plotted against me. Lin Zayan shouted as soon as he entered the room, his eyes filled with crazy anger. Obviously, he had only one thought in his mind, to drag me down with him. I looked at him with a cold smile in my heart. The next drama has just begun. Chapter 27. Lin Qingshan and Susan S. faces darkened instantly, obviously dissatisfied with Lin Zayan's accusations. Before they could say anything, Lin Baixian interrupted coldly. Lin Tao has been here with me the whole time, and he even had a car accident on the way. How could he possibly plot against you? Lin Zayan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. It turned out that he had carefully planned this car accident in order to make the plan of kidnapping Xiaoyan go smoothly. He never expected that his move would backfire on him. Lin Qingshan and Susan quickly caught the key word car accident. Car accident? What happened? Lin Baixian nervously recounted the accident in brief. The police have gone to look for the driver who caused the accident, and the result will be out soon. Finding the driver is the police's job. I'm asking if you're okay. Susan hurried forward and looked at them nervously. Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? This kind of thing can be serious or minor. What if there is any injury? Mom, it's really okay. Lin Baixian hurriedly stopped her. It's really okay, don't worry. She knew that if she continued to talk, they would both be sent for a full-body checkup. I told Lin Qingshan and Susan that I was fine and that the car was only slightly scratched. They were relieved when they heard me say this. However, Lin Zayan's eyes were full of anger. He clenched his fists and finally couldn't help but burst out. You care so much about Lin Tao, don't you care about me? The atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone realized that Lin Zayan had been standing next to them. But what happened today was so embarrassing that everyone didn't know why they cared about him. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Baixian broke the deadlock and said coldly, the police said that woman is a repeat offender. Lin Zayan, you'd better go for a physical examination. Lin Zayan was stunned for a moment, and his anger grew even stronger. That's all you care about. He glared at his family, his tone cold. Ever since Lin Tao came back, you've treated me as an outsider. Okay, then I'm leaving. He turned around and slammed the door, leaving the room in silence. Lin Qingshan and Susan were silent for a moment, but ultimately did not chase him out. Lin Zayan had always been willful, and his family always showed mercy, but not this time. Isn't it caring about his health? Susan sighed softly. Mom, forget it. Xiao Zayan's recent behavior is indeed excessive. Let him think about it carefully. Lin Baixian whispered to comfort him. 3 days passed, and there was no news about Lin Zayan. The atmosphere at home became increasingly solemn. Lin Qingshan and Susan couldn't help feeling anxious. After all, Lin Zayan was the child they had raised for 20 years. Even though they were not related by blood, they couldn't just leave him alone. At this moment, my inner voice rang out. What is there to worry about? He must be hanging out with his friends in the internet cafe, eating, drinking, and having fun, and he can even stay in a hotel when he gets tired. After hearing these words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingshan immediately arranged for his assistant to find Lin Zayan's whereabouts. Soon, his ID card information showed that Lin Zayan often went to internet cafes and hotels near the school. You really don't treat yourself badly. Lin Qingshan's anger replaced his worry. In that case, let him go by himself. So he decided not to look for Lin Zayan anymore, but to teach this spoiled son a lesson. Lin Zayan's incident seemed like a passing cloud, and I continued to live my college life. One day, I suddenly received a message from Xiaoyan, asking me to meet her. I thought she was in trouble again, so I hurried to the agreed place. But she brought a gift box and led me to the restaurant with a smile. Lin Tao, thank you for saving me last time. This is the gift I prepared for you. She blushed and pushed the gift box over. I opened the box and found a delicate wooden bracelet with a strange pattern carved on it. She whispered, I made this myself. I put the bracelet on and rubbed it gently. Well done, I like it very much. Xiaoyan smiled slightly, and her shyness surprised me a little. Although she is introverted, she always maintains a kind of self-evident sincerity. Suddenly, her expression became serious. By the way, I heard that Lin Zayan's followers are still looking for you. I'm afraid they will cause you more trouble. I smiled lightly, not caring at all. It doesn't matter, just let them come. Xiaoyan looked at me with a little intoxication in her eyes. Do you have a solution? She asked in a low voice. Of course. I smiled softly. As long as you stay away from them, it won't be a big problem. After failing last time, I don't know if they dare to come again." She nodded. "I know. My father has already contacted the counselor. Lin Zayn should have been warned as well. Although her family is not as powerful as the Lin family, it is not one that can be bullied. Her father has a deep relationship with the police, and if Lin Zayn dares to do it again, he will definitely not end well." After dinner, we went to the library for the Literature Appreciation elective course. As soon as we arrived at the classroom door, we suddenly saw Lin Zayn's followers blocking the aisle with smirks on their faces, which was obviously a long-planned move. Chapter 28, I smiled at them, pretending to be harmless. The next moment, I quickly grabbed the nearest little brother and pushed him into the classroom. Splash! A bucket of water was poured on his head. I was stunned and couldn't react at all. I sighed softly. Just a bucket of water? I thought someone wanted to throw sulfuric acid, but I didn't expect it to be so gentle. "You?" The other students pointed at me angrily, unable to speak for a long time. I didn't care, walked into the classroom leisurely, and sat down at a random place. The eyes around me followed closely, with a hint of expectation. I smiled faintly. A trick of elementary school students. The air was filled with a strong smell of glue, and I sneered in my heart. It was all too obvious. As soon as I sat down, I suddenly felt a cold touch. I looked down and saw a small black snake crawling up my arm. If it were anyone else, they would have screamed in fear. But I just froze for a moment and gently stroked its head. "Can't find your home? Did they capture you?" I whispered to myself. The people around me were stunned. They didn't expect me to be so calm. The younger brother started to laugh at me. Hey, stop pretending. Where is this hallucination?" "Ah, look at him. He's so scared that he actually started talking to himself." Another little brother sneered. I ignored them and focused on the little snake in my hand. It nestled in my hand like a pet, its eyes looking unusually docile. The girls around me turned their eyes to me, and they also began to notice the little snake. "Wow, it's so cute," one girl couldn't help but say. "Its tail is like a puppy's, and it can actually move, as if it can be played with," another girl said with a smile. The atmosphere in the classroom became unusual. The girls gathered around and exclaimed in amazement. The younger brothers, especially the girls they were courting, became increasingly nervous. "You better not get too close. This snake is poisonous," a younger brother warned in a sarcastic tone. As soon as I finished speaking, the girls instinctively stepped back. I smiled and said in a relaxed manner, "Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It's just been born, so it's not dangerous. Do you want to see the talent show?" I tapped the table a few times, and the snake seemed to understand. It twisted its body and became more active, like it was dancing. All eyes in the classroom were focused on it, and many people took out their phones to record the video. The little snake's performance undoubtedly surprised everyone, and some girls even laughed out loud. But as time went by, the little snake gradually got tired, and the professor's footsteps came. I put the little snake in my pocket and whispered to it, "Rest first. I'll take you home after class." Lin Zayn's little brothers were so angry that their eyes were almost spitting fire. Looking at their appearance, I was secretly proud in my heart. The little snake is not poisonous, but it will bear grudges when it grows up. Its mother is not a good person. Some people should be careful. Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their backs and panic in their hearts. Behind the school is a large jungle where animals often appear. These little brothers thought the little snake was a joke, but they didn't expect it to plant the seeds of disaster for themselves. They left the classroom in annoyance, fearing that the snake would remember their scent and take revenge later. A few days later, in order to deal with the adverse impact of Lin Zayn's prostitution incident, the school specially organized a mandatory sex education lecture. The lecturer turned out to be Lin Baixian. Originally, this was not supposed to be her job, but because the original lecturer fell ill, the school decided to let her take his place. She was still as beautiful as ever, attracting the attention of a large number of boys, especially those sitting in the front row, whose eyes gradually became focused. Among them, there were many of Lin Zayn's bad friends. At the beginning, they were a little afraid that Lin Zayn would be unhappy, and did not dare to say too much. But after finding that Lin Zayn didn't seem angry and even occasionally interrupted and teased them, they let go and became more unscrupulous. I was sitting in the back row and heard it clearly. I never thought these young people could be so dirty as to make fun of my second sister. My anger instantly ignited, and I roared in my heart, "Damn it, how dare these people say that about my second sister?" After the lecture is over, I will invite them to the rooftop. I must teach these idiots a lesson today. Just when I was about to lose control, Lin Baixian on the stage suddenly stopped, as if she had heard what I was thinking. She frowned slightly, and instantly realized something, and said calmly, "Okay, everyone has understood the theoretical knowledge. There's still time now. I can check the student's illnesses. That student, please come up." She pointed to a boy next to Lin Zan. Chapter 29. There was dead silence in the auditorium, and all eyes were focused on Lin Baixian. She smiled and pointed at one of the boys. "You come here." The boy was stunned for a moment, walked towards the stage with a confused look on his face, guessing secretly in his heart. "I have a few questions, and you must answer them truthfully." Lin Baixian's tone was calm, but carried an intimidating force that could not be refused. The boy nodded, trying to stay calm. Lin Baixian seemed to sense his nervousness and began to ask simple questions easily. But soon her eyes became sharp, and her questions became tricky. She observed the boy's tongue carefully and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Tis TSK, college students should have good health, but it seems like they have a lot of problems." "What problems?" The boy panicked and his voice trembled a little. Lin Baixian put away her smile, and her tone became serious. "The most serious problem is your kidney deficiency." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire auditorium fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Those male friends didn't care about his embarrassment at all, but found it very funny. "Quiet." Lin Baixian raised her hand to signal, "Watch less disgusting videos in the future. Otherwise, you may be like this for the rest of your life." The boy's face instantly turned red, and he wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hurried off the stage. Lin Baixian glanced at the other boys and said coldly, "Who else wants to come up and check it out?" The boys in the audience were instantly shocked, and no one dared to look up. Lin Baixian continued to explain, speaking in a normal tone, as if nothing had happened. "After the lecture, I didn't leave in a hurry. I waited patiently for the crowd to disperse and prepared to help Lin Baixian pack up the materials." At this moment, several of Lin Zhan's brothers did not leave. One of them approached Lin Baixian with a flattering smile. "Baixian, can you give me a contact number?" I sneered and looked at the boy provocatively. "How dare you act so arrogant here? You might as well take some medicine first. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, your family will be extinct." I deliberately cast my eyes toward his crotch, full of meaning. His face changed, and he said coldly, "Lin Tao, don't make trouble here." He looked at Lin Baixian and gritted his teeth. "If you have the guts, go out and tell me." Just what I wanted. I raised my eyebrows, said nothing, and walked straight to the back door of the auditorium. There was a pile of junk outside the back door, and few people passed by. I picked up a stick and turned to look at them. "Do you want to come one by one, or all together?" They originally thought that they could use Lin Zhan's power to humiliate me and force me to apologize, but when they saw my current appearance, a chill rose in their hearts. "Why are you still holding a weapon?" one of the boys said with disdain. "Oh, then go ahead with your bare hands." I dropped the stick and hooked my finger. I had clearly dropped my weapon, but they were even more guilty. Now, we couldn't retreat, so we had to go ahead. "He's alone. Let's go together." One of the boys gritted his teeth and rushed forward first. As a result, he didn't even touch my clothes and retreated directly under my punch. "Why don't you come?" "Keep going," I shouted provocatively. The others were hesitant. At this moment, another boy picked up an iron rod from the ground and smashed it towards me. "Oh, you want me to be without weapons? You guys pick them up quickly." I sneered, not afraid at all. The boy waved the iron rod and said arrogantly, "At this time, who still cares about the rules?" Others also picked up the debris and rushed towards me. I dodged flexibly, not giving them a chance to touch me, and gradually they began to panic. While they were distracted, I quickly grabbed the iron rod, pulled it hard, and snatched it away. Then, I raised the iron rod and smashed it hard on the head of one of the boys. Seeing the iron rod about to hit them, the boys were filled with fear and could only watch. At this moment, I stopped. I didn't intend to let them die on the spot. I just wanted to teach them a profound lesson. "Are you scared now?" I chuckled. The boy couldn't hold it in any longer and sat down on the ground. The others were also completely frightened, and no one dared to approach me again. At this time, Lin Baixian arrived and was stunned by the scene in front of her. I stood in the middle of the open space, with a pale boy lying in front of me, and the others fled quickly. I put down the iron rod, and another boy hurriedly pulled up his fallen companion and ran away. Before leaving, he said harshly, "Lin Tao, you are lucky today, but sooner or later you will pay the price for this." Chapter 30. Lin Tao, do they often cause trouble for you? Lin Baixian frowned as she looked at the figures leaving, obviously feeling a little uneasy. I just smiled faintly, They're asking for trouble. Lin Baixian seemed a little suspicious of my confidence, but she was relieved when she saw that I didn't take it seriously. Second sister, have you considered coming to our school to be a school doctor? I suddenly asked. The school has mentioned this, but I'm still considering it. Lin Baixian shook her head. If it were before, she might have refused. After all, she had a plan for her career. But after experiencing the mental illness incident and seeing me being bullied, she suddenly felt that becoming a school doctor and living a peaceful life with me might be a good choice. At this moment, my inner voice rang out. If my second sister could become a school doctor and leave that hospital, perhaps her fate could be avoided. I watched her prick up her ears, feeling somewhat helpless. She had already heard this, yet I was bringing it up again. Really, my second sister is so miserable. Her career has suffered setbacks, and her marriage is also a mess. I shook my head and sighed. Forget it, I will remind her when it's time. She wanted to speak in dissatisfaction, but stopped, feeling a tightness in her chest. Lin Baixian had to hold back the words in her heart. During dinner, the Lin family was having a great time. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, followed by the servant's voice. Master, madam, Master Zayan is back. Lin Zayan's returned through my inner voice. More importantly, Lin Zayan had to come back because he'd spent all his money and his card was suspended. When Lin Zayan came in, everyone was shocked. He was dirty and his face was bruised, and he had obviously just been in a fight. What's going on? Lin Qingshan asked with a frown. Although he was soft-hearted, this look still made him unhappy. Lin Zayan's face was filled with anger, and he angrily accused. Lin Tao, I know that my friends have offended you, but after all, you and I live under the same roof. Why did you ask someone to beat me up? Second sister, he is talking nonsense. Lin Baixian immediately defended me. Lin Zayan's eyes widened, and he said bitterly, how could you be deceived by him? Even if he was at home, wouldn't it affect his contact with those gangsters outside? Lin Baixian was speechless. She knew in her heart that if she wanted to teach Lin Zayan a lesson, there was no need to find some gangsters. Lin Zayan was about to continue accusing me when his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he hung up the call, but the number called again soon, and he answered it impatiently. The voice on the other end of the phone made Lin Zayan's face suddenly change. He said hurriedly, did you make a mistake? No, I'll be there right away. After he hung up the phone, he left in a hurry without bothering to explain to his family. Lin Tao sneered and ate fruit leisurely. What is coming will come. This time I want to see how you explain it. I laughed secretly in my heart. Do you think that throwing some money around can solve the problem? Don't be silly. You've run into a tough nut. I thought of that person again, and I felt that things were going to take a big turn. Hearing my voice, Lin Qingshan and Susan looked at each other, and their faces instantly turned gloomy. Lin Zayan actually beat someone into the hospital? If this matter were to get out, it would be a big blow to Lin's company. Prepare the car. Lin Qingshan made a decision immediately and quickly changed his clothes to get ready to go. They rushed to the hospital almost nonstop. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. When they went upstairs, they heard Lin Zayan's arrogant voice. Do you know who I am? I am a young master of the Lin family. You are just a nobody. How dare you threaten me with calling the police? Lin Qingshan and Susan were shocked. They never expected that their son would use the Lin family's identity to bully others in this way. Lin Qingshan could no longer bear it and shouted angrily. Lin Zayan turned his head suddenly and saw his parents. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What he feared most was not the police, but his parents' anger. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Lin Zayan forced a stiff smile and pointed at the yellow-haired gangster on the bed and said, It's him. Lin Tao asked me to instruct him to beat me. Bah! The yellow-haired man sneered and spat fiercely. Lin Zayan, don't you know how much money you owe me? Now that you're here, pay me back first, and then I'll talk about whether to beat you or not. Lin Zayan's face changed, and he kept saying, You're talking nonsense. I'm from the Lin family. How could I owe you money? Judging from his expression, he seemed to have lost confidence and knew in his heart that this matter was not that simple. Chapter 31. First Love on the Internet. What the hell is going on? Lin Qingshan asked with a cold face. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. Lin Zayan still wanted to quibble. But before he could finish, he was stopped by Lin Qingshan. Shut up, I'm asking him. Lin Qingshan looked at the yellow-haired man on the bed and asked seriously, You said my son owes you money? Ha! Lin Zayan, I was wondering why you played dirty tricks on me for just a few $100,000. Turns out you were hiding it from your father. The yellow-haired man glanced at Lin Zane sarcastically and said to Lin Qingshan, "Yes, your son owes me hundreds of thousands. The agreed repayment date has long passed. Today I want to give him an ultimatum, but I didn't expect this kid to hit me. Boss Lin, you're a businessman after all, and a big shot in Beijing. If you really have some dignity, return the money right away." Although Huang Mao's tone was not very good, it was not aggressive either. Looking at the whole matter, it is obvious that Lin Zine is not in the right. Now Huang Mao didn't say that he would pursue the matter of beating. He only asked Lin Zane to pay back the money, which was considered as leniency. Lin Qingshan was so angry that he was shaking all over. "Leave me your phone number, and I'll ask my assistant to pass it to you later." Lin Zane fiercely again. Lin Zine didn't think it was his fault at all, and retorted, "Who told you to suspend all my credit cards? I can't even get any money out, and I have to borrow hundreds of thousands from others. You mean to blame us?" Lin Qingshan laughed out of anger. Ah, perhaps frightened by his father's angry look, Lin Zane didn't dare to continue making excuses. Susan said unhappily, "Your father should have suspended your card just the day before yesterday. How come you borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars from others?" Lin Zane stiffened his neck and said unconvincedly, "Isn't it normal to spend a lot when you're away from home?" "Huh, it seems you don't know what your precious son is doing outside." The yellow-haired man on the hospital bed suddenly laughed. "Yeah, you rich people just play with flowers, internet celebrities, young models. Just shut up." Lin Zane got angry and rushed forward, wanting to beat the yellow-haired guy up again. Huang Mao shouted hurriedly, "Lin Zane, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Otherwise, even if your parents are here, I will call the police anyway." Lin Zane's hand, which was hanging in the air, stopped. Huang Mao's words really touched his sore spot. Today's incident has finally been resolved into a minor one. If it continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve. At this time, Lin Tao and Lin Baixian also came to the hospital. From a distance, I saw the confrontation between several people. Lin Tao glanced at the yellow-haired man and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Lin Baixian looked over curiously, and soon she heard Lin Tao's voice. "Haha, Lin Zane and this yellow-haired guy are really destined to be together." A few years ago, Huang Mao was actually Lin Zane's online love interest. Both men used female accounts to pretend to be transsexuals online. Coincidentally, they both thought the other was a real girl. It was a pity that the online relationship was discovered by his mother, who secretly changed Lin Zane's password, forcing the relationship to end. It was a pity for Huang Mao. From then on, he spent every day in the internet cafe to surf the internet, just to find his former true love. TSK, TSK, TSK. So this means they are each other's first love. I didn't expect it to get to this point. It's really fate playing tricks on me. These words shocked the Lin family, and they all had different expressions. Lin Baixian looked like she was eating a melon, while Lin Qingshan and Susan held their foreheads helplessly. They are reflecting. How have they been parents all these years? Why did they raise such a son? Seeing that Lin Zane and the yellow-haired guy were still on edge, Susan hesitated for a moment and said sternly, "Xiao Zane, you've been in the internet cafe these days, right?" No, just playing around." Lin Zine said guiltily. "Huh, how come I've been addicted to the internet so much since I was a kid?" Susan snorted coldly and deliberately raised her voice. "Remember a few years ago, you were still having an online romance? You didn't even know if the other person was a man or a woman." "Mom." Lin Zane didn't expect that his mother would expose his shortcomings in front of so many people, and he felt embarrassed for a moment. "I remember you were called something like Miss Pure Love. Xiao Zane, you were a boy after all. It's okay to have an online romance, but you're also pretending to be a girl. Isn't that shameful?" Susan couldn't stop talking about this. At the same time, her eyes turned to the yellow-haired man on the hospital bed. Sure enough, after hearing the name Miss Pure Love, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes. Wait a minute." Huang Mao raised his hand, pointed at Lin Zane and asked, "What game were you playing at that time?" "None of your business." Lin Zane now feels annoyed when he sees Huang Mao and is unwilling to answer any of his questions. Susan answered helpfully, "I remember it was called something like Love. It looks like a game played by girls." "Haha, the person you were dating online is also interesting. She changed her name to something like Miss Coquettish for you." In an instant, Huang Mao sat up from the hospital bed. The body still wrapped in gauze didn't seem to hurt anymore. You are actually Xiaochun." Huang Mao's face looked very ugly. There was surprise, but more of it was disbelief and anger. Lin Zane was also confused. He hasn't heard anyone call him Xiao Chun for many years. He reacted quickly, his pupils almost trembling. You are Xiao Jiao? The two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds and said in unison, "Fuck you." The situation instantly became out of control again. Lin Qingshan and Susan shook their heads helplessly and left the ward together. No matter what, I just hope Lin Zhan can learn from his mistakes. Just when the two thought that the matter was resolved and they could go home, Lin Tao's voice echoed in his mind again. It turns out that my dad also had an online romance before, and it was after he got married, and my mom didn't know about it until now. Interesting. The atmosphere once again dropped to freezing point. Chapter 32, The Lin's Plan. Lin Baixian opened her mouth in surprise. If she didn't want to expose Lin Tao's true feelings, she would probably cover Lin Tao's mouth and drag him away. Her mind raced, trying desperately to think of how to change the subject. Asked Lin Tao if he was not hungry either, but they had just finished dinner before Lin Zhan returned home. Ask Lin Tao if he is sleepy. It's just past 8 o'clock now. It's too abrupt to ask like this. Lin Baixian has always thought that she is very smart, but now she finds that she can't even find a reason. But seeing Susan's complexion getting worse and worse, Lin Baixian realized that it seemed too late. Lin Qingshan, I was curious before. Who did Xiao Zhen learn this online dating habit from? Could it be you? Susan's eyes, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of coldness. Lin Qingshan quickly said righteously, "How is that possible? I'm not his biological father. It has nothing to do with me." "Oh, really? You mean you've never been into this kind of mess before?" Susan was asking. Her tone was very firm. This made Lin Qingshan not know how to explain it for a while. No, really not. Lin Qingshan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But he really doesn't remember having any online romance experience. Let alone online dating, he is still not very good at the internet. There are so many things to do in the company every day. How can he have a time? Besides, his wife is virtuous and his daughters are sensible. He would have to be crazy to risk ruining all that by engaging in an online romance. Thinking of this, he glared unhappily at Lin Tao, who was walking in front of him. What's wrong with this kid? Just when I felt that his inner voice was very authentic, I came up with this. Lin Tao felt a chill on his back. Looking back, I saw Susan with a cold look on her face, while Lin Qingshan was smiling awkwardly. Haha, my dad is really henpecked. I'm afraid my dad himself has forgotten that the internet had just become popular at that time, and he wanted to use this special method to add some little fun between the two of them. It's a pity that my mom never buys into this, no matter how my dad flirts with her. This time, it was Lin Baishuan's turn to hold his forehead. She lowered her head and glanced at her parents calmly. In her impression, her parents came from prominent families, and the two of them always treated each other with respect and were relatively reserved. I didn't expect this to happen. After hearing Lin Tao's voice, Lin Qingshan finally remembered. At that time, he found the way young people dated online very novel. And he also heard from his subordinates that couples should have some small surprises from time to time. So he created a small account and wanted to have an online romance with Susan. Unexpectedly, Susan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Often he would send more than 10 messages before Susan would reply only one, and it was a repetitive process. I was blocked after a few days. This made him happy and disappointed at the same time. Susan also vaguely remembered this incident. When she found out that the person who harassed her was Lin Qingshan, she felt a little embarrassed. The most embarrassing thing is not the memories, but their childish behavior was actually known to their son and daughter. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do at the company. I'll go work overtime for a while. Lin Qingshan found an excuse to escape. Susan also clapped her arms. By the way, your Aunt Lu asked me to play cards today. We are short of one person, so I'll go over first. You guys can go home by yourselves. After saying that, he left quickly. Lin Baixian naturally knew why her parents suddenly had something to do, but Lin Tao didn't know. He just stared blankly at the backs of Lin Qingshan and Susan as they left. These two people are weird. In the next few days, Lin Zhan finally calmed down. He seemed to realize his mistake and behaved very well every day. Lin Qingshan and Susan were not fooled by Lin Zhan's appearance. To be precise, Lin Zhan no longer has much credibility in their hearts, making trouble again and again. If they had not heard Lin Tao's thoughts and tried their best to stop him, the reputation of the Lin family would probably have been ruined by Lin Zhan long ago. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, the Lin couple came up with a solution. That is to send Lin Zan abroad. Anyway, after Lin Zan failed the college entrance examination, he also pestered them and wanted to go abroad. At the beginning, they felt that Lin Zan was immature and could not take good care of himself abroad, so they would rather spend more money to let him study at a domestic university. Now it seems that it was a wrong decision on their part. Fortunately, it's not too late to make up for it now. They can send Lin Zan abroad first, and then break off the relationship with Lin Zan after they get used to each other. That's right. It means breaking off relations. They might have been reluctant to do so before, but after seeing Lin Zana's performance in recent times, they had no choice but to do so. Even if it's just a superficial severance of ties, it's okay to continue supporting each other secretly. Anyway, we can't let Lin Zan continue to get into trouble. The Lin couple did not discuss this plan with other family members. They just wanted to wait until Lin Zan was out for a year or two before slowly implementing it. Unexpectedly, Lin Zan, who had never been very smart, this time keenly felt the change in his parents' attitude towards him. After eavesdropping several times, he learned their thoughts. This made him angry and scared. He doesn't want to leave, and he can't leave. As long as he stays in this family, he still has a chance to turn things around. Once you leave, there will be nothing left. After thinking for a long time, Lin Zan came up with a solution. That day, he went to the underground bar again and found Bai Feng. "Brother-in-law, you have to help me this time." As soon as he entered the door, Lin Zan couldn't wait to speak. Bai Feng didn't take it seriously at first. He just waved his hand and wanted to ask him to drink or drive him away. But this time, Lin Zan was no longer timid and fawning in front of Bai Feng as before, and his eyes were full of viciousness. "Bai Feng, if you don't help me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Bai Feng's face darkened. He raised his eyes and stared at Lin Zan and said coldly, "Lin Zan, do you know what you're talking about?" Lin Zan leaned back on the sofa and put the wine bottle on the table. "If you help me, I will continue to help you in the future. If you don't help, then don't expect to marry my sister." Chapter 33. The Self-Torture Scheme. Bai Feng realized that Lin Zan was serious. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and dismissed the women around him. "Lin Zan, don't think that just because you helped me before, you can threaten me like this." Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, with a sinister light flashing in his eyes. As the future heir of the Bai family, no one has dared to speak to him like this for a long time. Lin Zan clenched his fists. He also knew that he couldn't afford to offend Bai Feng. But at this point, he has no other choice. "Brother Feng, I'm not blackmailing you. I just have no other choice. They want to send me abroad and cut off all ties with me. Just think about it. If I leave the Lin family, who will be able to help you in the future?" Lin Zan can be said to have used both reason and emotion to persuade the people, using both soft and hard tactics. Although Bai Feng was still unhappy, he managed to suppress his anger and asked calmly, "Then how do you need me to help you?" Lin Zan saw Bai Feng give in. He quickly moved closer and whispered something in Bai Feng's ear. There was no expression on Bai Feng's face. "Then I'll help you again. Weekend, early morning." The doorbell rang outside the Lin family's door. At this time, the servant went out to buy groceries. The younger generations in the family usually haven't gotten up yet, and only Lin Qingshan and Susan are doing morning exercises in the yard. Seeing the courier standing outside the yard, Susan was a little confused. "Why is the express delivery so early today?" As he said this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to open the door. "Maybe they bought too much stuff, so the courier delivered it to us in advance." Lin Qingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't care. Following Susan, he thought that if there were a lot of express deliveries, he could help. But when the courier handed a box to Susan, Lin Qingshan suddenly saw a flash of cold light under the box. "Careful!" When Lin Qingshan reacted and wanted to rush forward, it was too late. The courier simply overturned the carton and swung the knife at Susan. Susan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She stood there and even forgot to dodge. At this moment, another figure rushed out from the side and stood straight in front of Susan. "Mom, be careful." It was Lin Zan. In a flash, the knife stabbed over and pierced Lin Zan's shoulder. "Ah!" Lin Zan screamed. The severe pain made his face lose color instantly. But he not only did not dodge, but he shouted at the courier, "How dare you hurt my mother? I will fight you." I don't know if it was because of Lin Zan's appearance that the courier frightened him, but he immediately threw away the knife and ran out without looking back. Lin Qingshan rushed over and saw Lin Zan's bleeding shoulder. He was so angry that he trembled all over. "Call the family doctor." Also, call the police immediately. Quick. The servant who had just gone out to buy groceries just came back. Seeing this scene, they made a phone call in horror and helped Lin Zane back to the living room. After a while, the family doctor arrived with his assistant. When Lin Tao came out of the room, what he saw was the chaotic scene downstairs. Lin Zane lay on the sofa with a pale face and was examined by the family doctor. Lin Qingshan and Susan sat nearby, their faces filled with worry and nervousness. Susan's eyes were still a little red, and she looked at the wound on Lin Zane's shoulder that was still bleeding with heartache. Lin Baixian was also sitting not far away. As a doctor, she has seen many big scenes. He just frowned slightly, showing no emotion. Lin Zane was injured so early in the morning? Lin Tao was confused. I don't know if it was because he was sleeping, but he didn't get to eat the melon this time. I simply used divination again to find out what was going on. The Bagua formation appeared in his mind, and soon, a simple vein was revealed. Haha, it's another self-directed and self-acted film. But this time, he was really ruthless. Lin Tao understood what had happened. He couldn't help but sneer. Downstairs, Lin Zane was lying on the sofa, still looking weak. While tending to the wound, he hummed from time to time. This made Susan feel even more guilty. After all, Lin Zane was injured because he saved her. Recalling that they had previously planned to send Lin Zane away, she felt even more uncomfortable. Lin Zane on some things. Lin Zane is still a good kid at heart. Xiao Zan, if you feel uncomfortable somewhere, remember to tell the doctor and get checked out immediately. Susan warned carefully. Don't worry, Mom. Lin Zane raised a weak smile and said lightly, as long as you are okay. We're fine. We're fine. Hearing these words, Susan felt even sadder. His voice became choked, and he lowered his head and silently wiped away his tears. But at this moment, Lin Tao's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Lin Zane's self-torture trick is really. I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel to himself. In order to win the sympathy of his family, he actually hired someone to act out such a scene. But he was successful. A self-torture tactic? Directed and acted by herself? Susan's tears stopped at once. After several confirmations from the previous times, they now believe in Lin Tao's thoughts. He couldn't help but look at Lin Zane with an inquiring gaze. I'm really fine. It's just a minor injury. As long as I can protect you, I'm not afraid of death. Lin Zane did not notice the changes in the people around him and was still immersed in his own world. By the way, Xiao Zane, I remember that you always sleep until noon on weekends and rarely eat breakfast. Why are you up so early today? Lin Baixian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Lin Zane didn't seem to expect someone to ask this out of the blue. After being stunned for a moment, he stammered and explained, That's right, I just can't sleep for some reason. I want to go downstairs and do morning exercises with my parents. Oh, that's a coincidence. If you hadn't gotten up early, I'm afraid Mom would be in danger. Lin Baixian looked thoughtful. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. The police had arrived. This time the matter was relatively simple to explain, and the police quickly understood the situation. But unexpectedly, the surveillance camera installed at the front door of the Lin family broke down at some point. So apart from the person involved, no one knew what the murderer looked like. You don't have to worry. The surveillance cameras on several roads outside have just been replaced with high-definition ones. Even if the suspect is wearing a hat or mask, we can still identify him from the data by his eye and body features. The policeman said patiently. After hearing these words, the Lin family's expressions finally looked a little better. Only Lin Zane had a flash of panic in his eyes. Chapter 34. Taking Kickbacks. After hearing Lin Tao's thoughts, the Lin family's attention was focused on Lin Zane's face. Lin Zane's face was accurately captured. They're all smart people, so it's no wonder they guessed the truth. Xiao Zine, are you sure you didn't see that person clearly? Susan asked one last time. Mom, I really didn't. The situation was so urgent that my mind went blank. Lin Zane still tried to fool people with the excuse he had prepared earlier. But this time, he vaguely noticed the helplessness in his mother's eyes. Only then did he notice that the concerned looks his family had shown him had disappeared at some point. In addition to the mother, the father and second sister also had helpless looks in their eyes. Dad, Mom, why do you look like that? Lin Zane's heart was pounding with nervousness. He considered the possibility that he might have been exposed, but quickly rejected the idea. This was done so secretly that there was no way he would be discovered, especially now that even the police have no evidence. It is impossible for them to suspect him. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Zane raised his head firmly, Dad, Mom, I really didn't see the man clearly. You also saw the situation at that time. If I hadn't appeared in time, Mom would have. Susan looked at Lynn Zane's expression of refusing to admit it, and even though she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't say a word. Having raised her son for 20 years, she didn't want to completely break up with him. No matter what, she still wants to give everyone some respect. Others probably think so too. They just told Lynn Zane to take good care of his injuries and then ignored him. Seeing the indifference of his family members, Lynn Zane also understood something. Although he didn't know where he made the mistake, it seemed that being exposed was a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, in the next few days, Lynn Zane always saw his parents talking about something in the study. When he gets close, they stop talking. Moreover, he also saw some information about foreign schools in the trash can in the study. It seemed that they were determined to send him out this time. Lynn Zane was extremely upset, but he had no other choice. He knew that by phone would not help him again in the short term. Lynn Zane thought about it for several days and suddenly thought of something. He immediately went to the school and found the person in charge of renovating the library in the logistics department. The person in charge is named Lee, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is tall and thin, with a shrewd look on his face. After Lin Qingshan decided to help University A renovate the library, Lin Zane found the person in charge. Just as Lin Zine thought, Director Lee was also a greedy person. The two of them immediately agreed to make a 50-50 profit from the materials. When Director Lee saw that it was Lin Zane who came, a wry smile appeared on his face. "Hey, Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Director Lee was busy serving tea and water while greeting the guests. But that smile was very fake. Faced with these second-generation rich people, he felt very dissatisfied in his heart as he had to smile to these young people even though he was already old. "But I really can't afford to offend him." Lin Zane sat on the sofa, took the teacup without hesitation and took a sip, then said calmly, "Director Lee, the money from Lin should have been transferred a few days ago. Why haven't you made any moves? Are you planning to keep it all for yourself?" "How could that be?" Director Lee quickly explained. He glanced outside the door and made sure no one was there before lowering his voice and saying, "Mr. Lin, didn't we agree before that we would divide the money after the renovations were completed?" Lin Zine rolled his eyes in annoyance. "It's only a month at most. What's the difference?" In fact, Lin Zane felt a little uneasy at this moment. They had indeed agreed to split the money after the project was completed, but it was too late for him now. He didn't know when his parents would send him away. If he was not ready by then, he would have to wait for death. So he had to get the most money as quickly as possible. But in order not to leave any trace, he could not show any eagerness. He must remain as arrogant and domineering as before. Director Lee was indeed frightened by Lin Zane's appearance and hurriedly explained patiently, "Mr. Lin, because a lot of materials have not arrived yet, we are not sure how much will be left in the end." Lin Zine frowned. "Do you think I really don't understand? This kind of project plan has been written in advance with detailed information. But there may be special circumstances." Director Lee wanted to explain. Lin Zine waved his hands impatiently. "No matter what special circumstances there are, the amount won't be much different. You could just bear it yourself. Don't forget, without me, you won't make a penny." Director Lee was very annoyed by Lin Zane's attitude. It's bad enough that he goes back on his word, but he actually threatens him? But even if he was angry, he couldn't show it. After hesitating for a moment, he asked cautiously, "Mr. Lin, are you in urgent need of money? If not, I could transfer some money to you first." Lin Zine would never admit it. He just said nonchalantly, "I've got my eyes on a new car, and my pocket money is short." Director Lee clenched his fists tightly. Even at his age, he still has to work hard every day. In order to earn some kickbacks, you have to live in fear all day long. But Lin Zane is just in a hurry to buy a car. Director Lee took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. "Mr. Lin, you should also know that every sum of money needs to be approved layer by layer. Until the project is completed, a large part of it cannot be obtained at all." Lin Zine said coldly, "Then you should pay the money that should be given to me first, and when the money comes, you can take it all." Director Lee saw that Lin Zane was determined to get the money first, and there was really no other way. "I had no choice but to take out my phone and sigh heavily. Well, I'll transfer all of this little private money to you." After a while, Lin Zane received the arrival information. This made him feel more at ease, and his complexion improve a lot. "Okay, then we're even. I'm leaving." Lin Zane got the money. He didn't want to stay for a moment. Then he went on to his next plan. But what he didn't know was that he was not the only one who received the message about the money arriving to his bank card. Chapter 35. drive out the Lin family. After Lin Zayn caused so many troubles, although the Lin family did not say much to him on the surface, in order to avoid being implicated further, they secretly monitored Lin Zayn, especially when it comes to money. When the amount of money deposited into Lin Zayn's bank card exceeds a certain range, the bank will notify the relevant person in charge. That is Lin Baixian. She didn't want her parents to be sad about Lin Zayn's affairs anymore, so she took the initiative to take on the responsibility of keeping an eye on Lin Zayn. She also quickly found out the source of the money. She did not forget what Lin Tao had said before. Lin Zayn embezzled the project funds, and the materials used to renovate the library were replaced with inferior ones. That the collapse accident will lead to a series of irreversible consequences, just as Lin Tao said in his heart. Why? Lin Baixian sighed heavily. Her original intention was not to kill Lin Zayn. But the mess Lin Zayn had made this time was too big, and she didn't want the entire Lin family to be buried with him. Logically speaking, these matters should be handled by the eldest sister, Lin Shuj. But my eldest sister hasn't come back since the last time she went abroad. There seems to be some problems at the branch office over there, caused by Lin Zayn, were blamed on Lin Baixian. The thought that the previous 20 years of family affection had gone to waste made her very upset. In the following days, Lin Baixian mobilized the people that his parents had arranged for him to keep an eye on Lin Zayn's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, after Lin Zayn got such a large sum of money, he did not stop there. He even borrowed money from some noble families who used to be on good terms with the Lin family in the name of his family. Even though there was no big fanfare, some people still informed Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan was very angry and immediately sent someone to inform everyone that Lin Zayn's borrowing of money was his personal behavior and had nothing to do with the Lin family. The people from other families were also smart. When they saw Lin Qingshan's reaction, they guessed most of the situation. This is clearly a sign of intending to sever ties. People like them, who put profit above all else, will naturally not do business at a loss. When he got back, he directly rejected Lin Zayn and kicked him out. Lin Zayn encountered setbacks one after another and gradually became irritable. You guys are such a snob. Believe it or not, I will ask my dad to cut off all cooperation with you. If you offend me, I will make you regret it sooner or later. Bah! However, all his crazy actions came to a halt after hearing a word from the person inside. They said they would call the police if he continued to make trouble. Lin Zayn immediately stopped shouting. He had not forgotten the embarrassment he felt the last time he was taken away by the police. He doesn't want to do it again. However, he was still taken away. Lin Zayn's recent behavior has brought shame to the Lin family. Before he made a big fuss, Lin Baixian brought her bodyguards and forcibly took Lin Zayn back home. Lin Zayn saw that he was going home. He breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he entered the door and felt the solemn atmosphere at home, he panicked again. Dad, Mom, Lin Zayn opened his mouth. A teacup flew towards him. With a loud bang, it hit the wall next to it. The fragments and the tea inside were scattered all over the floor. Lin Zayn was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. Looking up, he saw that Lin Qingshan's face was full of anger, and there was no longer the love in his eyes when he looked at him. You have to know that he has been naughty since he was a child. Even if he made mistakes in the past, no matter how much his father scolded him, he would never have such a resolute expression. Lin Zayn quickly looked at his mother, but he found that his mother Susan's face didn't look much better. Lin Zayn, how did we owe you that you became like this? Susan said with a trembling voice. Mum, s. Lin Zayn broke out in cold sweat on his back, and his legs felt a little weak. This might be the first time he thought about whether he had really done something wrong. Lin Qingshan snorted coldly. Oh, you are just an ungrateful wolf. If you continue to stay in this family, sooner or later, you will completely destroy the Lin family. This topic has finally come to the surface. Lin Zayn clenched his fists tightly and finally felt scared. He couldn't imagine how he would live in the future if he left the Lin family like this, after living a life of luxury for 20 years. Thinking back to the predicament I faced when I went to borrow money today, what should I do if he becomes like a rat crossing the street in the future? Thinking of this, Lin Zayn couldn't bear it any longer and knelt down with a plop. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lin Zayn spoke. Tears and snot could not stop flowing. He crawled to his mother's feet on his knees, apologizing repeatedly. But Susan was already extremely disappointed with Lin Zayn and was really unwilling to forgive him. They dare not gamble. Lin Zayn is still like that this time. They'll have to clean up the mess again. Lin Zayn hugged Susan's legs and kept begging. But he found that his mother, who had always loved him, didn't even look at him today. If it were in the past, his mother would definitely not have the heart to see him like this. This made him feel even colder. Lin Zayan, don't make things difficult for your mother. We have already decided that you will no longer be a member of our Lin family. Lin Qingshan sighed and said lightly, Dad. Lin Zayan was about to kneel in front of his father again. But Lin Qingshan stood up first and walked upstairs. Susan sighed heavily and followed. Dad, Mom. Lin Zayan still wanted to catch up. Lin Baixian stood up and stood in front of him. Lin Zayan, don't make things difficult for your parents. The Lin family has never treated you unfairly, but you have done this again and again. Your parents have decided that they will still give you pocket money every month, and they have also arranged an apartment for you near your school. If you really want to ask for your parents' forgiveness, then go and live a stable life on your own. Lin Baixian knew that her parents did not want to kill Lin Zayan, so she told them their plans. Lin Zayan gritted his teeth, stood there, and didn't say anything for a long time. It would be a lie to say, I don't hate you. But now he is more afraid. He is afraid of losing everything he once had. Chapter 36. Fake Young Master. Lin Zayan still left the Lin family. But he was only depressed for half a day, and the next day, he went out to play with that group of bad friends. Just like a rebound after being suppressed, he became particularly rebellious and arrogant in front of everyone. In a dim box, Lin Zayan sat in the middle, still looking like a second-generation rich kid. Sitting next to him was Lin Tao's former school beauty, Liang Xiaoxue. Liang Xiaoxue was always dressed seductively, and today she was wearing cool clothes, and she kept sticking to Lin Zayan. Her chest was so full that she wanted to press it directly on Lin Zayan's arm. Lin Zayan was so infatuated that he completely forgot about the fact that he was kicked out of the Lin family. He even felt a little relieved. Anyway, his pocket money didn't decrease much. He didn't have to live at home, and no one would care about him. Wouldn't he be freer then? After a few rounds of drinking, this group of friends began to speak more and more without restraint. At the beginning, everyone was praising Lin Zayan and belittling Lin Tao. But someone suddenly brought it up. By the way, Brother Zayan, what that kid said before, that he is the real young master of the Lin family. I don't know if it's true or not. The person who was speaking was drunk. His speech was slurred and unclear. But as soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone present should know about this matter. But since Lin Zayan did not express his opinion, as Lin Zayan's followers, they naturally did not dare to ask more questions. I didn't expect that under the influence of alcohol today, this topic would be brought up. Everyone looked at Lin Zayan, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lin Zayan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, What's with that expression on your face? What's wrong with me not being a member of the Lin family? Have I ever let you down? The younger brother beside him smiled and comforted him. No, Brother Zayan, don't bother with them. They are all talking nonsense. This topic was Lin Zayan's sore spot. The fire in his heart was ignited, and it was not so easy to extinguish. He immediately stood up regardless and shouted even louder. Even if I'm not a member of the Lin family, even if they kick me out, so what? I'm still just as awesome. That's right, Brother Zayan is the best. It's a loss for the Lin family that they lost Brother Zayan. Sooner or later, they will ask Brother Zayan to come back. The other brothers were still echoing. But Liang Xiaoxue's expression turned a little ugly. She curled her lips and whispered, it turns out what those people said was true. I thought they were lying to me. Lin Zayan was already fragile, and when he heard this, he immediately became angry. What do you mean? Do you regret it? No. Liang Xiaoxue felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, but naturally she didn't dare to admit it. But Lin Zayan refused to give in and grabbed her arm tightly, shouting, You bitch, do you regret it? Liang Xiaoxue's arm was so painful from being grabbed, and she was a little impatient. I already said no. Why are you acting so drunk? Bang! Before she could finish her words, she was slapped in the face. Liang Xiaoxue raised her head in surprise and asked in disbelief, You dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, bitch. Lin Zayan was drunk and grabbed Liang Xiaoxue and continued to beat her. Liang Xiaoxue was terrified. During the struggle, she screamed loudly, Lin Zayan, if you dare to hit me again, I will sue you for rape. These words instantly reduced Lin Zayan's anger by half. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured on him, and his face turned extremely ugly. He seemed to have finally calmed down from the backlash and recalled his current situation. Why do these people all want to report to the police station? Lin Zayan no longer wanted to confront Liang Xiaoxue head-on. but he couldn't bring himself to do so in front of so many younger brothers. I had no choice but to suppress my dissatisfaction and said in a cold voice, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, I will expose all your past shabby deeds. Liang Xiaoxue also immediately regained her composure. He gritted his teeth unwillingly and said nothing more. This farce made everyone present start to have their own thoughts. They thought that Lin Zhan would always suppress Lin Tao by relying on his relationship with the Lin couple. But now he was kicked out. Although it is not clear whether Lin Zhan will have the opportunity to return to the Lin family in the future. But they knew that Lin Zhan was really defeated by Lin Tao this time. Lin Tao is much more difficult to deal with than they imagined, and in the hearts of the Lin family, Lin Tao is also much more important than expected. This made them think about weighing the pros and cons, including Liang Xiaoxue. She regrets it very much now. If she had known that Lin Zhan was just a fake and Lin Tao was the real young master of the Lin family, she would never have ignored Lin Tao before. Now, not only did I get nothing, but I also got myself into a lot of trouble. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to go find Lin Tao. We are all men anyway, all the same. She believes in her own charm. I'm just a kid who grew up in the countryside and have never seen any beautiful women. How could they be more difficult to deal with than those rich second generations? However, what Liang Xiaoxue didn't expect was the development of things was completely different from what she had imagined. Chapter 37 Liang Xiaoxue shows up unexpectedly. On this day, Lin Tao was having dinner with Qiu Xiaoyan in a restaurant outside the school. During this period, Qiu Xiaoyan and Lin Tao met more often, and her originally slow-to-warm-up personality finally warmed up. She has some feelings towards Lin Tao. Whether it was things from his childhood or Lin Tao's recent performance, she liked him. But Lin Tao always seems to be stupid. She felt that she had made it very obvious. But Lin Tao always seemed not to notice and made some very straight man moves, often making her laugh and cry. Moreover, he clearly didn't look like someone with a bad memory, but he couldn't remember anything about his childhood. In the restaurant, the food hasn't been served yet. Lin Tao quietly. Today she was wearing a goose yellow dress with her hair draped over her shoulders, looking bright and lovely. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Tao raised his hand and touched his face. No, I'm just curious. You, the real eldest master of the Lin family, seem to be a little too low-key. Qiu Xiaoyan smiled and moved her gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window next to her. It doesn't matter if you don't look, because when you look, you will find a woman with a charming face and cool clothes walking towards them. His eyes were fixed on Lin Tao, and he seemed a little excited. Before Qiu Xiaoyan could ask, the woman had already walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and knocked gently on the glass. Lin Tao looked over in confusion and found that it was Liang Xiaoxue. He hasn't seen this woman since the last time they parted ways outside the luxury car dealership. He remembered that Liang Xiaoxue was not from their school, so how could she appear here? Liang Xiaoxue's red lips moved slightly, as if she said, "Wait for me." Then he walked around to the restaurant's door and walked in. She didn't hesitate and sat down next to Lin Tao. The seats here are all sofa booths. Liang Xiaoxue obviously did it on purpose, getting very close to Lin Tao. Lin Tao frowned slightly and moved to the other side, keeping as much distance from the woman as possible. He was a little confused about what Liang Xiaoxue was up to. Lin Tao, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Liang Xiaoxue seemed not to see the displeasure in Lin Tao's eyes and continued to speak with a bright smile. The tone was as if one had met an old friend by chance. How could there be any strangeness? Qiu Xiaoyan almost subconsciously developed a disgust towards this strange woman. I don't know if it was because of the overly intimate behavior or the sexy outfit that made her dislike it so much. But she didn't know what the relationship between this person and Lin Tao was, so she didn't say much. Liang Xiaoxue, are you okay? Lin Tao's expression was extremely cold. The strong smell of perfume on Liang Xiaoxue made his nose feel uncomfortable. But Liang Xiaoxue just pretended to lift her hair, then leaned towards Lin Tao and said coquettishly, Lin Tao, after all, we were classmates before, and it's rare for us to meet on the road. Why are you so cold? As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, her eyebrows curved. And you liked me so much before, didn't you? Hearing these words, Qiu Xiaoyan couldn't help but open her eyes wide. It feels like there are 10,000 alpacas passing through my heart. No way. Lin Tao actually likes this type. The flaming red lips and the big waves and the trembling waves. Thinking of this, Qiu Xiaoyan almost subconsciously looked down at herself. As a woman, Liang Xiaoxue also keenly noticed Qiu Xiaoyan's reaction. She raised her chest a little higher, her eyes full of provocation. Wait a minute, Liang Xiaoxue. Lin Tao suddenly raised his hand and interrupted the two women's secret fight. Liang Xiaoxue thought that Lin Tao could not resist her temptation, so she happily turned around and gave him a wink. Brother Lin Tao, what's wrong? Normally, any man would be attracted to her, but she saw the unconcealable disgust in Lin Tao's eyes. Liang Xiaoxue, if you come to eat, I can treat you, but please stay away from me. Your smell is bothering me. Lin Tao spoke. He waved it in front of his nose. His voice was quite loud, and the restaurant was very quiet, so people at several tables around him immediately looked over in confusion. Some people covered their mouths and laughed, while others talked in low voices. They all pointed fingers at Liang Xiaoxue. Liang Xiaoxue's smile also froze on her face. She had dressed up carefully today and even sprayed perfume, but Lin Tao actually disliked her smell. People who don't know would think that she smells bad because she hasn't taken a shower for a few days. Qiu Xiaoyan couldn't help laughing and reminded her seriously, Sister, has no one told you that if you spray too much perfume, it will stink easily? As he spoke, he waved his hands solemnly. Liang Xiaoxue was embarrassed and annoyed and was shaking with anger. But she couldn't lose her temper in front of so many people. But she would not give up so easily. You know, she had been wandering around the school gate for several days, hoping to have a chance encounter with Lin Tao. She finally had the chance today. She must seize it. After a moment, she adjusted her expression, raised her hand, and called the waiter to add a chair. Then he sat between Qiu Xiaoyan and Lin Tao. I even ordered some food. Chapter 38 Girlfriend. Liang Xiaoxue's actions shocked Qiu Xiaoyan. She had never thought before that there were such shameless people in the world. Lin Tao also didn't expect Liang Xiaoxue to be like this. He raised his eyes and glanced at Liang Xiaoxue, then said calmly, Let's go to another one. Qiu Xiaoyan had the same idea, so she immediately picked up her bag and stood up. The waiter next to him was a little anxious. The dish is all ready. The bill has been paid. Please enjoy the food. Lin Tao took out his cell phone and shook it. After saying that, he took Qiu Xiaoyan outside. Liang Xiaoxue didn't expect Lin Tao to be so disrespectful to her, and she was so angry that her face turned blue. But she was still unwilling to give up and continue to follow. The waiter looked at the three people who left with a look of surprise on his face. Today's college students are so generous. The waiter was very happy at the thought of having a free meal. Lin Tao and Qiu Xiaoyan planned to change to another store. But when they saw Liang Xiaoxue chasing them out again, they were a little annoyed. What on earth are you going to do? There were not many people on the road, so Lin Tao didn't care about anything else, and his face became completely gloomy. Seeing that Lin Tao was really angry, Liang Xiaoxue felt a little uneasy. But since it has come to this, she might as well just go for it. He walked forward and took Lin Tao's arm. Brother Lin Tao, please don't be so cold to me, okay? Liang Xiaoxue pouted and acted coquettishly. Lin Tao was so annoyed that he pushed Liang Xiaoxue away. Liang Xiaoxue lost her balance, and after taking a few steps back, she sat down on the steps. The skirt she was wearing was so short that she was immediately exposed. I have to say, with her outfit, she is still very eye-catching on the street. People passing by were willing to take a few more glances at her in the first place, and now that she was exposed, some people were staring at her with lewd looks on their faces. After several rejections, Liang Xiaoxue's patience was finally exhausted. Lin Tao, you don't be so shameless. She stood up suddenly and waved the bag towards Lin Tao. However, the high heels she was wearing got stuck in the gap between the floor tiles. After she stumbled, the bag did not hit Lin Tao, but hit Qiu Xiaoyan, who was next to Lin Tao. Qiu Xiaoyan subconsciously dodged backwards, but did not notice that a motorcycle was passing by behind her. In panic, she tried to continue dodging the motorcycle, but her body was unable to react. Careful! Lin Tao held on to Qiu Xiaoyan and barely dodged the motorcycle. But Qiu Xiaoyan still sprained her ankle. Qiu Xiaoyan wanted to stand firm, but she gasped in pain and fell into Lin Tao's arms again. A faint fragrance filled his nose, and Lin Tao's heart couldn't help but move. But he quickly came to his senses and helped Qiu Xiaoyan sit down beside him. He squatted down and carefully examined Qiu Xiaoyan's ankle. Does it hurt here? Cold sweat broke out on Qiu Xiaoyan's forehead, and she didn't dare to use any more force with her feet. I remember you don't have classes in the afternoon. I'll take you to see my second sister. Lin Tao turned around without hesitation, with his back to Qiu Xiaoyan, and motioned for her to lie on his back. Looking at Lin Tao's worried look and his broad and strong shoulders, Qiu Xiaoyan's heart was pounding and she laid down on him carefully. She suddenly felt that spraining her ankle wasn't such a bad thing. Lin Tao carried Qiu Xiaoyan on his back and walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. Behind me, Liang Xiaoxue's sharp shout came. Lin Tao, come back here. Lin Tao, my foot is also sprained. You can't just ignore me. Lin Tao. This time, no matter how she shouted, Lin Tao didn't even look back. A few passers-by wanted to step forward to help, but when they saw Liang Xiaoxue's aggressive attitude, they left in embarrassment. Liang Xiaoxue could only awkwardly pull her shoe heel out from the gap between the floor tiles by herself and climbed up with difficulty, while not forgetting to pick up her bag. Looking at Lin Tao and Qiu Xiaoyan leaving, her eyes were full of resentment. Sister, how are her feet? In the Beijing hospital, Lin Tao asked with some concern. Lin Baixian took a look at the film and gently patted Lin Tao on the shoulder. Don't worry, your girlfriend's injury is not serious. There is no fracture. She will be fine after resting for a while. That's good. Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief at first. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly explained, Sister, don't talk nonsense. She's not my girlfriend. Oh, really? Although Lin Baixian has never been in a relationship, she has been single since birth. But she was not blind. The way the little girl looked at her brother seemed to be tearing tears out. It was absolutely impossible to say that there was no emotion between them. Looking at Lin Tao's silly look, Lin Baixian could only shake her head helplessly. What a silly brother. Lin Baixian was very disappointed, but she didn't intend to intervene. It is better to leave young people's affairs to young people themselves. After confirming that Qiu Xiaoyan was fine, Lin Tao planned to send her home first. Before leaving, Lin Baixian suddenly asked, By the way, Lin Tao, are you free tonight? I'm free, what's the matter? Lin Tao nodded. There's a social gathering at the hospital tonight. I didn't want to go, but Lin Baixian doesn't like crowded and noisy places. But she never went before, which made people around her more or less dissatisfied. There was no suitable excuse this time, so I thought about taking Lin Tao with me, which would help me relieve the discomfort in my heart. Okay, I'll go with you. Lin Tao agreed without hesitation. He did not forget that he had eaten Lin Baixian while eating melon. He wanted to see who in this hospital wanted to harm his sister. Chapter 39. Can't stop eating melons. In the evening, a private restaurant near the hospital is very lively. More than 20 doctors and nurses sat around 2 long tables, eating and chatting happily. Oh, Baixian, I didn't expect your brother to be so handsome. Yes, Baixian, if I had known your brother was so handsome, I would have introduced my aunt's sister to you. My younger brother is in University A. He's so outstanding. I don't know what's going on. Lin Tao has been trying hard to reduce his presence, but he is still teased. Some of these people are older women in their 40s, and some are younger women about the same age as Lin Baixian. They seemed very interested in him and kept asking him all kinds of questions. Lin Tao looked at Lin Baixian for help from time to time, but Lin Baixian just lowered her head and ate silently, as if she didn't see anything. There was no choice but Lin Tao to maintain an awkward smile and answer their questions one by one. Lin Baixian didn't expect that her younger brother would be so popular. But now that everyone's attention has been diverted, she is happy to relax. Not only was there a lot of noise around him, but the melon-eating system in Lin Tao's mind was also constantly making noises. Originally, he thought it was too noisy and wanted to silence the system temporarily. But after hearing a few gossips, he couldn't help but be curious. Oh my, this little nurse is actually having an affair with that male doctor over there. But that male doctor looks like he could be her father. So, it's an extramarital affair? Exciting. Yeah, the 2 children of this model couple in the department are not the man's. TSK, TSK, TSK. They look so happy and harmonious. It turns out that appearance is not the best way to judge a person. That pregnant nurse is actually carrying a supermasculine son. She knows it, but can't bear to abort it. What? Will this child become a super strong, perverted murderer? Mark him and stay away from him in the future. Lin Tao was simply amazed. The amount of melons I ate that night was more than what I usually eat in a month. It's really wonderful. He suddenly felt that those older sisters weren't so annoying anymore. What Lin Tao didn't know was that the one who was even happier was Lin Baixian. For the whole night, not only was he not asked any questions by those people, but they also listened to his thoughts and ate the melon together. The most important thing was that the gossip she got from Lin Tao was something she had never heard of before. I'm afraid no one in the entire department knows about this except the parties involved. This made Lin Baixian feel inexplicably excited. She used to think she had no interest in these things, but somehow, now she is becoming more and more addicted to them. Is it possible that human nature is to gossip? Lin Tao was so exhausted from talking about these people's questions. Fortunately, we are all doctors and don't have the habit of staying up late. Around 10 o'clock, I felt like leaving. But at this moment, a male doctor, reeking of alcohol, staggered towards Lin Baixian. Lin Tao saw this. Alarm bells immediately rang in his heart. At the same time, the system in his mind also updated the new information in a timely manner. Dr. Lin, it's still early today. Can we go to the next session together? The male doctor sat down next to Lin Baixian with a meaningful look in his eyes. Sorry, I have to take my brother back to school later. Lin Baixian still had an expressionless look on her face and spoke in a distant tone. Hey, your brother is already 20 years old. Can't he take a taxi by himself? The male doctor, under the influence of alcohol, moved closer to Lin Baixian. It's rare for us to go out tonight, so we should enjoy it. Lin Baixian moved away calmly and continued to refuse. I'm sorry, you guys have fun. I won't go. If someone had a little more respectability, he would have given up long ago after such a clear rejection. But this male doctor didn't know what was going on and continued talking to himself. Lin Baixian frowned slightly, unwilling to continue to tangle with him. Before she could stand up, the male doctor suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. Dr. Lin, even if you think I'm being presumptuous today, there are some things I must tell you. His voice was quite loud and immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. We were all colleagues, and at first we didn't think this was harassment from the male doctor. Instead, many people found it funny and started to make a fuss. Xiaolu, do you want to confess? Wow, so romantic. Everyone present had drunk a lot of wine, and no one noticed Lin Baixian's increasingly gloomy face. Lin Tao immediately stood up and silently stood in front of Lin Baixian. In order to save his sister's face, he did not break up with her immediately. Brother, you've drunk too much. Lin Tao kept a polite smile on his face, but he had already started cursing in his heart. Damn, what a pervert. I've never seen such a shameless person. My sexual orientation is male, and I'm a fucking double plug. Isn't that disgusting? You really have no shame at all. You really think that others don't know anything and you pretend to be drunk to take advantage of my sister? Was also shocked when she heard Lin Tao's inner voice. She had worked with this male doctor before, and they were colleagues she could talk to. I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. She couldn't help but look him up and down, her eyes briefly lingering on his key parts. Dual plug? That is to say, Lin Baixian couldn't help but imagine it in her mind, but she almost vomited out what she had just eaten because of nausea. Chapter 40. Eating the melon and eating yourself. The intense physical discomfort made Lin Baixian instantly keep a distance of several people from the male doctor. The male doctor looked hurt and pretended to be affectionate and said, Dr. Lin, I really like you, but do you hate me so much? Such a humble inquiry made others present feel a little uncomfortable. This male doctor is usually quite popular in the department. Because I am more careful and considerate, I am close to the older sisters here. Maybe because of our traditional thinking, no one has ever thought in that direction. Xiaolin, I think Xiaolu is a pretty good person. Since you don't have a partner right now, why not give it a try with Xiaolu? What if it works out? Yes, Dr. Lin, Dr. Lu, and you are both surgeons. If anything happens in the future, you can still take care of each other. Listening to these people talking at once, Lin Baixian knew that if she didn't say something, she would probably be criticized for letting others down. After thinking for a moment, she raised her head and stared at the male doctor. Dr. Lu, are you sure you like me? The male doctor looked at Lin Baixian's cold eyes and suddenly felt a little uneasy. But he had already said those words in front of so many people, so he could only nod his head and say, Of course, I like it. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Baixian took out his cell phone. Dr. Lu, I recorded this. I hope you can think carefully before you say the following words. No matter what happens in the future, no matter who comes to me, I will not be responsible. There was a hint of profoundness in Lin Baixian's eyes. The male doctor was suddenly speechless. He was just feeling restless and wanted to take advantage of Lin Baixian while drunk. And he could completely deny this kind of thing afterwards. But now that Lin Baixian was making such a big deal out of it, he began to feel unsure. Although he is single now, he has many ambiguous objects. If they find out, how will he survive in the circle? The male doctor's embarrassment was obvious, and everyone present saw it. They seemed to be worried that the situation might get too ugly, so they began to persuade them. Dr. Lin, are you taking it too seriously? With so many of us here as witnesses, is there no need to record it? Some people think that this is why the male doctor was unhappy. Some people were trying to persuade the other party, Xiao Lu. After all, this is a confession of love. It's okay for a girl to record a good memory, right? Only one or two people looked at the strange appearance of the two and noticed something unusual. Dr. Lin, what did you just say? Who will come? Or does Dr. Lu already have? Before they could finish their words, others reacted. Everyone looked at Lin Baixian, and their curiosity instantly arose. Could it be that Dr. Lu really has a girlfriend, and why is he confessing his feelings to someone else? Lin Baixian looked at the increasingly nervous expression of the male doctor and smiled threateningly. Dr. Lu, I think I have made it clear enough. I advise you to stop here, otherwise, if your boyfriends come to you, how are you going to explain it to them? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Boyfriend? You mean gay? Everyone looked the male doctor up and down. Some people seemed to want to say something, but just opened their mouths, and in the end, nothing came out. The male doctor's face flushed red, and he managed to utter a word after a long while. You don't talk nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend. But his movements and demeanor at this moment made him look like an angry young wife, very effeminate. Originally, other people didn't think about it that way. They just thought he was just more careful and considerate than other men. But after hearing what Lin Baixian said, they felt that there was something wrong with his words and actions. Ahem, why didn't I notice before that Xiao Lu's little finger would curl up when he spoke? Don't mention it. I didn't notice it before. Could it be true, as Dr. Lin said? I think it's possible. The people around have tried to keep their voices down as much as possible, but it is so quiet here that even the smallest sound cannot be hidden. The male doctor was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He thought he had hidden those things very well and couldn't understand how Lin Baixian found out. Not only did she find out, but she actually said it out loud in front of so many people. How can he continue to work in the hospital in the future? Fortunately, someone noticed that the atmosphere was not right and immediately changed the subject. It's getting late. It's time to go home. Hey, I drank too much today. My head is in a mess. I need to go back to bed. That's right. I have to go to work tomorrow. As everyone was talking, they were about to leave. Lin Baixian was too lazy to get entangled with such a person, so she picked up her bag and walked outside with Lin Tao. But just as she reached the door of the restaurant, she suddenly felt Lin Tao's pace quicken a little. At the same time, she heard Lin Tao's thoughts. Fuck, why did I eat the melon and eat myself? Why is this pervert never going to stop? Go away. Don't look at me. Don't bother me. Go away. Lin Baixian stopped in curiosity. Lin Tao looked very hurried. Could it be that he also has melons? This made Lin Baixian less anxious, and she just stopped where she was. Sister? What's wrong? Lin Tao didn't understand. It's okay. Maybe I drank a few too many glasses just now. The wind is blowing and I have a headache. I'll take a rest. Lin Baixian made up an excuse and kept observing the situation around her. These days, Lin Tao is the one who eats their melons. It shouldn't be too much to let her have a taste of the gossip of her good brother this time, right? Chapter 41. It takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. You don't feel well. I'll go get you some water. Lin Tao really didn't want to stay here any longer. He had even seen several people walking towards him aggressively at the intersection ahead. But just as he walked to the door of the convenience store, he heard a motherly voice behind him. Don't even think about running away. Then someone grabbed his arm. Looking back, it was the male doctor. Most of the other people in the hospital had left, so the male doctor simply stopped pretending. While pulling him, she waved to the people not far away. Sisters, come quickly. It's him. When a few people came closer, Lin Tao discovered that there were both men and women among them. The men were all similar to the male doctor, wearing makeup and behaving in a feminine manner. Those women are more normal. But the looks they gave Lin Tao were filled with anger and hostility. Hey, I don't know you guys. Stop looking for trouble. Lin Tao quickly stepped back, not wanting to get entangled with these people any longer. He had already learned about these people's purpose through the melon eating system. It was very uncomfortable for him to stay with them for even a second longer. You kids seduce someone else's boyfriend, and you're pretending to be innocent? One of the sissies said loudly. Seeing the suspicious eyes of passers-by, Lin Tao's face turned blue and red. I couldn't help but swear. I seduced your uncle. You actually want to seduce my uncle? The sissy got even angrier. Lin Tao was speechless for a moment. and hurriedly tried to wink at Lin Baixian, who was not far away. But Lin Baixian just stood there with one hand on his head, not looking in this direction at all. Logically speaking, with such a loud noise here, she should not be unable to hear it. Is he really drunk? However, what Lin Tao didn't know was that Lin Baixian was holding his forehead, not because he had a headache after drinking. She just couldn't help laughing and covered her face with her hands. This was the first time she saw Lin Tao being humiliated. It was really interesting. Lin Tao was going crazy. If someone else came to cause trouble for him, he would just beat up the person and the problem would be solved. But now facing these weak women and sissies, he was afraid that if he punched them, they would start crying. After being pulled, Lin Tao exerted a little force and finally broke free briefly. He immediately pointed in another direction and shouted, "Look, there's a handsome guy over there." Several people were stunned and looked over subconsciously. But there's no one over there. Where is the person? When they turned around again, they found that Lin Tao was gone. Second sister, run. Lin Tao grabbed Lin Baishuan's arm and ran away. Fortunately, a taxi happened to stop on the side of the road, and Lin Tao pulled Lin Baixian into the car without hesitation. As the car started, Lin Tao gradually relaxed. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Lin Tao smelled the strong scent of perfume on his body, and his mind automatically emerged with the images of those sissy guys pulling and tugging at him just now. It seemed that someone took advantage of the chaos to touch him a few times. It's over. He's not clean anymore. Lin Tao thought that this was just a short farce. But what I didn't expect was that someone filmed what happened that night and posted it online. Although the faces of the people involved were blurred, people who were familiar with him could still recognize Lin Tao at a glance. The news spread quickly and soon reached the school. "Lin Tao, are you really male? You're making us feel very insecure." My roommates couldn't help but make fun of me and even pulled their collars together and pretend panic, as if they were worried about being noticed. Lin Tao is usually kind and generous, and he is quite popular in the dormitory. This also allows them to joke around basically without restraint. Lin Tao was really overwhelmed. After he saw the video online, he immediately contacted the person involved to have it deleted. But the video spread so quickly that even if the person deleted it, many people saved it and posted it. It's okay to just joke around with roommates. But those outside who don't know the situation seem to take the rumors seriously. When he walks in school now, he always gets some complicated looks. There was disgust and contempt, and these people looked at him like a monster. The most important thing is that there are people with unclear ambiguity in their eyes, staring at Lin Tao so hard that his back feels creepy. He even received anonymous confession text messages. Xiao Xiaoyan naturally also heard the rumors. In order to help Lin Tao, she would have dinner with Lin Tao almost every day and deliberately show intimacy with him. However, such behavior not only failed to clear the injustice against Lin Tao, but even posts denouncing Lin Tao appeared on the school forum. The titles are also very explosive. It probably means that Lin Tao obviously likes men, but he still deceives a beautiful woman. Even Xiao Xiaoyan's sisters came to persuade Xiao Xiaoyan to stay away from Lin Tao and not to be deceived by the scumbag's appearance. Lin Tao originally thought that since it was just a rumor, it would eventually be proven wrong. Rather than making things worse, it's better to just lie down and take it easy. But when he returned home on the weekend and saw his parents looking hesitant to say something, he knew that he couldn't get over this matter. "Ahem, Tao, it's not that we believe the rumors. We're just worried that you might go astray." At the dinner table, Lin Qingshan hesitated for a long time before awkwardly bringing up the topic. "Yes, after all, you are our only son. What should we do if you go astray?" Susan also echoed earnestly. "Dad, Mom, why are you also?" Lin Tao felt even more headache and looked to Lin Baixian for help again. But Lin Baixian just concentrated on eating and had no intention of helping him explain. Lin Tao held his forehead at a loss for a moment. At this time, Lin Qingshan suddenly said, "By the way, your eldest sister will be back in 2 days. There will be a banquet next weekend. You and your eldest sister can go together. Then you can clear up the rumors." Lin Tao felt a little strange. Just attending a banquet, what does it have to do with clearing up rumors? But 2 days later, when he saw the party attire that his elder sister Lin Shuj had prepared for him when she returned to China, he was stunned. "Sister, are you sure this dress is for me to wear to the party?" Lin Tao picked up a pair of shorts, his eyes full of surprise. Chapter 42, Breakup Announcement. Uh-huh. Lin Shuj seemed to have expected Lin Tao's reaction, and there was still a smile on his face. With his arms folded across his chest, his expression was playful, Didn't my parents tell you before that this weekend's party is a bikini cocktail party? Bikini cocktail party? Lin Tao opened his mouth, completely confused. He never expected that the first banquet he attended after returning to the Lin family, as a representative of the Lin family, would be a bikini cocktail party. Then wouldn't everyone present at that time be? Thinking of this, Lin Tao felt his nose a little itchy. He sniffed his nose quickly to prevent his nose from bleeding. But he soon realized his parents' intentions. It must be because of the previous rumors that he was allowed to attend this kind of banquet. Since I have already agreed, I have no choice but to obey. Lin Tao carried his shorts and a few other thin jackets and quickly went upstairs. Lin Chuj smiled and reminded, "Remember to try it first. If it doesn't fit, I'll buy you another size." "New." Lin Tao blushed and closed the door. On the weekend, the entrance to a villa was filled with luxury cars. At this time, the roar of the car quickly attracted the attention of these rich second generations, and they all looked outside the door. I saw a man and a woman walking down from a red supercar. Both of them have outstanding temperament. The woman had a hot body, big wavy hair draped over her shoulders, and wore sunglasses and fiery red lips. Under the short skirt is a pair of slender legs, so sexy that people can't take their eyes off them. The necklace and bracelet she wore were limited edition new products of this season from the big brand. The value is even in 7 figures. The man next to her was no less impressive. The man was tall and slender, wearing a thin V-neck short-sleeve shirt, revealing his muscular arms and the faintly visible pectoral muscles on his chest. Under the shorts is a pair of strong calves. Her clothes are also very exquisite, with limited edition watches and shoes, which bring out her overall temperament. "Sister, we're not keeping a low profile today." Lin Tao still felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of people around him. Today, Lin Chuj drove out a very cool sports car from home, and he had no intention of keeping a low profile. After all, it's the first time I take Lin Tao out, so I must not show any timidity. Especially during this period of time, the matter of the prodigal son Lin Zayan has caused a lot of controversy. In order to prevent outsiders from making fun of the Lin family, she is to let Lin Tao show his face. After entering the villa, Lin Chuj took off his sunglasses. The whole person's aura has become less repellent. Soon, some familiar people came forward and greeted them warmly. "Chugu, you are finally here. Haha, I was wondering which young lady could make such a grand appearance. Now it's not surprising to see it's you. Wow, Chugu, I've been waiting for this bracelet of yours for a long time, and it's out of stock, but I actually bought it." For a while, there were constant greetings and compliments. It could be seen that Lin Chuj has a very high status among this group of rich second generations. This is no wonder. The Lin family is a big family in Beijing, and Lin Chuj is the youngest female president. She is said to be the future heir of the Lin family. She is definitely different from those ordinary rich daughters. Lin Chuj also responded generously. Seeing that their eyes were occasionally looking at Lin Tao standing aside, he took the initiative to pull Lin Tao over and introduced him. "Let me formally introduce him to you today. This is my younger brother, Lin Tao." "Oh, it's my brother." A girl covered her mouth and said something meaningful. "Haha, Chugu, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought you had a new boyfriend." Another girl couldn't help but agree. The expressions of the two men next to them changed slightly, and they looked to the other side unnaturally. Lin Tao also turned his head to look and saw Bai Feng leaning on a lounge chair next to the swimming pool, surrounded by several hot girls. But Bai Feng didn't seem to be in a good mood, and he didn't seem to pay any attention to those girls. It was completely different from how he usually looked in that underground nightclub. In front of these acquaintances, he still maintained the appearance of a modest gentleman. The girl also noticed their gazes and joked, "Well, I was just joking. I don't think anyone is going to tell on me, right? How could it be? Everyone knows that Miss Lin and Master Bai are about to get engaged. How can their deep feelings be affected by a few words?" The men also hurried to smooth things over. But Lin Chuj chuckled and said lightly, "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you that Bai Feng and I have broken up." As Lin Chuj spoke, he picked up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray and took a sip. He looked so calm and composed, as if he was just talking about the weather. But the people around were stunned. "Chugu, please don't joke with us. Everyone knows that your marriage has been decided by both families a long time ago." A girl who was familiar with Lin Chuj smiled awkwardly. "No kidding, we really broke up," Lin Chuj said lightly. "This matter will be made public sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if I just reveal it to them today." Although she had only unilaterally informed Bai Feng of the breakup, Bai Feng was still pestering her and unwilling to give up. But since she has heard Lin Tao's voice, she will naturally not continue to be deceived by such a scumbag, nor will she allow anything that is detrimental to the Lin family to happen. So she was determined to break up, and letting everyone know sooner rather than later could avoid some unnecessary trouble. Big sister. Lin Tao gently tugged at the corner of Lin Chuj's clothes and shook his head silently at her. He really admired his elder sister's courage in breaking up, but saying this now would undoubtedly be a slap in Bai Feng's face in public. A despicable person like Bai Feng might do something dirty. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. He felt that there was no need for Lin Chuj to put herself in danger. Chapter 43. The Beauty Siege. Sure enough, as the discussions here grew louder, Lin Tao felt a chill coming from behind him. Turning around, I saw that Bai Feng had disappeared at some point. Lin Tao sighed softly. It seems that Lin Chuj still thinks things are simple. That's right. After all, Bai Feng has always been very cautious in his pretense, even to the point of being airtight. The only people who know his true face are a few people like Lin Zhan, who have leverage over him. In order to continue to stay in this circle, they will never reveal even a little bit of information to the outside world. Bai Feng never revealed any secrets in front of Lin Chuj. Even if they broke up for some reason, Lin Chuj wouldn't think that Bai Feng would do anything to her. Thinking of this, Lin Tao couldn't help but worry. He knew Bai Feng well. He was definitely not the kind of guy who would give up easily. He planned to stay with Lin Chuj no matter what today to prevent her from being secretly harmed. However, everything always goes against one's wishes. Hey, little brother, what's your name? Oh, right, Lin Tao, right? Then I'll call you Tao. TSK. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure at such a young age. Wow, look at those abdominal muscles. Can I touch you? Just for a moment, okay? Lin Tao originally wanted to follow Lin Chuj all the time. But just after Lin Chuj was called by his friends to reminisce about the past, he was surrounded by a group of older sisters. To be honest, these sisters have really great figures. Some have big breasts, some have skin as smooth as a baby's, and some have long, slender, white legs. But each has its own beauty. They were all wearing bikinis, and some of them were wearing a thin coat on the outside. The hazy feeling added a touch of sexiness. Some people must have just been in the water, with water dripping from the ends of their hair, slowly flowing down their collarbones. Lin Tao watched these scenes. His heartbeat gradually quickened, and his face became redder and redder. This made the girls even more interested. Hey, little brother, why are you blushing? A beautiful sister in a red bikini came up and gently put her arms around Lin Tao. Come and get close to me, and let me touch you. As he spoke, Lin Tao felt a chill on his chest. Only then did he realize that all the buttons of his shirt had been opened, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. And the beautiful sister's slender fingers just touched his chest. Brother, are you free tonight? I'm home alone tonight. Winked at Lin Tao with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Lin Tao felt a little confused. He was just a 20-year-old young man. How could he have seen such a scene? My whole body was hot, and my throat was a little dry. No, we can't go on like this. If this continues, something bad will happen. Seeing that the other sisters also wanted to come over, Lin Tao quickly and calmly broke away. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he immediately walked into the villa. The beauties were all stunned, then started laughing. Look how scared you are of your little brother. I think it's you. If I don't run away, I'm afraid you'll trick me into bed with you. So what if he was tricked into bed? He won't suffer any loss. Hearing these words, Lin Tao couldn't help but shudder again and quickened his pace. Everyone was playing outside, so there were not many people in the villa. Most of them were servants, preparing some wine and cold dishes. Lin Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the bathroom. He was helpless as he smelled the various perfumes still lingering on his body. If he had known the party would be like this, he would not have come. What if I lose my body by mistake? Although just like what those beauties said, he didn't suffer any loss in this matter. But after all, he had just entered this circle and didn't know anything about the people and things here. Who knows what awaits him will be a sweet and warm ambiguity or a den of tigers and wolves. If this kind of thing affects the Lin family, it would be a disaster. But then again, these beautiful sisters are so tempting. Lin Tao couldn't help but recall the scene just now. No. He suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately closed his eyes and silently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra. It took a long time before I finally recovered. Feeling somewhat calm, he left the bathroom. But just as he passed a more secluded corridor, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chuge, I was wrong about what happened before. Please forgive me. It was by phone. Lin Tao thought something was wrong and immediately sneaked over. Bai Feng was seen grabbing Lin Chuj's hand with a look of remorse on his face. Chuge, we have been together for so long, and I am sincere to you. Bai Feng's tone sounded very sincere. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it is easy for people to feel sympathy for him. Lin Chuj looked at Bai Feng, and his expression was also moved. Just as I was about to say something, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind. I hope you don't believe this scumbag's lies. He is just pretending. As long as the eldest sister lets go, the scumbag will take out a glass of drugged wine, and then, oh my, I absolutely cannot let this happen, but how can I stop it? Lin Chuj frowned slightly, and saw the corner of clothes exposed not far away with his peripheral vision. It's Lin Tao. She had also heard this voice before going abroad, and it was confirmed to be very true. However, in order to confirm it again, Lin Chuj had a plan in mind. By phone, if I forgive you, how will you compensate me? Chapter 44. Teaching Bai Feng a lesson. Bai Feng didn't seem to expect that Lin Chuj would agree so easily. His face immediately showed joy. He took the wine glass that had been prepared beside him and handed it to Lin Chuj. Chuj, this is the wine I specially mixed for you. It's your favorite flavor. Try it. Oh, really? Lin Chuj narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly took the wine glass. In fact, her head was about to explode at this time. Lin Tao's inner voice kept ringing, saying that there was something wrong with this glass of wine. Of course, Lin Chuj wouldn't drink it. She just didn't want to let Bai Feng go so easily. Seeing that figure in the corner about to rush out, Lin Chuj smiled faintly and said, Bai Feng, I've always wanted you to taste the flavor I like. Why don't you drink this glass of wine? Bai Feng never expected that Lin Chuj would suddenly say this. I didn't think of a response plan in advance, and the smile on my face gradually froze. After a long while, he hurriedly explained, Chuge, you know, I rarely drink in this kind of occasion. I don't drink much to begin with. It would be bad if I drink too much and make things difficult. Oh, what if I drink too much? Lin Chuj smiled and asked, Aren't you afraid that I might get drunk and cause trouble? How could that be? I'll take care of you if you get drunk. Bai Feng quickly put on a smile again. Then I can take care of you even if you're drunk? Or do you not trust me? Lin Chuj narrowed his eyes slightly. Bai Feng was speechless again, not knowing how to explain. Lin Chuj now completely saw through Bai Feng's abnormality and was basically certain that there was something wrong with this glass of wine. I didn't expect that I had been dating such a despicable person before. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the glass aside. Bai Feng's eyes were always following the wine glass. He was full of anxiety and kept thinking about how to get Lin Chuj to drink the wine. He didn't notice at all that Lin Chuj's increasingly cold eyes and his slowly raised arm. The next second, there was a pop sound. Bai Feng's face was hit and tilted to the side. He turned his head in surprise and touched his face tremblingly. The burning pain almost made him lose his gentlemanly appearance. Chuge, what do you mean? Bai Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and asked with gritted teeth. Don't you know what I mean? Lin Chuj quickly raised his hand and slapped Bai Feng on the other side of his face. Lin Chuj. Finally, Bai Feng got angry. He suddenly grabbed Lin Chuj's arm, which was raised again, and clamped her wrist tightly. He couldn't pretend anymore. He thought he had bowed his head, but he still suffered such humiliation. As the eldest son of the Bai family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Lin Chuj, you really don't want to accept my toast. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred. He grabbed Lin Chuj's arm forcefully and dragged him to the next room. He looked Lin Chuj up and down, his eyes full of viciousness and vulgarity. Want to break up? Fine, I want to see how you're going to break up with me when everyone sees you in my bed. Bai Feng, you are crazy. Lin Chuj stepped on Bai Feng's instep in anger. Bai Feng gasped in pain, but did not let go. Instead, he increased his strength. This made Lin Chuj a little panicked. She is a woman after all, and is not as strong as Bai Feng. She quickly looked towards the corner and shouted, Lin Tao, how long are you going to keep watching? Why? Lin Tao originally wanted to rush out to help, but he didn't expect that the eldest sister actually knew he was here. Hey, you're still thinking about being a hero and saving the damsel in distress. Lin Tao came out laughing and came to the two of them leisurely. When Bai Feng saw Lin Tao, he was also stunned. He had just confirmed that there was no one here. So how come this guy showed up? No, you kid. Bai Feng wanted to drive Lin Tao away. But the next second, he only saw a fist coming towards him. Bang! Baifeng was beaten so hard that he fell backwards. Lin Tao rubbed his fists and looked down at Baifeng. Which hand did you use to grab my sister just now? This one. As he said that, he stepped on Baifeng's left wrist. Ah! A scream came from Baifeng's throat. But the waiters on this floor had already been sent away by him, and the people outside were laughing and playing, so they would not hear any noise here. What was originally carefully prepared to deal with Lin Shuj ended up being a backfire. Oh, you used his hand too? Lin Tao slowly walked to the other side of Baifeng and raised his foot to step down. Baifeng was so scared that he dodged quickly, but Lin Tao's feet were hanging in the air and did not fall for a long time. Baifeng raised his head tremblingly. Hey, I was kidding you. Lin Tao smiled brilliantly and stepped his hanging foot directly on Baifeng's face. Since you have no shame, then forget about keeping it. Oh, you're still entangled after breaking up. It's your own fault. Oh, you dare to force yourself on my sister. You don't want to live, do you? Lin Tao spoke. He would slap Baifeng in the face. At the beginning, Baifeng was still fighting hard, but he soon found himself like a little chick in front of Lin Tao, unable to use any strength at all. A fear he had never felt before rose in his heart. Does this kid really want to kill him? He is the eldest son of the Bai family, but Lin Tao is the only son of the Lin family. Even if he is killed today, the Lin family will definitely use all their resources to protect him. The more Baifeng thought about it, the more desperate he became. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Chapter 45, Large-Scale Social Death Scene. Hey, what's that smell? It stinks. Lin Tao would not really beat Baifeng to death like this. Seeing that Baifeng had wet his pants, he waved his hands with disgust. Sister, you actually liked this kind of thing before. Ah. Lin Shuj felt happy when he saw Baifeng's embarrassed appearance. Unexpectedly, Lin Tao suddenly turned the topic to her, which made her a little embarrassed and annoyed. Who said I like it too? It was just for marriage before. Besides, who hasn't been blind when they were young? Lin Shuj explained somewhat awkwardly. After saying that, he glared at Lin Tao as a warning to him not to talk nonsense anymore. Okay, don't blame me. It's all because of this guy pretending. Lin Tao kicked Baifeng again. He seemed to be tired from fighting and a little thirsty. He picked up the wine on the table next to him and drank it down in one gulp. What? Lin Shuj screamed, but it was too late. Lin Tao drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp. Lin Tao finished drinking. He looked up and saw Lin Shuj's surprised look. Then he looked down at the wine glass in his hand. This can't be. Lin Tao opened his mouth and immediately looked at the table. I found that there was no other wine on the table except this glass. In other words, he really drank the glass of spiked wine. Unwise. Lin Tao immediately rushed into the bathroom and held his throat hard. But he hadn't eaten anything in the first place, so the alcohol and the medicine were absorbed very quickly. In order to be on the safe side, Baifeng gave a very high dosage of the medicine. After a while, Lin Tao felt a slight heat in his body. Tao, come out quickly. I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Shuj shouted anxiously outside. Lin Tao also realized that he could not stay here any longer and went out immediately. The brother and sister ran all the way downstairs. Passing by the yard, Lin Tao looked at those sisters wearing bikinis with hot bodies, and his body instantly became hotter. He was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes and let his elder sister take him out and stuff him into the sports car. Many people saw the two of them in such a hurry and wanted to ask them, but they were blocked by Lin Shuj's cold eyes. On the way to the hospital, Lin Shuj called Lin Baixian. When they arrived at the hospital, Lin Baixian was already waiting there. What on earth is going on? Lin Baixian looked at Lin Tao, who was like a cooked shrimp with his whole body terribly hot. While Lin Shuj helped Lin Tao to the bed, he explained, that bastard Baifeng drugged me, and Tao drank it. Baifeng drugged you? Lin Baixian was surprised for a moment, then suddenly realized something and immediately went to explain the situation to the doctor in the emergency department. Seeing Lin Tao like this, and thinking about the cause and effect of the matter, she probably guessed the nature of the medicine. In the treatment room, Lin Baixian was with the emergency doctor. First, Lin Tao was given an infusion, hoping to dilute the effects of the medicine. Then I wanted to do a further physical examination on him. But soon, their eyes were attracted to a certain part of Lin Tao's body. Lin Tao's lower body was still wearing loose shorts, but at this moment, a tent was erected under his crotch. The doctor on duty in the emergency department was not very old and had rarely encountered such patients before, so his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. The other nurses followed the doctor's gaze and also discovered the amazing tent. It's really, really big. One of them couldn't help but blurt out, After saying this, she realized something was wrong and her face immediately blushed. The other young nurses also blushed. At this time, the door of the treatment room was pushed open and a male doctor walked in. Coincidentally, the doctor who came was also a female doctor, and she was followed by several interns, also girls. Because of their professional habits, the first thing they would do when they came in was to look at the patients, and naturally they also saw Lin Tao's outstanding tint. Suddenly, there were more red faces in the room. Lin Tao was in a daze all the way to the hospital and had long lost consciousness. But after receiving some fluids, the effect of the medicine was diluted and he finally woke up slowly. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was this horrifying scene. He discovered that there were many people in white coats surrounding him, and their eyes were all fixed on his lower body. He also looked down and instantly realized something. If he could, he would like to leave the earth. Ahem. Seeing the patient wake up, the people around him also reacted. The andrologist quickly called the nurse to add some medicine to Lin Tao's infusion to help metabolize the drugs in his body more quickly. Okay, just keep lying down. I'll give you a further examination. Then the andrologist turned to look at the emergency doctor and Lin Baixian. You can go out first. I'll take care of this. Well, I have never come into contact with a patient like this. Can I stay and observe for a while? The emergency doctor asked indirectly. We want to take a look at it too. The other young nurses were also reluctant to leave. Well, of course, andrologists can see through the little tricks in their minds. According to the regulations, it is actually possible. Lin Tao also noticed something was going on. At this moment, he just wanted to disappear from the spot and leave this large-scale social death scene. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Baishuan's voice came from the side. I'm his sister, so I'll stay too. Chapter 46. Delivery men are not allowed to enter. Lin Tao no longer remembers how he left the hospital. He only remembered that he was being watched for a long time. Not only did the andrologist not miss the opportunity to use him as a teaching aid, but the interns also did not miss such an intuitive learning opportunity. Lin Baixian, who has always wanted to be a male doctor, did not miss this opportunity to indirectly fulfill his dream. The final result was that a world was achieved where only Lin Tao was injured. After returning home, Lin Tao lay in a daze for the whole day. It was bad enough that I was pointed at and criticized at school before, but now I was being stared at by people from the hospital. He just felt that life was meaningless. The counselor sent a message saying that there were not many classes recently, and in order to prevent the rumors from affecting him, he was allowed to take a few days off and rest at home. Mr. and Mrs. Lin finally realized that it didn't seem to be their son's problem, so they tried to find ways to make him happy at home. Almost every meal was Lin Tao's favorite, and he would personally bring fruits upstairs from time to time. 2 days later, Lin Tao recovered a little. You can basically put the hospital matters behind you for the time being. Tao, the soup Annie made today is delicious. Drink more. Susan considerately took Lin Tao's bowl and filled it for him. By the way, Tao, if you have nothing to do later, please send some soup to your elder sister. Lin Qingshan echoed. Chu Ge has been very busy lately. He hasn't had a single day of leisure since he came back from abroad. Lin Tao was about to get moldy staying at home, so he agreed. After dinner, he came to the Lin group building carrying an insulated bag. This is his first time coming from his own company. Looking at the towering building, Lin Tao couldn't help sighing in his heart. TSK, it really is worthy of being Lin's business. It's so magnificent. Lin Tao sighed. He did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy towards his elder sister. The Lin family has 6 daughters and 1 son. Currently, only Lin Shuj has taken over the company's affairs and is the female president of Lin's. Others seem to have little interest in the Lin family's business. Lin Tao, after returning to the Lin family, he was relieved when he learned that Lin Shuj was the future heir of the Lin family. Not to mention that Lin's company is likely to go bankrupt in the future. Even if it could run normally, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. It's more comfortable to be a leisurely, rich second generation. Lin Tao thought as he walked towards the hall, but he didn't expect that he was stopped as soon as he entered the door. The takeaways are placed at the door, and the delivery men are not allowed to enter. The security guard sat aside, supporting his chin and speaking without raising his head. Oh, I'm not a delivery man. I'm going to deliver food to my sister. Lin Tao explained patiently. Lin Tao up and down impatiently. Lin Tao decided to deliver the meal on a whim. He was not dressed up and was dressed very casually. But it is clean and tidy, so it shouldn't be looked down upon, right? However, he did see obvious contempt in the security guard's eyes. Oh, delivering food? And you said you weren't delivering takeout. The security guard smiled sarcastically. Lin Tao suddenly laughed out of anger. Why? Don't you have any family? How can you talk like that? The security guard slapped the table, stood up, and walked to Lin Tao with a stick in his hand. Looking at the posture, it looks like those gangsters are getting ready for a fight. This method has been proven to be effective. Every time he showed this ferocious look, the other party would mostly give in, whether they were afraid or didn't want to bother with it, which made him more confident in himself. But what he didn't expect was that he met a tough opponent this time. Lin Tao smiled, even more brightly, just standing there, staring at him quietly. It's really embarrassing to be a security guard of Lin's. Lin Tao's eyes were equally mocking. The security guard was so angry that his eyes widened, and he raised his hand to push Lin Tao's shoulder. But as soon as he raised his hand, Lin Tao grabbed it. Still want to do it? Lin Tao chuckled, waved his hand, and pushed the security guard away. It hit the table with a bang. You really don't want to drink the wine. The security guard was completely enraged. He raised the stick in his hand and rushed towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao didn't move, seemed not to care, and even had a bright smile on his face. Bite. The sound of the elevator suddenly rang out. I saw the elevator door leading directly to the president's office, not far away, slowly open, and two women slowly walked out. Walking in front was Lin Shuj. Today, Lin Shuj wore a red dress, which was formal yet flamboyant. Walking behind her was a young beauty, also tall, wearing a black professional suit with a very cold expression. What are you doing? The professional beauty glanced at the security guard and asked calmly. Boss Lin, assistant in. When the security guard saw the person coming, he immediately put on a flattering face. After nodding and greeting, he glared at Lin Tao fiercely. Company regulations do not allow delivery men to come in, but this guy insisted on breaking in and even called us Lin's company a disgrace. I'm going to kick him out right now. Sister. Lin Tao saw Lin Shuj and walked forward with a smile. Elder sister. The security guard's expression froze on his face, and he just stared blankly at Lin Tao, walking towards Lin Shuj. Thinking back, he seemed to have said that he wanted to bring food to his sister. Could it be that? The security guard's unbelievable guess was soon confirmed. When he saw Lin Tao handing the thermal bag to Lin Shuj, he felt like the whole world was spinning. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I don't know. The security guard reacted quickly and wanted to explain immediately. But Lin Shuj just glanced at him with anger in his eyes. Logically speaking, this was indeed a misunderstanding, and everything would be fine if we talked it out and apologized. In the security guard's impression, their female president is not a completely heartless person. But this time, he always felt that something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong this time. It wasn't because the security guard spoke rudely to Lin Tao, but because Lin Shuj heard Lin Tao's inner voice. Chapter 47. A powerful, beautiful secretary. Just now, Lin Tao's voice suddenly rang in Lin Shuj's ears. This security guard is really interesting. He is clearly a spy sent by the enemy, yet he dares to be so arrogant. Aren't they afraid of being discovered? Or is it that after the two thefts last month, the mission is over and we can just ignore it? Hearing these words, Lin Shuj felt a chill on his back. The company experienced 2 file loss incidents in the last month. Although the lost documents were not particularly important, they still caused considerable trouble for the company. She originally thought that it was her secretary who betrayed her, accepted money from the rival company, and did these little things. Who would have thought that the culprit turned out to be this inconspicuous security guard? Fortunately, she learned the truth of the matter from Lin Tao today. Otherwise, she would have wrongly blamed her loyal secretary and might have lost this most important right-hand man. The rival is really insidious. Not only do they do these little tricks to steal company secrets, they even want to sow discord. Thinking of this, Lin Shuj's face became more and more ugly. Catch him and call the police, Lin Shuj said bluntly. The beautiful secretary immediately stepped forward and grabbed the security guard's arm. Although she didn't know why Lin Shuj wanted to make a big deal out of this little thing, the president must have his own reasons, and she just needed to do as he said. The security guard was stunned and asked in surprise, Boss Lin, what are you doing? I have always worked diligently. Even if I wrongly accuse your brother, it was your brother who didn't explain clearly first. Besides, I have already apologized. You can't take revenge on me because of this. The security guard's voice was so loud that it soon attracted the attention of people around him. The employees coming and going stopped and looked over here. After briefly understanding the situation, they basically stood on the side of the security guards. I feel that Lin Shuj is taking advantage of his power to bully others. It's just a small misunderstanding. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Some people even took out their mobile phones to take a picture of the scene and post it online. They have already come up with a title for the video. Rich girl supports her brother and bullies an honest security guard. It must be eye-catching enough. Lin Shuj was not worried about this. She is not a waste to be able to sit in this position. It's not like there haven't been people who spread rumors about the Lin family before, and they all ended up badly. Tell me who sent you. Lin Shuj walked slowly to the security guard and asked calmly. The security guard widened his eyes in surprise and became very nervous. On the one hand, he was confident that he had concealed it well and didn't think he would be discovered. But on the other hand, Lin Shuj's tone at this time was also very firm, and there was no sign of testing at all. I don't believe that there are people who do things without leaving any loopholes. If you confess now, I can let you go directly. If you don't confess, I will call the police and let them investigate. Lin Shuj's tone was still cold. The security guard was completely confused. It now seems that no matter whether Lin Shuj has evidence in his heart or not, it has been completely determined that he has a problem. No matter how much he explains, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain. Boss Lin, please let me go first. I'll talk to you slowly. The security guard changed his expression and begged for mercy. Lin Shuj winked at the secretary, and the secretary let go of the security guard's arm. But she didn't expect that as soon as she let go, the security guard pushed her hard and ran outside without looking back. Bring him back. Lin Shuj's face also darkened. The beautiful secretary took the order and quickly chased after him. He grabbed the security guard's shoulder and pulled him back. The security guard had a ferocious look on his face and turned around and hit the secretary in the face with a stick. The secretary reacted quickly and dodged by turning his head. He grabbed the security guard's wrist and twisted it gently. The security guard loosened his grip in pain, and the stick fell to the ground and rolled far away. The secretary took the opportunity to grab the security guard again. This time, her force was even greater than before. The security guard grimaced in pain and began to beg for mercy, but the secretary would never give him any chance to escape. Lin Tao's eyes widened as he watched from the side. Wow, big sister, this beautiful sister is really good at fighting. Lin Shuj rolled his eyes at Lin Tao and said calmly, "Why don't you help me call the police?" "Oh, I'll hit you right away." Lin Tao finally reacted and immediately reached for his cell phone. The nearest police station was less than a kilometer away, and the police arrived quickly. The secretary handed the security guard over to the police. Lin Shuj stepped forward and briefly described the situation to the police. He also expressed his suspicion that the theft last month was related to the security guard. When Lin's documents were stolen before, the police were called. The police were already having a headache finding a needle in a haystack during their investigation, but they didn't expect that Lin would catch the suspect himself. They were also very happy and repeatedly assured that they would conduct a thorough investigation on the security guard and then left. From the beginning, Lin Tao's eyes had been focused on the beautiful secretary. He didn't take his eyes off until the security guard was taken away. Lin Shuj slapped him on the head and said disdainfully, "Look at how useless you are. Ah Tao, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Luo is my right-hand man. Don't even think about taking advantage of her." "I don't," Lin Tao hurriedly explained. He indeed didn't, and the reason he kept staring at the beautiful secretary was because the secretary's skills were so great. Plus, she is good-looking. She is simply beautiful and cool. Unexpectedly, as he was watching, new news appeared in the system. How could such a powerful and beautiful secretary's sister be so unlucky? Today, I worked overtime with my elder sister, and after get off work, I encountered objects being thrown from high places. He was unable to dodge and was smashed to death. Hey, how should I remind you? Lin Shuj was just about to continue teasing Lin Tao when he heard these thoughts. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Will Lolo die? Whether it was true or not, she couldn't let this happen. Lolo! Lin Shuj quickly stopped the secretary who was about to go upstairs. "Boss Lin, what's wrong?" The beautiful secretary had no expression on her face and was very respectful. After all, it's been a month since he reported the theft to the police. I'm worried that the police have forgotten some details. You go over now and tell them in detail, and then you can go home directly. Lin Shuj just found an excuse. Although the beautiful secretary didn't know why Lin Shuj suddenly made such a decision, she was only responsible for execution and would never ask any more questions. After nodding, he turned around and followed the police. In order to avoid any accidents, Lin Shuj sent another message to his secretary. It seems like there are always people throwing objects from high places nearby recently. Be careful and stay away from those buildings. Chapter 48. Keeping a Gigolo? Lin Tao completed his meal delivery mission and wanted to go home directly. Lin Shuj kept him and wanted to take him to see the Lin family. In case he wants to work in the company in the future, he can familiarize himself with it in advance. Lin Tao had nothing to do anyway, so he followed his elder sister to take a look upstairs. I have to say that Lin's company is really large. Not only is the lobby decorated magnificently, but the design and layout of other floors are also very exquisite. The office area is well planned, and there's also a large activity area and afternoon tea area. The afternoon tea here is not as simple as that of other companies. They even hire hotel chefs to prepare snacks for employees. This is the concept proposed by their grandfather. Employees must be provided with a comfortable working environment so that they can make money for the company in a down-to-earth manner. Lin Shuj was in a good mood at the moment and took Lin Tao to visit the upper floors one by one. It was lunchtime and many people were taking a nap in the rest area. Lin Shuj did not make a big fanfare, nor did he introduce Lin Tao's identity to others. But these employees are all smart people. Seeing that Lin Tao was brought by the president himself, they were very respectful, until they arrived at the sales department and passed by the sales manager's office. The manager of the sales department is named Wang. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s, short and fat, with a pair of small eyes that roll around. Looks like a little clever. Lin Shuj usually doesn't like this kind of people, but the Lin family puts strength first. As long as you don't have any major character flaws and have outstanding abilities, you will be promoted. When Lin Shuj brought Lin Tao past, they didn't want to disturb the people here. But the manager seemed to have a very sensitive sense of smell and came out just by smelling the scent. Hey, isn't this President Lin? Manager Wang looked over with a smile. His small eyes narrowed into slits. Lin Shuj didn't say much, just nodded lightly. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Tao felt that his elder sister didn't seem to like this manager very much. I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Lin Tao soon discovered that although Manager Wang looked flattering, there was no seriousness in his eyes. Instead, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes from time to time. It seems like he's another two-faced guy. Lin Shuj originally had no intention of staying here, but Manager Wang felt the look in Lin Tao's eyes and suddenly became angry. President Lin, I wonder who this person is. Manager Wang asked with a smile, but without waiting for Lin Shuj to answer, he continued to talk. Could it be Mr. Lin's new boyfriend? Mr. Lin, so you like this type? Such offensive words made Lin Shuj's Lin Tao frown. How dare a subordinate speak to his superior like this? Hey, do you know what you're talking about? Lin Tao couldn't help but scold. Hey, I'm just a gigolo kept by the CEO. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? Manager Wang glared at him and got angry. Lin Tao was so angry that he laughed. What qualifications do you have to shout here? Do you really think this place is your home? Manager Wang didn't expect that this young-looking guy would dare to confront him. Lin Tao, with disdain, then turned to look at Lin Shuj. Boss Lin, this company is good for your family. But as the president, you have to act like a president. We work like cows and horses here all day long, working hard to make money, not for you to support a gigolo. Listening to this fatherly remark, Lin Shuj suppressed his anger and said calmly, You are so good at educating people. People who know that you are the manager here. And those who don't know you think you are my father, the chairman. Manager Wang didn't know whether he was smart or stupid. I couldn't hear the sarcasm in Lin Shuj's tone at all, and I thought he was praising him. Oh, Mr. Lin, you are flattering me. Although I'm still a little bit inferior to the chairman, I can still give you more guidance. Manager Wang said arrogantly, with his big belly sticking out. Lin Tao couldn't help laughing. You really can't tell good from bad. Who gave you such a thick skin? And you're still giving me advice. Who do you think you are? You, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang felt a little embarrassed to be ridiculed so blatantly and immediately wanted to complain to Lin Shuj. But Lin Shuj said first, Don't tell me. What he said is also what I mean. Lin Shuj, are you crazy? This time, Manager Wang didn't even pretend, and the contempt on his face was clear. I'm a manager of the sales department. Do you know that at least half of the money Lin earned is due to me? If you dare to annoy me, do you believe that I will change jobs with my team? Lin Shuj's eyes were slightly cold. Is this a threat to her? Manager Wang, are you going to blatantly violate company regulations? Lin's senior management have signed relevant non-compete agreements with the company, and such a thing as changing jobs with a team is not allowed to happen. Manager Wong sneered. Do you think that crappy rule can still restrict me after I leave? I have plenty of ways to circumvent it. Lin Chuj was silent. From her personal point of view, she really hated this old thing. But for the company's interests, Manager Wong did create some value before. Just as she was hesitating, Lin Tao's voice rang out again. Chapter 49. Killing one's relatives for the sake of justice? Hey, another spy. Other people's spies are always doing things secretly. Why are the spies planted by the Lin family so arrogant and domineering? Do they really think that no one will suspect them? Oh, this Manager Wong is not only sent by the rival, but he's also colluding with Baifeng. He took advantage of his position to embezzle public funds many times. Wow, this is really a punishment. Hearing Lin Tao's inner voice, Lin Shuj felt as if his eyes went dark. Another spy? It's another spy. She thought she was very careful in hiring people and had done very detailed background checks. How could this happen so repeatedly? At this time, Lin Shuj had already considered firing Manager Wong. But at present, she has only heard Lin Tao's thoughts and has no substantial evidence. Lin Tao is such a jerk. Why doesn't he continue talking? Lin Shuj was a little anxious. There was no other way, so she had to continue to beat around the bush with Manager Wong, hoping that Lin Tao would say more soon. Seeing that Lin Shuj was still willing to argue with him here, Manager Wong thought that Lin Shuj was scared and became even more unscrupulous. The words he spoke became more and more infuriating. Sure enough, under such stimulation, Lin Tao's inner voice sounded again. This fat guy actually dares to shout. Does he really think he can withstand a thorough investigation? What he did before should be considered as economic crime. This cannot be solved by going to the police station and making a fuss. The Public Security Bureau is responsible for it. If they find out something, I'm afraid I'll end up in jail for life. This time, Lin Tao did not directly state any evidence, but his confident tone gave Lin Chuj peace of mind. She immediately took out her cell phone and called the police. Manager Wong, I hope you can remain confident when facing the investigation. Manager Wong didn't expect Lin Chuj to really call the police. His expression suddenly changed. Are you really going to do this? Lin's is so big. Do you think it's clean everywhere? Even if you find out that I'm the one, you will definitely be in trouble. Lin Chuj raised his lips with a sneer. You don't need to worry about whether the Lin family is clean or not. You should think carefully about how to explain it to the master behind you. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lin Tao hurriedly followed, unable to resist flattering her. Big sister, you are so impressive. You should punish these serval guys. Lin Chuj smiled lightly and didn't say much. Lin Tao boldly asked, by the way, is there really nothing inconvenient for this Lin family to meet with others? He asked very politely, but Lin Chuj still frowned. Why? Do you not trust mom and dad, or do you not trust me? Do you think our family can't make money through legitimate channels? Hey, I don't mean that. I'm just worried that Manager Wong, that mad dog, will bite people randomly. Lin Tao immediately waved his hands to explain, looking embarrassed. Really? Lin Chuj stopped and turned to look at Lin Tao. Lin Tao quietly, what if I say yes? Lin Tao felt a chill down his spine when he saw this look, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. He already regrets it. Why does he have to ask such a sensitive question out of the blue? Wouldn't it be better to just be a rich second generation? Even if Lin goes bankrupt later, he can save a lot of money in advance and live the rest of his life comfortably. He was so reckless today. If he was forced to board the same pirate ship, wouldn't he be implicated as well? Big sister, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Tao pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a forced smile. He wanted to continue explaining something, but Lin Chuj suddenly laughed. Oh, my silly brother, look how scared you are. Lin Tao's shouldered vigorously. I'm just kidding. Remember, our Lin family's ancestral motto is to obey the law, not to do evil, and only make the money you deserve. Do you understand? Lin Tao was so scared that he broke out in a sweat. Only when he saw Lin Chuj's serious expression did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Big sister, you scared me to death. I was worried that you would really do something, and I would have to bear the pain and kill my own relatives for the sake of justice. You are so poor. The atmosphere became harmonious again. With the previous experience, Lin Chuj thought that since Lin Tao had such ability, it would be a waste to use it. She first settled Lin Tao in her office and then asked her assistant to notify all people above the level of team leader to go to the conference room to prepare for the meeting. She wants to take advantage of Lin Tao's presence to uncover all those who have ulterior motives in the company. Lin Tao was actually a little sleepy. When she heard that Lin Shuj was going to a meeting, she planned to get up and leave. Sister, you are busy. I will go home first. Wait, you go to the meeting with me. Lin Shuj said lightly. Huh? I'm not from the company. Why should I go there? Lin Tao was a little confused. Nothing. I just want you to meet the people in the company and see how the company is running. You're taking a leave of absence from school anyway. So instead of lying at home, why not come here and get some education? Lin Shuj smiled and added with a hint of sarcasm, so that when you want to sacrifice your relatives for the sake of justice one day, you won't even know the people in the company. Chapter 50. Why did you fall asleep? Big sister, what are you talking about? How could I kill my own relatives for the sake of justice? Lin Tao knew that Lin Shuj was still concerned about his distrust of the Lin family, so he could only explain in a serious manner and hurriedly change the subject. Then let's have a meeting, but don't tell them who I am yet, so as to avoid making them uncomfortable. Good. Lin Tao's identity directly. She was counting on Lin Tao to help her find the spy in the company. The assistant was very efficient. In less than half an hour, all employees above the level of team leader were gathered in the conference room. Lin Shuj let Lin Tao go first and blend into the crowd. This is to avoid the two of them appearing together and attracting too much attention. Anyway, Lin's is a very large company, so it's normal that people in some departments haven't met each other. Lin Tao entered the meeting room and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Watching people coming in one after another, he couldn't help but sigh at the scale of the Lin family. The employees above the level of team leaders alone would fill up this huge conference room. Soon, Lin Shuj also arrived and sat in the front seat. Today's meeting is mainly to tell you a few things. Lin Shuj looked around and spoke calmly. Lin Tao supported his head with one hand, and out of boredom, he began to look at the people around him. When Lin Shuj mentioned the spies sent by other companies, Lin Tao vaguely noticed that the expressions of several people began to change. Unlike those whose first reaction was shock, there was a hint of nervousness in their expressions. Lin Tao began to pay attention to those people. After a while, the voice of the system really appeared in my mind. Oh, I didn't expect that there are so many spies planted in the Lin family. Lin Tao chuckled. At the same time, Lin Shuj also heard Lin Tao's thoughts and was immediately delighted. Lin Tao said in his heart, she calmly marked out those people. Naturally, she would not confront those people directly in front of so many people. Moreover, those people don't know that they have been exposed, so they will not be too vigilant. It will also be more convenient when looking for evidence. After Lin Tao found out about these people, he started to feel bored. In the ears, Lin Shuj's voice also became like soft music, making people drowsy. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. While sleeping, he smacked his lips and said some incomprehensible words. When Lin Shuj heard the noise, he stopped speaking and looked over there quietly. When she found out it was Lin Tao, she couldn't help but be speechless. Although this meeting is a bit serious, it shouldn't be so boring, right? How could he fall asleep in front of so many people? It's fine if you're just asleep, but why are you talking in your sleep? Lin Shuj was worried that if Lin Tao continued, he would say something he shouldn't, so he immediately winked at the assistant next to him. The assistant knew Lin Tao's identity, so he quickly walked up to him and gently patted him on the shoulder. Wake up, wake up. The assistant didn't address him, just called out twice in a low voice. Lin Tao's head shook and he opened his eyes drowsily. He even had a moment of trance and forgot where he was. It wasn't until he saw so many people's eyes were focused on him that he reacted. Sorry. Lin Tao lowered his head embarrassedly. Lin Shuj said calmly, either wake up or get out. Lin Tao thought about it carefully. He was indeed still a little sleepy now, and if he continued to stay here and listen to their meeting, he would probably fall asleep. Then the only option is to go out. Thinking of this, he stood up and smiled awkwardly. Then I'd better go out first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They began to mourn in their hearts for this foolish young man. They didn't believe that anyone who dared to disrespect the president in front of so many people could continue to stay in the company. Lin Shuj's face didn't look very good either. He regretted that he should have let Lin Tao out directly instead of letting him choose. I made myself so embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Tao is not her employee, so there is still time to teach him a lesson after returning home. Lin Tao left the meeting room in full view of everyone. However, he He would not leave without Lin Chuj's permission. Moreover, he was still concerned about the spies just now, wondering if there was any way to remind them. While I was wandering at the door, two female employees came over. When they saw Lin Tao, their eyes suddenly lit up. "Sister, I always tell you the inside information as soon as I get it. Isn't that generous of me?" One of them spoke secretly in a low voice. "Hey, I didn't expect our CEO to be so secretive. If your sister hadn't happened to be in the same university as the young master of the Lin family, I would have missed such a good opportunity." The other man's eyes sparkled as he said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't disappoint my sisters and will definitely take him down." Lin Tao was wandering alone outside the meeting room, completely unaware that he was being watched. I heard the sound of high heels behind me, turned around, and saw a young female employee wearing a professional suit and with a slim figure. "Hey, why are you here alone? Sister invites you to have a cup of afternoon tea over there." The female employee blinked her big eyes, with a gleam in her eyes. Before coming, she deliberately unbuttoned one more button on her chest. As I leaned over, waves of spring scenery appeared and disappeared. Chapter 51. Unchangeable Fate. Lin Tao looked the female employee up and down. This style is not what he likes. Although there was a hint of temptation in those eyes, they seemed more purposeful. Coming to see him at this time, most likely it's not good news. Just as I was about to refuse, the system's voice sounded in my mind. I just wanted to hook up with the rich second generation, but no one really took me seriously. I was always being played by them. She had more than 20 boyfriends and had 5 abortions. No, it's already like this. Why haven't you given up yet? This sister is really strong. Lin Tao's eyes kept changing as he looked at the female employee. The female employee was also a little confused. She has seen a lot of rich second generations. No matter whether they really like her or not, when they see her for the first time, there is more or less a desire to possess her in their eyes. Not only did she not see a trace of such emotion in Lin Tao's eyes, but there was a strange feeling of admiration. Little did he know that Lin Tao really admired her for having a good body. Lin Chuj is in the conference room. Lin Tao's thoughts appeared in my mind. I glanced towards the door and vaguely saw the wandering figure. Why is this guy standing at the door so stubbornly after being asked to leave? Can't he go to the rest area next door and have a drink first? Lin Chuj was having a headache. If she had known this earlier, she would have arranged for an assistant to take Lin Tao away from her. After all, she is not interested in anything other than herself and the impact on the company. After finally waiting for Lin Tao to finish speaking, she continued to speak in the meeting. Lin Tao outside didn't know what was going on. Once this kind of gossip happened, there would be a second one. "Oh, I never realized that this sister is having an affair with the manager. But the manager is almost 50 years old. He could be her father. How come there are still people who take shortcuts to get close to rich women? TSK, TSK, TSK. They are really not picky. Hey, this sister had plastic surgery to the point where her own mother disowned her, all for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family. So many people admire my elder sister. She is indeed the most powerful female CEO. I will support her." Lin Chuj took a deep breath. Listening to the noisy voices in her head, she felt that this meeting might not be able to go on. Fortunately, Lin Tao found all the spies at the beginning, so there was nothing serious left. "Okay, let's adjourn the meeting." Lin Chuj waved his hand casually and held his forehead with his other hand. The assistant thought she was not feeling well and came forward to ask her a few questions out of concern. Lin Chuj said that he was fine, stood up, and went to take the chatterbox at the door away. Just as she reached the door, the cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. This is her work phone, and is only used by her secretary and assistant when reporting on work. At this time, all the assistants were by her side, and the only one who could contact her with this number was her secretary. Lin Tao, as previous thoughts, Lin Chuj's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly took out his cell phone and found that it was indeed a message from his secretary Lolo. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm injured and may need to take a day off tomorrow." Lin Chuj looked at the message and immediately made a phone call. The person on the other end answered the call quickly, and his voice was a little weak. "Boss Lin, I'm in the Beijing hospital. I'm fine. I just hurt a little." However, before she could finish her words, the call was hung up. Lin Chuj immediately asked her assistant to go back and arrange the work first, while she grabbed Lin Tao at the door and walked towards the elevator. "Hey, big sister, what's wrong?" Lin Tao was a little confused. "Lolo was injured. Come with me to the hospital." Lin Chuj explained briefly. Lin Tao was also a little confused. He had indeed learned from the system that the secretary would be hit by falling object from a high altitude, but he remembered that the system said it happened on the way home from get off work after working overtime. It's not even 4 o'clock yet, so it can't be considered overtime, right? Is there something wrong with the system? He was also curious, so he took Lin Shuj's car and rushed all the way to the Beijing hospital. Along the way, Lin Shuj was also very confused. She knew Lolo's character, and it was impossible for him not to take her words seriously. In other words, no matter how careful he is, Lin Tao's wish will come true. If this is the case, then the future of their Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Shuj couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. The two came to the hospital, and after a quick ask, they found the ward where Lolo was. Lin Shuj pushed the door open without any hesitation. She was afraid to see Lolo, who was critically ill, but she had no choice but to face it. But when she entered the room, she found that Luo was leaning on the bed, holding a large cup of milk tea in her hand, sipping it leisurely. Mr. Lin, why are you here? Luo was obviously confused as well. Lin Tao even saw 2 pearls stuck in the milk tea straw, neither rising nor falling out. Neither drinking nor spitting is right. Lin Shuj looked at Luo carefully and saw that only her left shoulder was wrapped in gauze and her arm was hanging around her neck. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to ask, I suddenly heard a curious voice coming from outside the ward. Huh, isn't this Dr. Lin's brother? Hey, it really is you, little brother. We meet again. Lin Tao heard this voice. He immediately thought that something was wrong. He was so embarrassed in the hospital a few days ago that he has a psychological trauma. If he hadn't wanted to confirm whether there was anything wrong with his system today, he would definitely not have set foot in this hospital. I wanted to leave as soon as possible after watching, but I didn't expect to be caught by someone. Big sister, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I won't stay here with you. I'm leaving first. Lin Tao finished speaking. He covered his face and ran away without looking back. Hearing the loud laughter behind him, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After Lin Tao left, Lin Shuj asked about Luo's situation today. When mentioning this, Lolo's eyes suddenly turned red. Boss Lin, you are really my lifesaver. If you hadn't reminded me to be careful of falling objects, I would have been crushed to death by now. Chapter 52, How to Distribute. Thinking back to what happened just now, Lolo is still scared. After she came out of the police station, she went straight home. She remembered Lin Chuj's reminder and didn't dare to get too close to the buildings nearby. She tried to walk in the middle as much as possible and occasionally look up at the sky. If you see someone working at high altitude, you will move further away. Just when she was about to reach her home, she suddenly saw several people hanging outside a building, installing glass. She still planned not to get too close, but found that an old woman didn't notice any of this and was still passing under the building. She suddenly had a bad feeling, because if Lin Shuj hadn't reminded her today, according to her usual habit, she would have walked at the back of the road like the old woman. Maybe. When Lolo thought of this, he heard a click sound from above. Looking up, I saw that the glass exterior wall, which was supposed to be solid, actually had a crack in the middle. The rope that hangs the glass is under pressure as a whole. If the glass breaks in the middle, it will be impossible to hold it all together, and some fragments will definitely fall off. This weight, if it hits someone, the consequences will be disastrous. Lolo didn't even think twice. He just rushed over and pulled the old woman backwards. The old woman was so scared that she sat down on the ground, and Lolo had to carry her up. With a loud bang, just as she was about to leave the spot, the glass fell down. Her legs were cut by several pieces of glass that flew up from the ground, but it was a blessing in disguise. So your arm is... After listening to Luo's description, Lin Shuj was still a little confused. Well, the old lady didn't cooperate at first, and when I hugged her, I accidentally twisted my arm. Luo smiled awkwardly. Lin Shuj then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that taking precautions in advance is still useful. In other words, the Lin family's future bankruptcy is not a dead end. Okay, you should take a good rest these few days. Don't rush back to work. Get well first. By the way, this accident is considered a work-related injury. In addition to the stipulated compensation, the company will also provide additional subsidies. You could just take this as a vacation. Lin Shuj would not be stingy with this secretary, who was very loyal to him. After settling everything and giving repeated instructions, he left the hospital. She didn't go back to the company, but went straight home. She knew that her parents could also hear Lin Tao's thoughts. Since Lin Tao's voice is of such great help to the company, she must discuss with her parents to see how to make good use of it in the next step to resolve the future crisis of the Lin family. Is this actually possible? After listening to Lin Chuj's description, Lin Qingshan was shocked. Lin Tao's thoughts before, they just treated it as gossip. Even if they could know some of the more private things, it would seem that this was something that could only be encountered by chance. They never thought that they could take the initiative to use this to solve some troubles hidden in the dark. A Tao is really the lucky star of our family. Susan's face was full of love, and she wanted to give her son more and better things from the bottom of her heart. I'm afraid that even if Lin Tao wants the stars in the sky, they're planning to contact the space agency for business. How about this? When I have important projects in the future, I'll let a Tao come with me. Lin Chuj calculated with a smile. Susan rubbed her hands together, also with anticipation. I will have to bring Tao with me to important gatherings in the future. I want to see what those ladies from noble families who seem to be getting along well with me on the surface are up to. Lin Qingshan nodded. Yes, it would be great if we could get hold of something that could hold something against their husbands. Even if we don't deal with them, we can still protect ourselves. When Lin Baixian got home from get off work, all she heard was her parents and sister talking. After learning about the situation, she also joined in. In that case, I have to take him with me to work. I want to see who wants to harm me. After leaving the hospital, Lin Tao took the bus and subway home by himself, and his speed was much slower than Lin Chuj. As soon as he entered the door, he felt 4 burning gazes. What happened? Lin Tao was frightened by the stare and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Susan smiled gently. A Tao, come and sit down. We just thought that if you're not busy with your studies recently, you can spend more time with your family. That's right. Lin Chuj and Lin Baixian echoed. Lin Tao always felt that they were weird. Huh? How can I accompany them? Just visit the company often when you have time. Go out with mom to meet those aunts when you have time. Come to the hospital when you have time to get a physical checkup. Lin Tao. In the end, it was Lin Qingshan who made the final decision. No matter what Lin Tao planned to do later, he planned to hold a banquet first to officially announce Lin Tao's identity. On the one hand, it allows Lin Tao to have an additional identity outside so that he will not be bullied by ignorant people. On the other hand, gathering those people from the aristocratic families would also allow Lin Tao to distinguish whether they were sincere or not. Lin Tao himself had no opinion on this. It was only a matter of time anyway. Coincidentally, the car he had ordered had just arrived, and he planned to pick it up on the morning of the banquet and then rush to the venue himself. The Lin couple were a little worried, but seeing that Lin Tao insisted, they just let him do it. Chapter 53. You are still here. Lin Tao completed the formalities quickly and successfully obtained the car keys. The clerk was kind enough to help him drive the car out of the parking lot and park on the side of the road. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. But when Lin Tao opened the door and got into the car, he realized the seriousness of the situation. He has a driver's license. He has it both before he traveled through time and in this world. But equally, whether before crossing over or in this world, he had never driven a car much. Not to mention, it's such a luxury car. After he started the car, he felt a little at a loss. It should be no problem to drive away, but he was not willing to take the risk and become a road killer. Or call a designated driver. Thinking of this, Lin Tao immediately got out of the car and took out his mobile phone to look for the designated driver app. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sudden braking sound not far away, followed by the sound of a collision. This place is remote, and there are not many people on the road. Lin Tao took a look and found that it was a very cute pink car that had overturned into the ditch next to it. The cars passing by just slowed down, took a look, and then drove away. Lin Tao hurried over and tried to open the car door. I saw a young girl sticking her head out in a very embarrassed manner. Can you pull me up? The girl was pale and looked frightened. Lin Tao stretched out his hand and pulled the girl out of the car with difficulty. But the girl's skirt was torn, revealing a pair of white legs. Oh, why am I so unlucky? The girl grabbed her hair, looking upset. I just put a film on my pink car, and it broke after less than an hour of driving. Lin Tao leaned over to take a look at the car. This is a Mercedes-Benz Smart, which is relatively light. It must have been during a sharp turn that one of the wheels got stuck in the ditch, and then the whole car flipped over. But the ditch is not very deep, so it is probably not a big problem. Seeing the girl's collapse, he reminded her, I think she may still be able to be saved. Really? The girl raised her head, and a glimmer of hope rose in her watery eyes. Yeah, but you might need to find someone to get the car out first. Lin Tao can push this car by himself. But in order to avoid secondary injuries, professional matters should be left to professionals. The girl nodded and immediately made a phone call. Hearing the reply from the other end, she frowned slightly and said in a somewhat impatient tone, "Okay, okay, then I'll send you the location, and you can come over and deal with it later." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "The more urgent the matter, the more urgent it is," she muttered quietly. With a sigh, she carefully lifted her skirt, stepped into the shallow ditch, and took out a large bag from the trunk. "It's over. The dress is dirty too." The girl broke down again. Lin Tao looked at the girl in front of him, who sometimes collapsed and sometimes was normal. Although the girl was very pitiful, he couldn't help but want to laugh. But just as he raised the corners of his mouth, the girl suddenly turned her head. "Benefactor, can you please help me again?" Um. Lin Tao quickly stopped smiling. "It's hard to get a taxi here. Can you take me downtown, please?" The girl clasped her hands together with a pious look on her face. Lin Tao took a look at the car he had just picked up. He originally wanted to call a designated driver. Logically speaking, now that he has someone with him, it would be best if someone could help drive him. But the girl just drove her car into a ditch, which is really unreliable. But it is just as she said, this place is too remote and it is hard to find taxis or designated drivers. After thinking for a moment, he reminded, "I'm a novice. Do you dare to ride in my car?" "You dare. I have something urgent to do today, so I leave my life in your hands." The girl looked as if she was ready to die heroically. Lin Tao was trusted so much, he no longer refused. He drove the girl all the way to the city. However, when the 20th bicycle overtook her, the girl became a little overwhelmed. "Brother, how about we not drive anymore?" This speed was not much faster than she could walk. "How about you come?" Lin Tao was also a little embarrassed. The girl nodded. "Okay, let me do it. Don't worry, I'll be careful." After that, the two exchanged positions. It has to be said that although the girl drove her own car into the ditch, she drove Lin Tao's car quickly and steadily. We drove all the way to the parking lot of a luxury shopping mall. "Okay, I'll get off here. Thank you so much." Lin Tao solemnly again and hurried away. Lin Tao sat back in the driver's seat. Soon, a more serious problem was discovered. This parking lot seems to be more difficult to drive in than the road outside. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he buy such a big car? I should have bought a smart car earlier to travel freely. After an unknown amount of time, he finally drove out of the parking lot. When he got to the roadside, he decided he had to call a designated driver. But just as I took out my phone, a familiar voice came from behind me. "Huh, why haven't you left yet?" Lin Tao looked back and saw that the girl had changed into a new dress and a windbreaker on the outside, and walked out of the mall. The girl saw Lin Tao standing next to the car, fiddling with his cell phone, and suddenly thought of something. You didn't just drive out of the parking lot?" Chapter 54, Not Allowed in Again. Lin Tao held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. The girl chuckled. "I just happen to have some time. Since you helped me, I'll be your driver for free. Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Lin Tao thought that this place didn't seem far from the hotel where the banquet was held, so he told the location. When the girl heard this, she exclaimed, "You're also going to the Lin family banquet?" Yes, you too." Lin Tao looked the girl up and down curiously. "Yeah. Hey, I didn't want to go, but my parents insisted that I go. It's on our way. I'll drive you there." The girl got back into the driver's seat and drove Lin Tao to the hotel. Soon, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The girl asked mischievously, "Do you need me to help you park the car?" "No need. I can do it myself this time." "Today has been embarrassing enough. Lin Tao must fight for it." "Okay, my parents just called me, so I'll go in first." The girl said this with a smile, then got out of the car and walked towards the hotel on foot. Lin Tao sat back in the driver's seat and took a deep breath. It's just parking. How difficult is that? He just doesn't believe it. I don't know if the parking space of this hotel is spacious, but after some effort, he actually parked there. But soon he regretted it. This luxury hotel provides parking services. As long as he drives his car to the hotel entrance, someone will come to help him park. Just treat it as practicing your skills. Lin Tao sighed lightly, got out of the car, and walked silently towards the hotel gate. But before he could enter the door, he saw a man in a security uniform running towards him. Hey, hey, hey. Online ride-hailing cars can't park in our parking lot." Lin Tao looked confused. Online ride-hailing? Why are online ride-hailing services so expensive? Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? But the security guard quickly walked up to him, pointed at his car not far away, and said, "You can't park here with your green BYD." Lin Tao was even more confused. The green license plate is correct. He bought a hybrid. But what the hell is BYD? What did he do to offend anyone with his green license plate Bentley? "No, big brother, are you mistaken?" Lin Tao wanted the security guard to take a closer look. But the security guard looked at him with disdain. Stop pretending. I just saw you send a girl over here. Don't you see that there are luxury cars parked here, where you should park? I've seen a lot of people like you, taking advantage of sending people over to eat and drink for free. Lin Tao looked at the security guard's serious expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't you really being abstract? Listen to me. First of all, I don't drive an online taxi, and secondly, I'm here to attend the party. Lin Tao said seriously. You're attending a banquet? Lin Tao up and down and sneered. Ah. Lin Tao looked down at his clothes. Thinking that it wouldn't take long to pick up the car, he asked his elder sister to bring his suit here first, intending to change into it after he got here. So he was wearing casual clothes now, and his trouser legs were also stained with a lot of mud and water because of saving the girl just now. It certainly doesn't look like someone who's here to attend a party. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Tao had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call his elder sister. But the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. He called his second sister and parents again, but still no one answered. 2. When attending such occasions, they usually don't carry their mobile phones with them. Anyway, if there is anything important, I will contact the assistant. Lin Tao did not have the phone number of their assistant. Lin Tao was a little anxious and stuck his head to look inside. Hope to see Big Sister or someone else who knew him. Unfortunately, the Lin couple did not formally introduce him to the people in this circle, and almost no one here knew him. When he looked up, Lin Tao was suddenly pushed from behind. Make way. Make way. Can't you see there's a car coming? The people who pushed him were a few people dressed as bodyguards, with impatient looks on their faces. But there was clearly no one at the door, and no one was blocking the road, so there was no need to evacuate. Lin Tao just now seemed to see what Lin Tao was thinking and sneered. See? These rich people are all looking down on others. I advise you not to try to get in. If you are discovered, you'll be in big trouble. I don't want to be harmed by you. Lin Tao was speechless. Strictly speaking, he is also the rich man mentioned by the security guard. But now, not only does he not have the qualifications to act arrogantly, he can't even enter this door. After a group of bodyguards cleared the area, a luxury car slowly stopped. The car door opened, and a young woman in a purple dress walked out. Surrounded by bodyguards and assistants, she walked slowly towards the door on the red carpet in high heels. She looked like a big star walking on the red carpet. The woman's appearance was actually not that outstanding, and she looked very ordinary no matter how you looked at her. But what he was wearing was obviously worth a lot of money. And when her eyes swept around, they looked condescending. She passed Lin Tao. She actually stopped. Lin Tao up and down and said with disdain, "Why, someone else wants to sneak in." Although the words were questions, they were full of sarcasm. The security guard immediately licked his face and laughed awkwardly. This is a driver of an online car-hailing service, trying to sneak in and eat and drink for free. The woman snorted coldly and waved her hand casually. Why don't you hurry up and get rid of them? This is the Lin family's banquet. Don't let these people get in the way here. Yes, miss. The bodyguards took the order and immediately drove Lin Tao away. Lin Tao was already annoyed because he couldn't get in, and when he heard this, he got even more angry. He dodged the bodyguard in a few moves and said coldly, "You also know that this is the Lin family's banquet. Who are you to give orders here?" The woman was about to walk inside, but when she heard Lin Taoist's words, she stopped again. She didn't seem to expect that someone here would dare to question her. And questioning her in front of so many people is simply a humiliation to her. "Oh, our Song family is going to marry the Lin family, and I'll be the future young lady of the Lin family. Not only can I give orders here, I can also crush you like an ant." As she said this, she winked at the bodyguards. The bodyguard immediately took the order and reached out to grab Lin Tao. Lin Tao knocked down 2 bodyguards casually and couldn't help laughing. "You were the only one who wants to marry into the Lin family? It's really funny. Why don't you ask me if I'm willing to marry you?" Chapter 55. Head-on confrontation. Everyone present was stunned, and then looked at Lin Tao as if he were a madman. What did he just say? He wants Miss Song to ask him if he wants to marry her. Did I take the wrong medicine? As Song Rue was right next to them, the bodyguards couldn't speak first. They just looked at Lin Tao silently, wanting to see how he would die today. Song Rue was stunned for a moment, and her expression became very ugly. "Do you know what you were saying? I'm Lin Tao, the young master of the Lin family. Even if I marry a pig, I won't marry you." Lin Tao stared into Song Rue's eyes and spoke word by word. Lin Tao's serious expression, Song Rue felt a moment of panic in her heart. But she quickly came to her senses as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world, and sneered, "Did you all hear it? This guy who drives an online car-hailing service actually said that he is the young master of the Lin family. So, did the Lin family change their business or go bankrupt? Lin Tao found that no one around him believed him, and finally realized that he could not explain it clearly just by talking. He still had to wait for the Lin couple and his elder and second sisters to find him. Just as he was about to continue his call, another voice came from behind him. Hey, it's been such a long time since we last met. Why are you still speaking so harshly, you ugly bastard? What's wrong with driving an online ride-hailing car? I earn money through my own labor, so what did that do to you? The voice is very clear, also very familiar. Lin Tao turned his head and saw the girl walking out of the banquet hall. When she saw him, the girl was also surprised. Why were you stopped? Lin Tao twitched his lips, pointed at the security guard, and said, He said I was driving an online car-hailing service. Huh? The girl was stunned, seemingly unable to react. Lin Tao explained helplessly. He said I drive a BYD. The girl looked at the green-licensed Bentley not far away, glanced at the security guard in surprise, and pursed her lips tightly. It was obvious that she was trying to hold back her laughter. You can't laugh in this kind of situation. She tried her best to hold it in and try to change the subject. Well, I forgot to introduce myself just now. I'm Bai Yueling from the Bai Group. Bai Group? Lin Tao had some impression of the Bai family. Previously, when Lin Zayan was kicked out of the Lin family and had to borrow money everywhere, the first person who came to explain the situation to Lin Qingshan was the head of the Bai family. I heard that the Bai family has always been upright and honest. The cooperation between the Lin family and the Bai family is also the longest. But Lin Tao never expected that the girl in front of him who drove the car into the ditch would be the daughter of the Bai family. And it looked like Miss Bai knew the annoying woman in front of her. Song Rue was watching from the side and couldn't help but sneered. I was wondering who's here. It turns out it's you, a woman who can't stand up to the stage. I think you two are a good match. Since you like to defend these lowly things so much, why don't you marry him? Oh, what kind of filthy thing is yelling in broad daylight? Bai Yueling fanned herself in disgust, as if she smelled something bad. His eyes suddenly turned to Song Rue, pretending to be surprised. Ah, why is it you, an ugly thing? What bad luck? Song Rue had an injury on her face when she was young. Although she spent a lot of money to hire someone to do reconstructive surgery and constantly maintain it on a daily basis, as long as she didn't wear makeup, you could still see the shallow scars. The scar was not big originally, and after so many years, it did not play any decisive role in her appearance. But the psychological trauma this injury brought to her is indelible. The young sisters around her never dare to mention this matter in front of her. I didn't expect Bai Yueling to be so outspoken in front of so many people. You. Song Rue was so angry that she couldn't speak. Hey, don't get angry. It was ugly to begin with, and now it's even more abstract. Bai Yueling is not at all ambiguous when it comes to insulting others. He also didn't give Song Rue any face at all. Seeing that it was getting late, she was too lazy to stay here, so she took Lin Tao's arm and walked into the banquet hall. Others may not know, but she is not stupid. Not to mention that the car Lin Tao was driving was not an online hailing car at all. Although the green label Bentley is indeed a bit abstract, the price is not low. How could someone who could afford such a luxury car be a poor guy? But Song Rue was obviously unwilling to let them go and immediately ordered the bodyguards to stop in front of the two of them. Bai Yueling, since you have chosen to be with him, there is no need for you to attend this banquet. But I was the one who was going to marry into the Lin family, so it would be better for you to face the reality sooner. Oh, ugly thing. Do you think everyone is as obsessed with getting married as you are? I have no interest in the young master of the Lin family. If my parents hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't have cared about it. Bai Yueling chuckled and said nonchalantly, Really? Then why are you still hanging around here? Why don't you get out of here? Song Rue didn't seem to believe Bai Yueling's words at all. Since I've already promised my parents, I have to be there. Bai Yueling's expression became a little impatient, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Song Rue, do you really dare to stop me? The Song family and the Bai family had never gotten along, and Song Rue and Bai Yueling had also disliked each other since childhood. Since the two families were equally powerful, the two of them just quarreled when they met. Song Rue is arrogant and domineering in front of others, but in front of Bai Yueling, she doesn't dare to confront her head-on. But now that there's so many people watching, it would be embarrassing for her to just move aside. At this moment, the sound of high-heeled shoes was heard from inside, followed by a cold and resolute voice. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at our Lin family banquet? Upon hearing this voice, Song Rue and Bai Yueling's heart skipped a beat. Only Lin Tao showed a bright smile. It's Lin Chuj who is here. Chapter 56. Go wherever you want. Big. Lin Tao wanted to speak. Unexpectedly, Song Rue came over first and took Lin Chuj's arm affectionately. Ah, sister, why are you here? There's a trouble here. I can handle it myself. Why bother you to come here? Lin Tao couldn't help rolling his eyes. How could this woman be so shameless? Are the two families familiar with each other? He had been home for quite some time, but he had never heard anyone mention her, the eldest daughter of the Song family. I don't even know when she and Lin Chuj became so close. Bai Yueling originally wanted to step forward and say hello, but when she saw Song Rue's expression, she stopped. Hey, if you don't have to attend this party, why don't you leave first? Otherwise, you'll be ridiculed by them if you go in. Bai Yueling whispered beside Lin Tao, I'll go in and say hello to my parents and then come out to find you. It's better not to attend this kind of banquet where people look down on others. Bai Yueling spoke with indignation, and it was obvious that she was angry. Lin Tao chuckled. Don't go, there's something interesting to watch. What? Bai Yueling blinked in confusion. Next, you just need to stay here and watch. Lin Tao said this was because he noticed that Lin Chuj's face had become not very good looking. The arm that was entangled by Song Rue was pulled out without a sound. But Song Rue didn't pay any attention to these things and was still there slandering Lin Tao and Bai Yueling in her own way. Even until Lin Tao slowly walked towards Lin Chuj, Song Rue still wanted to stop him. Big sister, Lin Tao said somewhat unhappily. Look how many times I called you. Lin Chuj shook his head helplessly. I'm really too busy today. I should have asked someone to pick you up earlier. Saw the... After hearing these words, Song Rue stood there stiffly as if petrified. Bai Yueling was also confused, but she quickly reacted and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, you are really the young master of the Lin family. How could it be false? Lin Tao curled his lips and looked at Song Rue meaningfully. It's a pity that some people say that I am a lowly person. TSK. I don't know what my parents would think if they knew about this. No. Song Rue panicked and said at a loss. I didn't know you were the young master of the Lin family, and you didn't tell me earlier. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, I just said that, but you didn't believe it. Lin Tao would not give Song Rue any chance to make excuses. What did you say at that time? Do you need me to help you recall it? Song Rue suddenly felt a chill on her back. How could she not remember what she just said? If those words were heard by the Lin family, I'm afraid. Master Lin, I didn't know at the time. Ignorance is innocent, right? Song Rue forced a smile and explained with difficulty. What's more, we want to get married. At the end of her speech, her voice became smaller and smaller, and it was obvious that she had no confidence. Lin Tao couldn't help laughing. He really didn't understand how this woman had the nerve to bring this up. Is she stupid, or is she treating him as a fool? Miss Song, you should also remember that I said at the time that I would rather marry a pig than marry you. Lin Tao waved his hands casually and said bluntly, I'm getting annoyed just looking at you now. Go somewhere cooler. Master Lin, Song Rue wanted to explain something, but Lin Tao had already left in big strides. Bai Yueling did not miss the opportunity to scold Song Rue. When passing by Song Rue, he acted in all kinds of weird ways and even made a face at the end. Seeing Song Rue's complexion getting worse and worse, she felt so happy. At the same time, she no longer resisted the banquet and walked happily in the direction where Lin Tao left. In the dressing room, the stylist was already on standby. Lin Tao arrived. They immediately began to transform him. All the messy clothes were changed, and the messy hair was combed neatly. In less than half an hour, Lin Tao looked completely refreshed. When the parents and second sister pushed the door open, they saw a different Lin Tao and were very surprised. Lin Tao looked at himself in the mirror and was stunned for a moment. He never expected that after dressing himself up and putting on a suit, he would look so good. The perfectly tailored suit made his already slender figure look even more outstanding. The black hair is styled to make his face look extremely handsome. As good as a big star. My son is so handsome. Susan praised with a smile. As expected, clothes make the man. Brother, from now on, buy clothes like this and weld them all on your body. Lin Chuj was also very satisfied and immediately gave the stylist a big red envelope. Lin Tao felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and immediately changed the subject. Dad, Mom, don't you have to entertain the guests over there? It's okay to go away for a while. Susan then remembered that they came here to find Lin Tao for a serious matter. Tao, I just heard from your sister that you have a good relationship with the young lady of the Bai family. If you like, we can go talk to your uncle and Aunt Bai. Lin Tao guessed what Susan meant and quickly explained it was just a chance encounter. I felt that the girl was quite interesting, but I can't say that I like her. Oh, so that's how it is. Susan nodded somewhat disappointedly. I was thinking that if you like, we can start the process of marriage between the two families. I have long wanted to become a relative of Aunt Bai. Lin Tao knew that his mother actually had selfish motives. Chapter 57. Selecting a marriage partner. Because the situation of the Bai family is a bit complicated. Lin Shuj's ex-boyfriend Bai Feng was the illegitimate son of the eldest son of the Bai family. He was originally raised outside and was not intended to be brought home. Unfortunately, the old man of the Bai family has 3 sons but cannot give birth to a grandson. The eldest brother has no other children except this illegitimate child. The second and third sons each have only one daughter. In this kind of traditional family, sons have always been given priority in inheritance. I will only hand over the company to my daughter if there is really no other way, and she is exceptionally outstanding, just like Lin Shuj. But the 2 remaining daughters of the Bai family are not interested in the company at all. Bai Yueling thinks about experiencing life all day long and doesn't act like a young lady at all. Her cousin was not much better. She was obsessed with art and wanted to be a freelance painter. Mr. Bai had no choice but to ask the eldest brother to take Bai Feng, the illegitimate son, back and train him as his heir. Bai Feng did a good job on the surface. As long as he could marry Lin Shuj, he would be truly successful. But it was destroyed by Lin Tao. The Lin couple has a good relationship with the third son of the Bai family. Finding Lin Tao, they were thinking about letting Lin Zhan marry Bai Yueling. But Bai Yueling really couldn't stand Lin Zhan's cynical attitude, so she had to give up. Lin Tao would be able to perform well this time, but unexpectedly, he still failed. Hey, we adults can't force young people to do what they want, so let Tao decide for himself. Lin Qingshan is more open-minded. His marriage to Susan was also a marriage of arrangement. They had been childhood sweethearts and had an emotional foundation. Naturally, we also hope that our children's marriages, even if they are arranged marriages, are based on mutual love. Seeing that the Lin couple were so easy to talk to, Lin Tao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that someone was a little sad because of his attitude. At the door of the dressing room, Bai Yueling had a little disappointment in her eyes. She wanted to say hello to her parents first, and then wanted to come here to find Lin Tao. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the door of the dressing room, she heard Lin Tao refuse the marriage proposal and say that he didn't like her. Although they had just met, she thought Lin Tao was quite interesting. If possible, it is not impossible to develop it. But why did Lin Tao refuse so thoroughly? Didn't she leave a good impression in his heart? This shouldn't be the case. Unconsciously, Bai Yueling felt a little bit of strong will in her heart. The banquet officially begins. Lin Qingshan took Lin Tao to the front of the stage and solemnly introduced Lin Tao's identity to everyone. Although these people have high status in the capital, not many of their children are successful. Many people still envy top students like Lin Tao, who was admitted to the finance department of University A on an exceptional basis. Hearing that he grew up in the countryside made them look at him with even greater respect. Most of the people present were adults, so they wouldn't play kids' tricks and think that Lin Tao's growing up in the countryside was something shameful. On the contrary, people would think that the fact that Lin Tao grew up in such difficult conditions and was able to be so outstanding shows that he has extremely strong personal abilities. With the training of the Lin family, he will definitely become a great man. In the following period of time, many people brought their children to introduce themselves to Lin Tao, hoping to establish better relationships with the Lin family. A large number of them came with their daughters. People here basically assume that children need to be arranged into marriages. The Lin family has only one son, so those families with daughters have to seize the opportunity. Lin Qingshan and Susan also accepted all the offers. Anyway, it's not a bad thing to get to know a few more girls. What if you find one you like? Tao, this is your Uncle Lu and his little daughter. Lin Qingshan introduced with a smile. Lin Tao just took a glance and shook his head silently. The girl is very beautiful and has a good figure. From the appearance, there's almost no flaw to be found in her. But as he observed, the melon-eating system in his mind started to ring again. Lin Tao's voice also echoed in the ears of the Lin family members present. She looks so dignified, but in private she is the queen of nightclubs. Last year, she saw a handsome male college student in a nightclub, and she forcibly took him away to sleep with him, and even got pregnant with his child. Too domineering, I can't afford to offend you." In an instant, the expressions of the other four members of the Lin family changed. Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian were chatting with their friends. When they heard the voice, they looked towards their parents with amusement in their eyes. Of course, they knew what their parents were thinking and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to choose a suitable partner for their younger brother. Seeing those people queuing up to meet Lin Tao, it seems that today's gossip will be heard to your heart's content. Lin Qingshan and Susan are also people who have experienced many ups and downs. The surprise on his face only lasted for a moment before he turned into a smile. "Well, old Lu, I remember your daughter had a good relationship with the boy from the Yang family. Well, I have to advise you, let the children solve their own problems. If we adults interfere too much, the children will hate us." After some casual chatting, Lin Qingshan calmly resolved the acquaintance. Even if Mr. Lu noticed something, he would not offend Lin Qingshan. The two of them soon started talking about other things, and the matter of letting the two children get to know each other was put on hold for the time being. However, after the first person left, the people behind him naturally took over. "Tao, this is your Aunt Zhao and her daughter. Come and meet them." Susan saw a woman she knew. She quickly stepped forward to introduce her. She still trusts her own vision. Mrs. Zhao is well-educated and well-mannered, and the daughter she raised will definitely not be so rebellious. Lin Tao looked at him again. The girl is also good-looking, tall, and with long legs. But the look she gave him seemed inexplicably cold. Soon, he found out the reason. This girl is nice, but she doesn't like men at all. "Hey, Mom, don't bother praising me. We are not on the same track." Chapter 58. Baifeng's parents are here. Susan S.'s face was visibly panicked. Mrs. Zhao obviously did not notice Susan's abnormality and continued to try her best to introduce her daughter. He graduated from a famous foreign university and has a good personality and is considerate. But Susan couldn't listen to a word. Lin Tao said in his heart just now, "I just don't like boys. This is completely not the same track. What's the use of being excellent?" Seeing his mother's embarrassment, Lin Shuj held back his laughter and walked forward. He made up an excuse and helped take Mrs. Zhao and her daughter away. She didn't go far. There were still many people queuing up behind her, and she wanted to see how many shameful secrets these girls from big families had. Lin Qingshan and Susan took a deep breath and regained hope. With so many people present, they just couldn't believe there wasn't a suitable one. Cases like the two just now should be exceptions. After all, they're all trained in big families, so it shouldn't be too outrageous. However, every subsequent person challenges their hearts. "Oh my, this is unbelievable. He actually has a masochistic fetish. You can't tell from his appearance. He's so perverted. This little girl is interesting. She lacked fatherly love since she was young, so she only likes men over 40 years old. Hey, this girl actually likes others to nibble on her toes. It just so happens that she can form a pair with the guy in front." Gradually, the light in Lin Qingshan and Susan's eyes faded. There was helplessness and also a bit of anger. They just don't believe that these people really don't understand their children at all. Isn't it just that he wants to take advantage of the fact that Lin Tao is still young, has just entered this circle of rich people, and can't judge people well, so as to seize the opportunity to take advantage of him? Do you really think that we, the parents, are fools? But then again, if it weren't for Lin Tao's voice, some people might have gotten away with it. Fortunately, there are many guests today, and some of them are relatively normal people. I also got to know Lin Tao a little bit, and there may be opportunities for development in the future. The introduction was almost finished, and Lin Tao was about to leave when he heard the sound of a cup breaking not far away. Turning around, I saw Lin Shuj standing in front of the table with an unhappy look on his face, and a couple was sitting in front of him. The wine glass on the ground seemed to have been broken by Lin Shuj. Lin Qingshan and Susan also noticed the situation over there, and their faces darkened. "Why are they here? I don't remember sending them an invitation," Susan said coldly. "Hey, after all, he is a well-known person in the capital, so it doesn't matter if he just comes to attend the banquet. But now it seems that it is not that simple." Lin Qingshan thought for a moment and walked over there. Lin Tao hurriedly followed. Lin Qingshan is indeed an old man in the mall. His face was so bad just now, but when he walked in front of the couple, he put on a smile and said, "Brother Bai, sister Bai, what are you doing?" "Another member of the Bai family?" And he came directly to Lin Chuj. Could it be the eldest couple of the Bai family, Bai Feng's parents? The man's name was Bai Yuan, and he looked about the same age as Lin Qingshan. He immediately stood up and said politely, "Hey, Lao Lin, you know that there were some misunderstandings between a Feng and Chugu before. We are here to apologize to Chugu on behalf of the Feng." Yeah. We mean no harm. The woman's name was Lu Qing. She looked quite young, probably in her early 40s. Like Bai Yuan, his face was full of guilt. When Lin Qingshan heard that the two of them were indeed here for Bai Feng's matter, he hesitated for a moment and said calmly, "Since you want to clear up the misunderstanding, let's go to the back and talk slowly." Before, Bai Feng wanted to drug Lin Chuj and force himself on her. Although he failed, Lin Chuj did not give up and called the police after leaving. During the investigation, the police actually found evidence that Bai Feng had drugged the woman and detained him. The Bai family is wealthy and powerful. If they had encountered such a thing in the past, they could have solved it with money. At worst, they could have asked the victim to issue a letter of forgiveness. But this time he had provoked the Lin family, and there was absolutely no possibility of compromise. Not only did Lin Chuj refuse to coordinate, he even refused to meet the two of them. There was no choice but to find this place. In a small reception room behind the banquet hall, the four members of the Lin family sat on one side, and the Bai Yuan couple sat on the other side. If you have anything to say, just speak up. There aren't that many people here, and Lin Qingshan doesn't want to play along. They already knew that Bai Feng was trying to bully their daughter. This is not like hearing Lin Tao's inner thoughts, which is just a melodrama without any evidence, but a real thing that happened. There's no way they would have the slightest good attitude towards this. Lu Qing obviously realized this and quickly apologized. It was indeed Ah Feng who was wrong about what happened before. Chu Gu, after all, you two have been together for so long. There must be feelings for each other. Can you bear to let Ah Feng go to jail? Lin Chuj snorted coldly and said calmly, "Aunt, you said that as if I had put him in jail. He is an adult. Don't you know the consequences of his actions?" Lu Qing frowned, but he... Bai Yuan saw Lin Chuj's determination and looked directly at Lin Qingshan. "Old Lin, we have been friends for so many years. There is no need to make such a fuss, right? Every child makes mistakes, as long as it doesn't cause any bad consequences." After these words were spoken, the four members of the Lin family could no longer suppress their anger. Chapter 59. Counterattack. The Bai Yuan couple said they came to apologize, but their words did not seem to be sincere. Seeing that no one from the Lin family said anything, Lu Qing thought they were planning to compromise. Then he added shamelessly, "Yeah, nothing happened, and even if it did, it wouldn't matter, since you were planning to get married anyway." Finally, the Lin family could no longer tolerate it. Lin Chuj spoke first. "Wait a minute. Did you misunderstand something? Do you really think that your son is so popular that I would rush to marry him?" Lin Tao also mocked. "It's so funny. These two don't seem to understand the situation. Even in the past, your son was marrying up to my eldest sister. Now that it's so ugly, how can you still have the nerve to say these things?" Lu Qing obviously didn't expect that the younger generation of the Lin family would be so disrespectful. She immediately looked at Lin Qingshan and Susan and said coldly, "Is this how you, the Lin family, educate your children?" Susan wanted to curse just now, and now she retorted without any hesitation, "How our Lin family educates our children is not your turn as the parents of a rapist to comment." You. Lu Qing's face turned red, and he was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. Bai Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly looked at Lin Qingshan sinisterly. "Old Lin, do you really want to make things so ugly?" Lin Qingshan sighed softly. "Actually, I didn't expect that the two families would quarrel like this, but shouldn't you ask your son about this issue? Our daughter did nothing wrong from beginning to end." Bai Yuan's expression became even uglier. They obviously hadn't thought before they came that the situation was totally beyond redemption. Even if the relationship between the two families was used as a threat, the Lin family would not compromise at all. Lin Tao really didn't want to listen to these two shameless guys anymore, so he threatened directly. "To tell you the truth, we have found out all the dirty things your son did secretly. Considering the friendship between our two families, we will just call the police now. If you continue to make trouble, we don't mind letting him spend the rest of his life in jail." When Lu Qing heard this, his face turned pale instantly. Of course, she knew what kind of person her son was and what he had done secretly. Now Bai Feng is facing a criminal record, which is hard for her to accept. If I really let those things out, I would probably be very hurt, and the rest of my life would probably be ruined. Okay, since you're so heartless, don't blame us for being rude." Bai Yuan looked fierce and took out his cell phone and clicked a few times. Just a few seconds later, 3 men in black rushed in from outside, holding knives in their hands, and went straight to Lin Tao. "Since you want to destroy my son, I will destroy your son too." Bai Yuan smiled cruelly. The Lin family obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. Lin Qingshan and Susan almost subconsciously stood in front of Lin Tao to prevent the men in black from getting close. Bai Yuan, are you crazy? There are people everywhere outside. Do you think you can really leave after hurting someone? Lin Qingshan shouted angrily. Oh, those people outside? They won't mind their own business. Bai Yuan's eyes were full of madness, and he raised his hand to signal those people to take action. Seeing the sharp knife waving towards Lin Qingshan, Lin Tao reacted quickly. He jumped directly onto the table, went around to the front of his parents from the side, and kicked the leading black-clad man in the face. Bang! The man in black groaned, covered his nose, and fell backwards. Blood oozed from between his fingers. Lin Tao didn't give the two people behind him any chance. He rushed forward to attack, snatched the knife, and knocked them out. The whole movement was very smooth, without any drag. He flipped his fingers, spinning the two knives casually, and looked at Bai Yuan and Lu Qing with cold eyes. The couple had already been frightened, and their faces were extremely stiff. You only found a few such losers. You really looked down on me. Lin Tao snorted coldly, raised his hand, and waved it, and two knives flew towards the two of them. At this moment, not only were they scared silly, but even the Lin family members went crazy. It was too late to stop it, and I could only watch the knife fly past. The Lin family had even imagined the scene of Bai Yuan and his wife being covered in blood. Fortunately, the two knives only scratched the cheeks of Bai Yuan and Lu Qing, leaving a shallow blood mark, and then stabbed into the wall behind them. Bai Yuan and Lu Qing both had their eyes wide open, frightened to the point of almost leaving their souls. That is to say, I went to the toilet in advance and did not become incontinent on the spot. Murder, murder! Lu Qing raised his hand tremblingly and touched his stinging cheek. Looking at the blood on his fingers, he muttered to himself. Lin Tao laughed disdainfully and said, Hey, you only have this much courage. Don't do anything like hiring someone to kill someone in the future. Hey, Uncle Bai, come back to your senses. Lin Tao raised his hand and waved it in front of Bai Yuan. What do you want? Bai Yuan was startled and quickly stepped back. He leaned against the wall behind him and almost touched the knife stuck in it, and shuddered again. Lin Tao sat at the table in front of Bai Yuan, still with a gentle smile on his face, as if nothing that had just happened had happened. Uncle Bai, I'm sorry to scare you. As compensation, I can tell you a secret. Lin Tao lowered his voice, looking mysterious. Bai Yuan's brain was a little slow to react, but he still asked subconsciously, What secret? Lin Tao raised his lips in a mischievous smile. Bai Feng was born prematurely, right? In all these years, have you never doubted this? Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, and finally came to his senses. What do you mean by that? Lin Tao laughed loudly. You're already so old, and you still ask me what I mean? What you mean is that Bai Feng is not your child. Ha ha ha. Chapter 60, Eating Melons. Everyone present was a little confused by Lin Tao's laughter. What did you say? Bai Yuan even thought he had heard it wrong. Even if the assassination fails, just send them to the police station. It's really strange to say something like this suddenly. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door again. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Lin Baixian looked at the situation in the room and the person lying on the ground with a look of surprise. She originally wanted to come with them, but there were so many guests outside who needed someone to take care of them, so she had to stay in the banquet hall. The waiter who just passed by hurriedly found her and said that she had hurried over because she heard that something seemed to be wrong here. Some guests outside noticed what was happening here and gathered around curiously. Lin Tao stuck his head out and looked outside, accurately locking onto a person in the crowd. Well, that's him, your son's biological father. Bai Yuan looked in the direction Lin Tao pointed and saw his second uncle, Bai Yin. He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes full of surprise. Yes, it's just what you think. You and your son should actually be called cousins. Lin Tao looked like he was just enjoying the fun, and turned to look at Lu Qing. Do you think I'm right? After saying that, he smiled to himself and said, It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. It's not difficult to do a paternity test these days. It will be clear with just a simple check. Although there is no way to prove anything now, Bai Yuan is not a fool at his age. Since the other party can say it so confidently, he must have something to rely on. And since just now, his wife hasn't even said a word of rebuttal. He just looked terrified, and I didn't know what he was afraid of. Lu Qing, what on earth is going on? Bai Yuan asked, suppressing his anger. This is not what you think. Faced with the questioning, Lu Qing had no idea how to explain. Or in other words, The facts are before our eyes, and any explanation is useless. When the onlookers heard these words, they suddenly realized that they seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. They stopped cautiously, not daring to make any sound, for fear that they would be driven away before they could finish eating the melon. Lin Tao continued to kindly help explain. More than 20 years ago, your wife was the nanny of your second uncle's family. She was pregnant with your second uncle's child before she came of age. At that time, your second aunt was strict, and your second uncle did not dare to let the child be born in public, but he was unwilling to give up the child, so he contacted your girlfriend at the time. Although I don't know what kind of handle that woman had in your second uncle's hand, she agreed to help pretend to be pregnant and left the capital. After Bai Feng was born, he was returned to you as her child. Later, your second uncle found a way to marry Lu Qing to you so that you could raise their biological son well. As Lin Tao explained, Bai Yuan's expression changed again and again. Many things vaguely popped up in his mind. Many years ago, he seemed to have heard some rumors that his second uncle liked to mess around outside and even got someone pregnant. He didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, he was a playboy from a wealthy family. It was normal for him to like playing no matter how old he was. Unexpectedly, they'd been plotting against him for so many years. No wonder Lu Qing didn't show much reaction when he wanted to take this illegitimate child back. No wonder Lu Qing did not treat Bai Feng harshly over the years, but instead treated Bai Feng as his own son. She didn't even have her own children, and would rather let this nominally illegitimate child inherit the Bai family. Bai Yuan always thought that Lu Qing was considerate and sensible and didn't want to embarrass him. It turns out that he is the complete fool. He did everything he could to help Bai Feng become the heir of the Bai family. It turns out that I am just making wedding dresses for others. Ha, good. Bai Yuan looked crazy. He rushed to Lu Qing and slapped him in the face. Hey, what are you doing, little brat? An angry voice rang out among the crowd. Immediately afterwards, an old man in his 60s rushed over and hit Bai Yuan hard with a cane. It's Bai Yan. After all, Lu Qing is the mother of his child. How could he watch her being bullied? At this point, there's nothing to hide. Bai Yuan, if you don't want to live like this, then I'll take Lu Qing away, and you have to call her second aunt from now on. Bai Yan said loudly while tapping with his cane. Hearing these words, Bai Yuan almost couldn't breathe. After cheating him for more than 20 years and causing him to not even have a child of his own, now you want to be his elder? He immediately picked up the chair next to him and threw it at the two shameless people. For a moment, the three of them wrestled together. The Lin family was the closest and were almost affected, but luckily, they escaped quickly. Lin Shuj frowned unhappily and raised his hand to call for someone to take these three people away. But Lin Tao stopped her, pointed behind him, and said, "So many people are here to watch the show. Don't rush to chase them away." Lin Shuj turned around and saw that the guests were all staring intently. His face is full of excitement, as if he has eaten a big melon. There is no other way, so let this farce continue for a while. Lin Tao whispered a few words to the waiter next to him. Chapter 61, Very Straight. After a while, the waiter came over with a large plastic bag and distributed melon seeds to the guests who were watching the fun. Lin Tao displeased look. This kid really enjoys watching the fun. Bai Yueling was also in the crowd and watched the entire show. Looking at Lin Tao eating melon seeds leisurely, I suddenly found this guy more interesting. Do you want to try to take him down? A banquet belonging to the upper class was interspersed with a farce that could only happen on the streets. The guests present were all very grateful to be there today. After this, the Bai family scandal will probably continue for a while. In the room, the three people who were fighting finally got tired. They fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner, but still glared at each other. Bai Yuan knew in his heart that it was a very embarrassing thing to be laughed at by so many people. But thinking back on the fact that he had been a laughingstock for more than 20 years, he didn't care about it for a moment. Finally, Mr. Bai heard about this and sent his assistant to take all three people away. The other guests then slowly dispersed. Lin Tao has positioned quietly. Since we have decided to capture Lin Tao, we can start implementing the plan now. Her smart eyes turned, and she thought of a simple method. Lin Tao was walking a little bit behind her, so if she accidentally fell now, they could have a close contact. In fact, she used to look down on such methods, but it must be said that these methods are often very useful. She adjusted the angle and aimed. He cried out, "Ouch!" and pretended to have twisted his foot, then fell diagonally backwards. Lin Tao had been thinking about something with his head down and had no idea of Bai Yueling's plan. Feeling something coming towards him, he almost subconsciously blocked it and pressed the person against the wall. There's no ambiguity like the wall dong. It's just simply pressing against the wall. Like hammering a nail. Bai Yueling was stunned. Lin Tao was also stunned. Lin Tao looked at Bai Yueling in surprise and asked in confusion, why did she fall flat on her face for no reason? Bai Yueling was suddenly choked. She couldn't say that she wanted to pretend to fall and throw herself into his arms, right? I had to find an excuse, feeling embarrassed and pretending to complain. It's all because of these high heels. They have to be so hard to wear. It's hard to walk. As he spoke, he took off his shoes and threw them aside in a huff. Hey, why are you still throwing things around? Lin Tao leaned over to pick up the high heels, stuffed them back into Bai Yueling's arms, and muttered, what if someone trips over them? Won't they fall like you? Bai Yueling looked at the shoes in her hand in surprise. She originally thought that Lin Tao, who had rescued her from the car, must be a very gentlemanly and considerate person. But now she suddenly realized that her feelings seemed to be a little bit wrong. For example, Lin Tao may have done it purely out of love, the kind that has nothing to do with worldly ideas. Love? If it were anyone else, they would definitely be disappointed and lose interest in Lin Tao. But Bai Yueling is different. Although she is a young lady, she likes to experience life everywhere. I have worked in small companies, walked dogs for others, and even delivered takeout. In short, she likes everything new. Lin Tao's strange behavior aroused her interest even more. Watching Lin Tao's back as he left, she put on her shoes silently, thinking about what to do next to get closer to Lin Tao. Since they met because of the car, let's start with the car. By the way, Lin Tao, I seem to have made your car dirty today. How about I drive it to wash it for you? No, I can go by myself. Well, since you helped me, I'll treat you to a meal. No need. You also dropped me off on the way here, so we're even. Bai Yueling tried almost everything she could think of, but Lin Tao always refused. In the end, she was at her wit's end. Or else, I'll teach you how to drive. Finally, Lin Tao stopped. Bai Yueling thought she had finally convinced this straight man, and quickly added, look, although my skills are not particularly good, I think it is enough to teach you. Otherwise, the next time you go to the parking lot, it will take you a long time to drive out. Lin Tao sighed softly. Thinking about how difficult it was to drive today, he finally shook his head. Forget it. I'll just find a driver next time I go out. Bai Yueling was completely stunned. Are there really such unromantic people in this world? Any normal person would be able to feel something under her attentiveness, right? Lin Tao didn't react at all. Really, it's challenging. Bai Yueling is the type of person who becomes more courageous as she faces more setbacks, and she is full of desire to conquer Lin Tao. Not only was he not discouraged, but he became more energized. Looking at Lin Tao's back as he left, she cheered herself up. Anyway, there's a long time to come, and she doesn't believe that she can't get this strange man. Chapter 62, War Without Gunpowder. Rumors in school always come and go quickly. Not long after the banquet, Lin Tao returned to school to attend classes as usual. Lin Tao's returned almost immediately and made an appointment with Lin Tao to have dinner together and go to the library to read together that day. During the days that Lin Tao was on vacation, she always felt like something was missing. It's like there's a void in life, a void that is difficult to fill with anything else. Especially when he heard that the Lin family held a banquet and announced Lin Tao's identity as the young master of the Lin family. This made Xiao Xiaoyan feel a sense of crisis. It felt like a treasure that only she knew about was suddenly made public. And Lin Tao is this treasure. She was happy that Lin Tao was recognized because this way, there wouldn't be so many people bullying him in school anymore. But on the other hand, she was worried that the person she loved would be taken away. This contradictory feeling continued until I met Lin Tao. Seeing that Lin Tao was still the same familiar face she used to be, she finally felt relieved. Lin Tao thought everything was back on track, until he saw Bai Yueling in a public class. He remembered that Bai Yueling was not from their school and didn't understand why she appeared here. Lin Tao just glanced at Bai Yueling and sat in the corner of the classroom as usual, pretending not to see her. But just after sitting down for a moment, a faint fragrance hit me. Looking up, I saw Bai Yueling sitting in the seat next to me. I thought you were a good student, but you turn out to be just like those playboys who just like to sit at the back and hang out. Bai Yueling said, as if nothing had happened. It's because I don't need to learn any more that I sit at the back and give the front row to those who need it. Lin Tao didn't want to explain, but he considered Bai Yueling's identity. For the sake of my own image, I still said a few more words. Bai Yueling didn't believe this at first. It was not until she saw the professor come in and politely chat with Lin Tao about the previous project that she realized that Lin Tao did not seem to be lying to her. Girls all admire strong men. Moreover, hearing from others that someone is great and actually seeing how great he is are two different things. At this time, Lin Tao's image in her mind became taller. But this feeling was soon broken by another emotion. When class was about to start, a beautiful figure appeared at the classroom door. That was a very beautiful girl. As soon as it appeared, it attracted a lot of people's attention. The girl leaned her head out, as if looking for someone. When he saw them, his gaze seemed to pause for a moment. Then, under the gazes of many people, he sat on the other side of Lin Tao. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to really come. Lin Tao smiled and said, generally speaking, girls who study liberal arts don't seem to be very interested in finance-related subjects. That means I'm not an ordinary person. Qiu Xiaoyan also smiled. That's right. I brought you the book you mentioned last time. Lin Tao took out 2 books on finance from his backpack and handed them to Qiu Xiaoyan. Qiu Xiaoyan took it happily and said thank you sweetly. She had actually seen Bai Willing a long time ago. The girl's intuition told her that this girl was not simple. Next to Lin Tao on purpose. Although she didn't know what the relationship between them was, she planned to remain unchanged in the face of change. Lin Tao normally without revealing any flaws. Whoever loses patience first loses. Bai Willing seemed to understand this as well and did not react too exaggeratedly. During class, he just listened with his chin supported by one hand and asked Lin Tao a few questions from time to time. She is not a student of this school, but she also studies finance. So many times I could have an organized discussion with Lin Tao about the questions raised by the professor. Lin Tao for the entire class. It looks calm, but in fact it feels like a war. Lin Tao didn't notice anything unusual at first, but gradually he also felt that the atmosphere was not right. As he was still in class, he didn't say much. After finally waiting for the get out of class to be over, he wanted to leave this place of trouble immediately. But the 2 girls stood up together. Lin Tao, this is my first time at your school. Why don't you take me around? Bai Yueling asked with a smile. Qiu Xiaoyan would not let go so easily. She gently tugged at the corner of Lin Tao's clothes and whispered, Lin Tao, we agreed yesterday to go to the new restaurant in front of the school to eat together. The flames of war eventually slowly surfaced. Obviously, Lin Tao can only choose one of the 2 activities. No one wants to be the loser. Lin Tao was also overwhelmed. He and Bai Yueling were not very familiar with each other, and he had no desire or reason to take her for a walk around the school. As for Qiu Xiaoyan, he had previously agreed to go to the new restaurant to dine together, but not today. Maybe it was this weird atmosphere that made him rebellious. Lin Tao just wants to be alone today and doesn't want anyone to accompany him. Chapter 63. Be a pig in the next life. Qiu Xiaoyan knows Lin Tao quite well. Seeing that Lin Tao's face didn't look good, I knew he might be angry. If it had been before, she would definitely not have been so persistent. But today, with such a beautiful rival in love here, she dared not take it lightly at all. He was afraid that if he gave in, he would lose such an outstanding person like Lin Tao to someone else. Bai Yueling doesn't have as many concerns as Qiu Xiaoyan. She didn't care what Lin Tao was thinking. She just took Lin Tao's arm and said coquettishly, Look, I came all the way to your school, and you don't even accompany me around. Can you bear it? Lin Tao immediately pulled his arm away. It was just time for get out of class to end. Originally, these 2 beauties attracted a lot of attention, and Bai Yueling's voice was also loud. Lin Tao felt that almost all the attention of the people around him was focused here. There's envy and jealousy. There were also those who didn't know Lin Tao. Their eyes were filled with confusion, not knowing where they were lacking. Some brave ones even wanted to come over and chat with us. But before they could get close, Bai Yueling glared back at them. Lin Tao has always wanted to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect to become the target of public criticism again. He suddenly felt a headache and waved his hand casually. Xiaoyan, I have something else to do today, so I won't accompany you for dinner. And Bai Yueling, if you want to go around our school, you can see if Xiaoyan is willing to accompany you. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he left the classroom without waiting for the 2 girls to answer. I was thinking of going straight back to the dormitory when I suddenly received a message from Lin Baixian. Lin Baixian had a day off today and planned to come to the school hospital of a university to visit an old friend and bring him some soup from home. Since his second sister personally sent him there, Lin Tao felt embarrassed to refuse. So he turned around and walked towards the school hospital. Lin Tao also knew Lin Baishuan's school doctor friend. He went straight to the doctor's office, watched the doctor busy in the treatment room, and then sat in the office waiting for Lin Baixian. At this time, a yellow-haired boy dressed sloppily came over apparently to see a doctor. When he didn't see the doctor, he asked rudely, "Hey, are you the doctor?" Lin Tao felt annoyed when he saw such people. He didn't even raise his head and pretended not to hear anything. The yellow-haired man walked up to Lin Tao and continued, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Lin Tao still didn't respond. A yellow-haired melon had already appeared in the system in his mind. Huang Mao's family is in the gambling stone business, and they are uneducated nouveau riche. He himself was a playboy who was a philanderer and spent his time in extravagant pursuits, and even contracted a dirty disease that was too shameful to be seen. The reason I was able to come to this school was that my family spent a lot of money to arrange for me to attend the adult education college. He seldom comes to school, and when he does, it's only to pick up girls. Oh, Dad is right. Nowadays, doctors don't even know how to serve patients. Huang Mao sat beside him and threw the registration form on the table. I paid for it. If you don't want to be complained, just show it to me honestly. Lin Tao then slowly raised his head and chuckled. See a doctor? What's wrong with your body? Since this yellow-haired guy thinks he is a doctor, then he will take a good look at him. Hey, you're a doctor, and I'm a doctor. If I want to know what's wrong, do I need to ask you? Huang Mao said rudely. Obviously, this is the kind of person who thinks doctors are fortune tellers. Coincidentally, although Lin Tao has no medical skills, he happens to know a little about fortune telling. He mobilized the Bagua technique and easily saw the yellow-haired man's fortune. No need to treat it, you will not live long. Choose a cemetery in the southwest direction as soon as possible. You can be a pig in your next life. Otherwise, you can only be a rat in a stinky ditch in your next life. Lin Tao told the truth. Ew, what the hell are you talking about? The yellow-haired man was angry. He stood up suddenly and grabbed Lin Tao's collar. Lin Tao was not panicked. He just looked at the yellow-haired man quietly with a smile on his face. If you can't listen to the truth, don't come to the hospital to cause trouble. I'm going to beat you to death. The yellow-haired man was furious and raised his hand to punch him. Stop. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. I saw Lin Baixian standing at the door of the office with a grim look on her face. Who is this blind person again? Huang Mao turned around impatiently, but the moment he saw Lin Baixian, his expression changed 180 degrees. He immediately let go of her hand and walked towards Lin Baixian happily. Hey, beautiful sister, we are just joking. The yellow-haired man smiled ingratiatingly, but his eyes were full of aggression. Beautiful sister, would you like to add your contact information so that we can have dinner together when we are free? Lin Baixian ignored him and looked at Lin Tao. Are you okay? Fine. Lin Tao straightened his clothes. Seeing that he was in trouble again, Huang Mao's face darkened again. Oh, so you two are in the same group. I want to see him just now, and he said something so offensive. You have to apologize to me on his behalf. Oh, then how do you want me to make amends? When Lin Baixian heard that it was Lin Tao who was pretending to be a doctor here, she became curious. Of course it's a treat me. Huang Mao raised his face and pointed at Lin Baixian provocatively. You must treat me personally. Lin Baixian thought that if she let this yellow-haired guy continue to make trouble, her friends would probably have to clean it up soon. In order to make her friend worry less, she doesn't mind working a little longer here. Okay, I'll show you. Lin Baixian walked into the office. Lin Tao immediately stood up and moved his chair away. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Lin Baixian asked casually while playing with a pen with her fingers. Lin Tao thought that Huang Mao would continue to make trouble, but who knew that this time the yellow-haired man was very direct and pointed at his crotch. Right here, it's uncomfortable. Chapter 64, Lin Baixian's Crisis. Lin Tao immediately realized what Huang Mao meant and his face darkened. He had known for a long time that there was something wrong with Huang Mao, and this time he came to see the doctor probably to see this. But Huang Mao's current attitude clearly shows that he has ulterior motives. Lin Baixian frowned slightly and glanced in the direction the yellow-haired man pointed, but her expression did not change. This scared Lin Tao. He always knew that Lin Baixian's previous dream was to become an andrologist. He was worried that Lin Baixian would suffer from occupational disease again, so he really showed it to Huang Mao. He quickly reminded her, second sister, this person has that disease. Don't dirty your eyes. Lin Baixian glared at the yellow-haired man with disdain. Just now she was busy helping Lin Tao, but now looking carefully, she found that there were red ulcer marks on several exposed skin areas on the yellow-haired man's body. It is indeed a reaction to being sick. Even though Lin Baixian was interested in andrology, she was still disgusted by such dirty people. He immediately raised his hand to drive him away. Go, go, go. We need to go to a big hospital for this. Don't embarrass the school, doctor here. Okay, just wait for me. Huang Mao was about to say something when a lot of students suddenly passed by outside. It seemed like someone had hurt his leg while playing basketball, and a group of people came over to deal with it. Huang Mao didn't want his story to spread, so he had to leave after saying something harsh. Lin Tao watched the yellow-haired figure disappear at the end of the corridor, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. At least I don't have to look at those eye-irritating things. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw Lin Baixian staring at him motionlessly. What happened? Lin Tao touched his face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Lin Baixian slowly shook her head and narrowed her eyes. With a scrutinizing look in her eyes, "I just want to ask you, how do you know that Huang Mao has that disease? Could it be that the two of you?" Lin Baixian couldn't help but recall the previous rumors about Lin Tao. Lin Tao raised his hand quickly. "Stop, second sister. You'd better stop your terrible thoughts now." "So what?" Lin Baixian raised her eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. "That's what Mosquito told me." Lin Tao couldn't tell everyone about his systematic affairs. Anyway, he had told Lin Baixian before that he could understand what animals say. Mosquitoes are animals too. There's nothing wrong with them. "Oh, mosquitoes." Lin Baixian slowly stood up, walked to Lin Tao, and looked around for something. Then he patted Lin Tao on the shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about the weather. There are no mosquitoes here. Even if there are, can mosquitoes talk? You are fooling me again." Lin Tao dodged while explaining, "Well, I'm not sure if it was a mosquito. It could have been a fly or a cockroach. Anyway, that's what they told me. Otherwise, how could I know such a private thing when I met that yellow-haired guy for the first time?" Although Lin Baixian knew that Lin Tao was not telling the truth, there was still some truth in his words, so she didn't care about it anymore. At this moment, she suddenly heard Lin Tao's voice. "Oh my God, what a joke. This yellow-haired guy has no taboos when it comes to sex, regardless of gender, or even between humans and animals. He deserves to be sick. How could I possibly say this? I feel sick. What a sin it would be if I defiled my second sister's ears again." Hearing this, Lin Baixian tried her best to pretend nothing had happened. "But my stomach was starting to churn. I wanted to have dinner with my friends, but now I have no appetite at all. Bye." Lin Baixian's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the number on the screen, she immediately picked up the call. "Hello, director." Okay, I'll go back right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Baixian's expression became solemn. He shouted to the room inside the office. "Old Qian, I have an emergency at the hospital. I have to go back first." "Huh? So urgent?" A young woman in a white coat walked out quickly, her face full of regret. "I just finished my work and you left." Lin Baixian nodded. A factory building to the west exploded. "Huh? That's serious. Then you should go back." Dr. Qian was shocked and tried not to persuade him to stay. Lin Tao listened to Lin Baixian's words and suddenly thought of something. The factory explosion, wasn't this the key event that changed Lin Baixian's fate? No matter how careful you are, what is bound to come will eventually come. Lin Baixian saw that Lin Tao had a serious expression and seemed to realize something. "Tao, will you go with me?" "Good." Even if Lin Baixian didn't say it, Lin Tao would have gone with her. He must not let anything happen to his second sister. The two quickly left the school and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam on the way to the hospital. It seemed that there were too many cars carrying the injured. Fortunately, the traffic police arrived in time and evacuated several intersections to make way for the ambulance. After Lin Baixian revealed her identity, she drove and followed the ambulance team. At the same time, she also learned about her own destiny from Lin Tao's voice. She never expected that this seemingly ordinary overtime work would bring about a drastic change in her future destiny. Chapter 65, The Pervert Around You. Based on Lin Tao's thoughts, Lin Baixian understood the general situation. Depending on how things develop, she will go to the hospital to rescue the injured. One of the injured died due to ineffective rescue efforts, and his family members staged a medical protest in the hospital. She was murdered by a colleague and became the victim of those crazy people. Lin Baixian knew that she was in imminent danger, but as a doctor, she could not just watch the injured die in such a major accident. The resources of their hospital alone are definitely not enough, and it will take some time to transfer people from other hospitals. If she hesitated for a moment longer, another injured person might die due to ineffective rescue. "Wait for me here. I'm going to get busy now." Lin Baixian first settled Lin Tao on the bench in the emergency room. She didn't want to be too far away from Lin Tao, for she was worried that if something changed, she wouldn't be able to hear Lin Tao's thoughts. Lin Tao didn't dare to go far. He had to observe the surrounding situation at all times to avoid any unexpected situations involving Lin Baixian. Lin Baixian put on a white coat and started saving people. The situation here is worse than she imagined. The huge emergency department was packed with people, and there were sounds of wailing and crying everywhere. Doctors and nurses were constantly busy, checking the injuries of the wounded and trying their best to save those who were seriously injured first. Lin Baixian has relatively high medical skills and took the initiative to take on the task of treating seriously injured patients. She also knew that this job could easily become thankless. If someone were to be seriously injured or die, she would be in trouble. But human life is at stake, so she can't care less. After rescuing patients one after another, she was exhausted and sweating. Just when I was about to take a breath, I suddenly heard a cry from the other side. "Dr. Lin, come over and take a look." Then, a man covered in blood was pushed in. Lin Baixian was stunned when she saw the badge hanging on the injured person's chest. Li Deshan was exactly the person Lin Tao was thinking about, the one who died despite failed rescue efforts. He is also the one whose family members will come and cause a lot of trouble after his death. She now has a choice. If the injured person is handed over to another doctor, he should be able to save himself. But now all the other doctors are busy, and it's hard to spare the time. There were also a few interns who had just treated some people with minor injuries. If they were called over, they might be able to free up some time. But then the injured's families would come looking for them. Thinking back to those young doctors who had just entered the profession and were still full of enthusiasm, Lin Baixian really couldn't bear to see them being discouraged by the medical disputes caused by family members. After a brief thought, Lin Baixian strode to Li Dashan and tried to rescue him at all costs. Now that she already knows the direction of things, is it possible to save this person? In that case, all the tragedies would not have happened. However, things don't always go as planned. Li Dashan still died. His injuries were so severe that the impact of the explosion caused a long piece of metal to penetrate his lung. The strip was still covered in rust, causing all sorts of impurities to mix into his wound. In addition, Li Dashan is already quite old, and his physical fitness is not as good as that of young people. Even after using all possible means, he still died on the operating table. Lin Baixian looked at Li Dashan's body and suddenly felt a little confused. It's not that she had never experienced failed rescues before, but this time, the situation made her feel deeply powerless. "Baixian, don't be sad. This is not your fault." Another doctor's voice came from beside me. Hearing this voice, Lin Baixian was suddenly startled, because this person was none other than the culprit who harmed Lin Tao in her heart, Song Lanlan. Song Lanlan was also her former high school classmate. The two used to have a very good relationship. They agreed to apply for medical university together, and after graduation, they came to this hospital together. But according to Lin Tao's thoughts, Song Lanlan has actually been pretending for all these years. In fact, Song Lanlan was very jealous of her. "I am jealous of her good family background and her good academic performance." The most terrifying thing is that this jealousy actually caused Song Lanlan to have mental problems. He actually turned love into hatred and wanted to keep her by his side forever. So he changed her college entrance examination choice, and in the end, they both studied surgery. Thinking of this, Lin Baixian couldn't help but shudder. "Baixian, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Lin Baixian looked unhappy, Song Lanlan walked forward and raised her hand to pat Lin Baixian's shoulder gently to comfort her. But Lin Baixian dodged it in time. Looking at Song Lanlan's hand frozen in midair, Lin Baixian recalled Lin Tao's thoughts and mentioned another thing. Lin Tao said in his heart that the reason why Song Lanlan did not let her apply for the andrology major as she wished was that she was actually mentally perverted. Song Lanlan had a perverted feeling for her, so she didn't want her to study andrology and come into contact with men's organs. "Although I am a girl, I start to imagine myself as a boy." He always takes pictures of her secretly. When Lin Baixian first heard this, she felt physically uncomfortable. She didn't want to believe that her former friend had such perverted thoughts about her. But when she thought about it carefully, Song Lanlan was indeed the only person who knew that she had filled out her application form. Under the influence of these things, Lin Baixian no longer knew how to face Song Lanlan. Fortunately, there were still many injured people around, so Lin Baixian just responded and continued to work. After an unknown amount of time, a roar was heard from the door. "Who on earth killed my dad?" Chapter 66, I Want to Report. Lin Baixian's heart sank, and she looked towards the door. I saw several men walking towards this side, and the man leading them looked extremely furious. walked straight to the emergency room. The young nurse beside Lin Baixian whispered, "Oh no, no wonder that old man looked so familiar to me just now. He is indeed the father of this Chao Xiong. Huh? Is it the one who caused trouble in the internal medicine department earlier?" Yes, at that time. Mr. Lee took the medicine prescribed by the doctor, but he didn't get better after more than a week, so his family came to make a fuss. I also remembered that the head nurse there used to work at a nearby county hospital. She said that she felt her son was abnormal many years ago, and when she took him for a checkup, it turned out that he was a hypermasculine. TSK, it's really pitiful. Old man Lee's family conditions are not very good. Giving birth to a child like this is really making things worse for the family. Let's not talk about that for now. Why do I feel that the look in this super masculine man's eyes is scary now? It seems quite scary. Maybe something bad is going to happen. Listening to the discussions of people around her, Lin Baixian felt even colder. I can still reason with normal people, but with Chao Xiong, there is no logic at all. While I was thinking, the man had already rushed over here. Who killed my dad? Come out here now. Faced with this situation, doctors and nurses dared not speak. Even the other injured and their families did not dare to breathe, for fear of being implicated. The man continued to roar, his expression becoming more ferocious. Lin Baixian clenched her fists. She is not usually timid, but she is not stupid either. To step forward and admit it in such a situation, and to confront such an irrational person head-on, will only lead to a tragic end. Especially when she noticed that the man was shouting, a cold light flashed from his sleeves. It's a knife. This man came prepared. At this time, no matter who it is, if you stand out, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Baixian saw that the medical staff near the door had quietly gone to find the security guard. Originally, as long as they kept waiting like this, they could wait for the hospital security to come and take the man out. However, Song Lanlan moved. Although she just quietly moved away from Lin Baixian, the avoidance in her eyes was very obvious. She looked at the man for a while, then at Lin Baixian, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Baixian saw the whole scene. Lin Baixian didn't believe that Song Lanlan would be unaware of the seriousness of the current situation. Moreover, they were standing in similar positions. Since she could see the knife in the man's sleeve, Song Lanlan must have seen it too. Song Lanlan could have chosen to stay still and wait for rescue. But she made such an obvious move, it's hard to imagine that she didn't do it on purpose. The man looked at Song Lanlan, then at Lin Baixian, and asked coldly, "Is it you?" After saying that, he walked over here without waiting for Lin Baixian to answer. Obviously, for the man, Lin Baixian's answer is no longer important. The other medical staff did not notice Song Lanlan's actions. When they saw the man approaching, they were so scared that they quickly fled. Lin Baixian also stepped back step by step, while her hand reached behind her and she calmly picked up a bottle of alcohol. "Bitch, how dare you kill my dad? I'm going to kill you." The man roared, raised his knife, and rushed towards Lin Baixian. The other people around were also frightened when they saw the knife and started screaming and running away. Lin Baixian did not step back. She took the alcohol in her hand and sprayed it on the man's face. The man's eyes bulged with excitement and were soaked with alcohol, and he immediately howled in pain. But the howl only lasted 2 or 3 seconds before it was replaced by a muffled groan, and then he fell limply to the ground. Lin Tao stood behind the man, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In fact, even if Lin Baixian didn't take action, he had already been prepared behind the scenes. Once a man dares to go crazy, he will take action. Unexpectedly, Lin Baixian got there before him, which made him seem a little redundant. "That's awesome, second sister." Lin Tao pulled the bandage and tied the man's hands. "Raise your head and smile brightly." Lin Baixian also breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his eyes and looked at the people who came with the man. These people are not Chao Xiong. They are very normal-minded, and they are not direct relatives of Li Dashan. They just came to watch the fun. As soon as they saw the man starting to go crazy, they panicked, but they didn't dare to stop him. Meeting Lin Baixian's gaze at this moment, they quickly waved their hands. "It's none of our business. We're just here to visit." After saying that, he quickly ran outside. At this time, the police and security guards also arrived. After understanding the situation, the police took the man into the car, and after learning the details, they planned to leave. But at this moment, a sudden voice came from the crowd. "Uncle Police, wait a minute. I have something else going on here." The person who spoke was Lin Tao. The policeman came over and asked seriously, "Anything else?" "I want to report her." Lin Tao raised his hand. The fingertips passed through the crowd and pointed at Song Lan Lan, who was just about to leave. Chapter 67. Conclusive Evidence. Everyone present was stunned. Many of them also saw that Lin Tao and Lin Baixian were together, which meant they should stand on the same side as the medical staff here. But what does it mean to suddenly report the doctors here? After a moment of panic, Song Lan Lan quickly reacted. He smiled and looked at Lin Tao. You are Baixian's brother, right? If there is any misunderstanding, you can tell me in private. This will delay the police's work. Oh, let's talk privately. What if you run away? Lin Tao snorted coldly. Song Lanlin's smile froze on her face. After all, she was Lin Baishuan's friend, and she never expected that Lin Tao would be so disrespectful to her. He turned to look at Lin Baixian and smiled awkwardly. Baixian, look at your brother. He certainly has his reasons for saying that. If you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to be nervous. Lin Baixian also had a cold expression. After what she had experienced, she would be a fool if she was soft-hearted towards this pervert. Although she didn't know what Lin Tao was going to say. The police frowned in confusion. Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you have a dispute with the hospital, you still need to provide evidence and not make trouble. I know. Of course I have evidence. Lin Tao smiled faintly and said loudly for everyone to hear, I want to report this Dr. Song Lan Lan for abusing and damaging the bodies in the hospital morgue. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The people present even doubted their own ears. Doctors in a hospital, abusing corpses in a hospital? This is too perverted. And looking at the person involved, Song Lan Lan, she is young and good-looking. How could they do such a thing? Lin Baixian was also a little confused. These were things she had not heard in Lin Tao's heart, and they were really shocking. But she definitely believed in Lin Tao unconditionally. The police were also shocked. They had indeed received several reports of bodies being damaged in a hospital morgue. But because no clues were found, the case was shelved for a while. Could it be that there is finally a clue to this unsolved case today? When Song Lan Lan heard Lin Tao's words, her expression changed for a moment. But she thought that everything she did was very covert and no one would be able to find out. So she quickly adjusted her expression. Young Master Lin, do you know what you're talking about? Song Lan Lan pretended to be surprised and said, It's illegal to spread rumors. There's so many people here. You're joking too much. You know whether I am joking or not. Lin Tao's tone was very firm. A hint of excitement and hope rose in Lin Baishuan's heart. She was very angry that Song Lan Lan had deliberately harmed her, but she had no evidence and could only suffer in silence. If Lin Tao could really produce evidence for what he said and send Song Lan Lan to prison, it would be a great relief to everyone. She also pretended to persuade him. Tao, if you have evidence, please tell the police immediately. This is a big deal after all, and it would be bad if anyone was misunderstood. Lin Tao said casually, It's easy to get evidence, the surveillance in the security room. Having said that, he deliberately looked at Song Lan Lan. Seeing that Song Lan Lan was still calm and composed, he knew that this guy must have tampered with the surveillance to be so unscrupulous. The security cameras definitely can't detect anything. After all, no one would commit a crime against the law. But because she tampered with all the surveillance, she thought she was foolproof, so she definitely wouldn't care that much about other things, such as her backpack. Lin Tao spoke. He looked at Song Lanlin's expression and said, Dr. Song, do you dare to let the police take your backpack for inspection? Lin Baixian added, Lan Lan, the big canvas bag you carry every day should be in the cabinet in your office now, right? In an instant, Song Lanlin's face turned pale. Today, don't make excuses. When I came here today, I saw that you were still carrying that bag. Song Lan Lan wanted to explain something, but Lin Baixian interrupted her without any hesitation. The police were very observant and found Song Lanlin's unnatural appearance very suspicious. Dr. Song, your bag should be convenient for us to take back for examination, right? Although the police's words were inquiries, there was a tone that brooked no refusal. As he said that, he motioned to Song Lan Lan to take them to the office. Under the gaze of so many people, Song Lan Lan couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to go back to the office and take out the big canvas bag from the cabinet. The policeman took it, examined it carefully, then picked it up again and put it to his nose. Soon he frowned slightly. Song Lan Lan continued to explain, I often take this bag to the market to buy meat. It is normal for it to smell bloody. The smell in the bag is very faint, and it is covered by the smell of cosmetics. You can't smell it at all if you hold it far away. But the police have seen many injured people and dead bodies. Where's the bloody smell in this bag? It should be said that it smells like rot. The policeman immediately handed the bag to his companion and said coldly, "Take it back for inspection." After saying that, he looked at Song Lan Lan with a serious look. "Dr. Song Lan Lan, the public has reported that we suspect you are involved in multiple cases of damaging corpses. Please come with us." Song Lan Lan looked as pale as death, unable to argue. She knew very well that her bag was the evidence of her crime. If tested, the DNA of those damaged bodies would be found. The reason why she still carries this bag every day is to give herself some stimulation. Especially when she got close and smelled that faint scent, she would remember the pleasure she felt when fiddling with those corpses. This abnormal mentality made her unable to extricate herself. What she didn't expect was that the police found her bag without any clues. She looked up at Lin Tao, her eyes full of unwillingness. But soon, she shook off the police and rushed straight towards Lin Baixian. Chapter 68. Escape from the bitterness of fate. No one present had expected that Song Lan Lan, a mere female doctor, would dare to escape from the police's control. Lin Tao was worried that Song Lan Lan would go crazy and do something to hurt Lin Baixian, so he resolutely stood in front of Lin Baixian. With Song Lan Lan's strength, there was no way she could break through Lin Tao's obstruction. With the police pulling her from behind, she was quickly controlled again. But her eyes were always fixed on Lin Baixian, and her expression was extremely excited. "Baixian, I love you. Baixian, everything I did was for you. I have loved you deeply for so many years. Why are you not willing to take a serious look at me?" "Baixian." Song Lamlin's face was ferocious, and she was screaming miserably. Hearing these quite explosive words, the people around were very shocked. Lin Tao interrupted immediately. Hey, stop talking nonsense. You insulted those corpses. It's your own psychopath. It has nothing to do with my sister." After that, he went to explain to the police. "Uncle Police, don't listen to her nonsense." Naturally, the police will not easily believe what the suspect says. Moreover, this is a suspect who is already a psychopath and is now obviously crazy. They said they would conduct a detailed investigation and then took Song Lan Lan away. Song Lan Lan was shouting as she walked. However, the police had already handcuffed her, leaving her no chance of escape. Only when he was taken to the police car did the surroundings finally quiet down. Lin Baixian watched them leave and sighed quietly. "It's finally over. Dr. Lin, we're almost done here. Why don't you go back and rest first?" The other doctors in the department seemed to notice Lin Baixian's fatigue and try to persuade her. Lin Baixian nodded and went home with Lin Tao. She looked tired, but she was actually very happy. The matter of changing my destiny was finally resolved. She won't get hurt, and her career won't be ruined. She was so happy that she even felt like crying. When I got home, my family was there. Lin Baixian briefly recounted what happened in the hospital today. The family members were worried at first, but then they all reacted quickly. They had also heard Lin Tao's thoughts a long time ago and knew that Lin Baixian would encounter a disaster. Now that the disaster has been averted, they are also very excited. "Tao, it's all thanks to you." Susan's eyes were red with excitement, and she couldn't continue speaking because her nose felt sore. He raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes, trying not to cry on such a happy day. Everyone present except Lin Tao understood her excitement. Ever since they knew something might happen to Lin Baixian, they have been living in fear. Now they can finally put their minds at ease. Lin Shuj gently held her mother's hand and comforted her. "Mom, Tao is the lucky star of our family. Think about how to reward him this time." Lin Qingshan also quickly agreed. Yes, we must reward him. Tao, whatever gift you want, just tell me, as long as Dad can give you. I will give you everything." "Well," Lin Tao touched his head embarrassedly. He didn't know that his family could hear his thoughts, so he didn't quite understand why his family was so happy today. He had helped solve some problems before, but they were not as excited as they were today. What's more, the reason why Lin Baixian was not injured today was mainly because of her quick reaction. It doesn't have much to do with him. But since his family wanted to reward him, he wouldn't hesitate. Ahem. Actually, I don't really want anything. I just don't want to go to work in the company anymore. God knows how tired he has been during this period. I have to go to school from Monday to Friday and go to work on Saturdays and Sundays. Although this so-called work means just staying in Lin Chuj's office, eating, drinking, and playing as you please, and sleeping in a lounge next to it if you want to. But he always felt something strange, as if Lin Chuj wanted to tie him up by his side. He suspected that Lin Shuj was tired of sitting in the position of CEO and wanted to be a hands-off boss, so he trained him in advance and would hand over the company to him after he graduated. This won't do. You're already the second generation of rich people. Isn't it good to have money and free time? He doesn't want to manage all that mess in the company. However, as soon as he said this, he was rejected by Lin Shuj. No, you're the only boy in the Lin family. Mom and dad will give you the company's shares in the future. You must learn management skills. Otherwise, how can you take over the company in the future? Lin Shuj said this in a serious tone. The other members of the Lin family remained silent. They all knew that Lin Tao was not interested in the company, and they also knew that Lin Shuj just wanted to use Lin Tao's feelings to solve some of the company's problems. However, in order to prevent the company from going bankrupt in the future, they still chose to stand on Lin Shuj's side at this time. Tao, your sister is doing this for your own good. As long as you go to the company, Dad will pay you a salary of $500,000 a month. Of course, there's still no upper limit on your black card, so you can buy whatever you want. Lin Qingshan smiled and comforted. 500,000. Lin Tao couldn't help but smack his lips. This is money that an average family cannot earn in a year. And he can earn so much by just hanging around the company for 2 days on the weekend. It really is a world of the rich. Lin Tao thought for a moment and agreed. After going through so much, his thoughts have changed. When he first came here, he knew in advance that the Lin family company would go bankrupt, and he only wanted to save money so that he could run away when the time comes. And now, facing these family members who are truly good to him, he can't bear to abandon them. 500,000 a month, just consider it as saving for them. Even if the Lin family ran out of money in the future, they would not end up living on the streets. However, in such a happy atmosphere, no one expected that after Lin Baishuan's problem was solved, another trouble arose. Chapter 69. Lin Tao's little sister. The next day was the weekend, and the sixth daughter of the Lin family, who had not been home for a long time, came back. Lin Tao's sixth sister is only less than half a year older than him and is not Susan's biological daughter. It is said that this was a very good friend of Susan. The couple were in a car accident while they were out, and the whole family died unexpectedly, leaving behind only a little daughter. The Lin family took the child back and raised her as their own daughter, naming her Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan is an introvert, gentle, and kind person. Studied at the Jiangxiang Women's College. This school is different from other universities and is more closed. In addition, Lin Wanwan wanted to finish her homework ahead of time, so she didn't come back for 3 consecutive months. When they heard that Lin Wanwan was coming back, everyone in the Lin family was very happy. Susan prepared a variety of dishes that Lin Wanwan liked, and Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian also prepared gifts. Lin Tao also went to buy a bracelet for the sixth sister, who was of similar age, although they have never had the chance to meet. Occasionally, when the parents video chat with Lin Wanwan, they will also let Lin Tao appear and chat with Lin Wanwan. It's not that unfamiliar. In the evening, the driver picked up Lin Wanwan. As soon as I entered the door, the whole family surrounded me and asked me all kinds of questions. Lin Wanwan responded one by one with a smile. Lin Tao was also very happy because it was his first time to see Lin Wanwan in person. But in such an environment, there was no room for him to speak. Lin Wanwan is not tall, about 1.6 meters, and is petite. Wearing a girls' school uniform, she looks quite graceful. Just by observing quietly, Lin Tao found that there seemed to be something wrong with Lin Wanwan's expression. Although he was smiling, the smile did not reach his eyes and looked a little forced, and she seemed a little unsteady when she walked. Others also noticed this and asked about it. Wanwan, what happened to your foot? I sprained my ankle. I came back this time just to rest at home. Lin Wanwan waved her hands as if nothing had happened and said casually, It's nothing. I just twisted it a little. I didn't tell you on the phone because I was afraid you would worry. Hey, come in quickly and let your second sister take a look. Susan panicked and hurriedly helped Lin Wanwan into the house. After Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa, Lin Baixian began to check her ankle. Looking at the swollen, snow-white ankle, Susan felt extremely distressed. Baixian, is this serious? Do you want me to take him to your hospital? Not very serious. After Lin Baixian checked, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a soft tissue contusion, no fracture. Apply ice today and tomorrow, and switch to hot compress the day after tomorrow. Thank you, second sister. Lin Wanwan thanked him obediently. Lin Tao stood aside, his brows furrowed more and more. Just now, he heard the voice of the system. Fuck, it's actually school bullying? who is so blind as to dare to bully the little daughter of the Lin family. He was trying to save another girl who was being bullied but was stabbed in the back by that girl. Is there any justice left? Hearing this voice, the whole family fell into deathly silence. The teacup that Lin Qingshan had just picked up froze in midair, with flames rising in his eyes. Susan looked at others in panic, as if trying to confirm whether she was hallucinating. Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian also clenched their fists. The most confused one among them was Lin Wanwan. She also heard Lin Tao's thoughts, but she didn't know what was going on. And what the voice was talking about was exactly what happened to her. This matter is very secret. How can anyone know about it? Or is it that she has been under too much stress recently and is suffering from hallucinations? Tao, I forgot to buy your six sisters' favorite Sparks cake today. Why don't you go buy it? Lin Shuj, as expected of someone who had been a female CEO for many years, quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Ah, I can eat the cake or not, or I can order takeout." Lin Wanwan didn't want to trouble her brother who had just returned home, so she tried to stop him. But Lin Shuj put his hand on her shoulder and insisted, "Have you forgotten that your favorite restaurant doesn't have takeout? It's a rare trip back, so you must eat there. Ah Tao, what do you think?" "No problem. I'll go buy it right away." Lin Tao also vaguely realized that his elder sister seemed to want to send him away. He thought that perhaps they had also noticed that something was wrong with Lin Wanwan and wanted to ask her something, which might be a topic that a boy like him would not be comfortable hearing. It doesn't matter. Anyway, his melon-eating system has already told him the general idea of the matter. Lin Wanwan has suffered such a great injustice. She really deserves to eat some of her favorite cakes. As for those who bullied her, as long as she spoke out, the Lin family would never let them go. After Lin Tao left, the house became quiet again. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Wanwan. The anger from before had been slightly suppressed, and they were all thinking about how to start the conversation without hurting her. Finally, it was Lin Shuj who spoke first. "Wanwan, did you hear that voice just now?" Lin Wanwan looked up in surprise. "You can all hear it? What is that?" "That's Tao's voice." Susan sighed softly, her eyes slightly reddened. "Daughter, why didn't you tell Mom and Dad about such a big thing?" Lin Wanwan originally wanted to hide the fact of being bullied, but she didn't expect that the younger brother she met for the first time would find out. And the whole family could hear my brother's thoughts. This made it impossible for her to hide it. Chapter 70, A Brilliant Plan. Lin Wanwan is introverted and even a little timid, but she is very kind. A month ago, I ran into a girl being bullied at school. She mustered up the courage to step forward to stop them, but was threatened and warned by those people. Later, the girl thanked her and became friends with her. Unexpectedly, just last night, a group of people blocked the way she had to take to return to the dormitory. She helps the teacher organize materials every Friday, and only people who are familiar with her know about this. Recalling what had happened recently, she immediately realized that it was the girl she rescued who betrayed her. The bullies punched and kicked her and filmed the incident. He threatened her that if she dared to tell anyone, he would exaggerate the video and publish it online. She was worried that this incident would affect the Lin family, so she had to endure it. After hearing Lin Wanwan's description, the Lin family was very angry. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? Lin Qingshan slammed the table loudly. Susan gently pulled up Lin Wanwan's sleeves. Looking at the bruises on her body, she felt extremely distressed. "Wanwan, you should have told us about this. We will protect you." Since coming to the Lin family, Lin Wanwan has been very obedient and well-behaved. This overly sensible look would only make her appear distant. In her heart, even if she was close to the Lin family, she was not a real member of a Lin family. She worried that she would be abandoned and become homeless again. The Lin family naturally saw what Lin Wanwan was thinking, which made them feel even more distressed. "Wanwan, do you still remember what those people looked like?" Lin Shuj asked with a cold face. "They were wearing masks, and I didn't see their faces." Lin Wanwan bit her lip and shook her head silently. Lin Shuj frowned slightly. With the methods those people used, they must have avoided surveillance at the time. It seems that this matter is more troublesome than she imagined. When Lin Wanwan saw Lin Shuj's solemn expression, tears immediately started to flow again. "Mom, Dad, sister, I can handle this matter myself. Really, you don't have to worry." After saying that, she ran upstairs crying and quickly returned to her room. The atmosphere in the living room was solemn. Lin Qingshan's fingers were pinching so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Susan looked at her phone and wanted to call the school leaders to ask for accountability again and again. Lin Shuj was thinking about a solution. Lin Baixian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. We have no evidence for this matter. If we go directly to the school leaders, they will either shirk responsibility or directly suggest that Wanwan change schools, which will not really solve the problem. That's right. Wanwan's mental trauma is far greater than her physical trauma. Running away won't solve the problem. Lin Shuj also agreed with Lin Baishuan's statement. Susan also realized this, which is why she didn't call for a long time. She put down her phone silently, eyes full of sadness. It's all our fault. We didn't protect her well. Lin Qingshan gently put his arm around Susan's shoulders and comforted her softly. There is still a chance to make amends now. Lin Shuj also comforted her. Yes, Mom. I will investigate privately and will definitely find those people. Actually, there is an even simpler way. Lin Baixian stroked her chin, a smile on her lips. I guess those people won't just give up like that. As long as someone sneaks into the school and is with Wanwan. The other three people's eyes lit up instantly. This is indeed a good idea. Wait a minute. Who should go? The fourth and fifth sisters are not here. And as for the two of us, we don't look like students, do we? Lin Shuj was suddenly in trouble again. Lin Baixian smiled mischievously. Don't we have a college student in our family? The three of them seemed to have thought of something, and their faces were filled with surprise. But they soon realized it. What a great idea! Lin Tao came back with the cake. He saw four people who were eyeing him covetously. What are you doing? Lin Tao vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian pressed him down on the sofa, took off his coat, and put on the large-size school uniform that they had just prepared on him. Then, various makeup were applied to his face, and finally a wig was put on him. Perfect. Lin Shuj and Lin Baixian were very satisfied when they looked at their works. Even Lin Qingshan and Susan nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that our Tao would be so beautiful after a little dressing up. Lin Tao stood in front of the mirror that he came back to his senses. He never thought that he could look like this. His face was still good-looking. With their makeup skills, his originally angular face was made to look a little softer. But the figure is still a little bit off. The breasts are as big as an airport and look like they're underdeveloped. But it doesn't matter. He is tall anyway. Standing there, I felt like an international supermodel. Wait a minute. What do you want to do by dressing me up like this? Lin Tao finally realized that something was wrong, and his face was full of surprise. Lin Shuj walked up to him and patted his shoulder casually. We have already contacted the girls' school. You will go with Wanwan next Monday. You will be in the same class and the same dormitory. Lin Tao looked at everyone in horror. Seeing that they were not joking at all, I realized that they were not just trying to play a prank on me, but were serious about it. Especially Lin Qingshan and Susan. How could the couple, who have always been dignified and steady, agree to such a thing? Tao, you don't want to be bullied again, do you? Susan looked at Lin Tao expectantly. I am, but can... Lin Tao struggled for a long time, but couldn't think of a better solution. I don't know if it's because of the distance, but the melon-eating system didn't tell him who the bully was. It seems that the only way to find out is to really sneak in. Don't worry, we've already asked for leave from your school. You can go to the girls' school this week. I believe those people won't stay quiet for long. Lin Shuj took out a bracelet and put it on Lin Tao's wrist. With the decoration, he looks more like a girl. Chapter 71, Senior Xiaohei. Sunday evening. Lin Tao, dressed in women's clothes, got into the car with Lin Wanwan. The Lin family's driver took them to the gate of the girls' school. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Wanwan was about to get off, but Lin Tao grabbed her arm. Wait a minute. Let me get ready. Lin Tao was still a little nervous. You have to know that there is not a single male student here. He felt like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. But then he thought again. He was here to investigate and deal with those bullies and avenge his sick sister, and he felt a little more confident. Seeing Lin Tao's expression constantly changing, Lin Wanwan said, Tao, why don't you go back? I'm always a little unsure about this kind of thing. Logically speaking, Lin Wanwan is the older sister. Due to her personality, she doesn't have the temperament to be an older sister like Lin Baixian and Lin Shuj in front of Lin Tao. But as an older sister, she didn't want to put Lin Tao in danger or trouble. Lin Tao seemed to see what Lin Wanwan was thinking. He put his arm around Lin Wanwan's shoulders and said firmly, since we're already here, there's no reason not to go in. Sixth sister, don't worry. I will definitely find those people for you. After saying that, Lin Tao got out of the car with a heroic look on his face. After taking 2 steps, I felt like I was too manly, so I changed to taking small steps. Lin Wanwan watched from the side and couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Wanwan is good-looking, and when she smiles, she's full of energy. Lin Tao also turned around and smiled. Sister, this is how you should be. Lin Wanwan realized something and let out a long sigh. Indeed, she had been in a very bad mood these past few days, and she looked very gloomy. After being teased by Lin Tao, she calmed down a little. After entering the school, Lin Tao finally realized the role of money. From the gate to the classroom and then to the dormitory, the entire journey is unobstructed. Apart from being looked at sideways by some people due to his height, nothing unexpected happened. As soon as I entered the dormitory, the message in the family group came. Tao, I'm leaving Lao Lu's matter to you. Lin Tao, you must protect your sick sister and find out the bully. Tao, we believe in you. If you can't find that bastard and avenge your sick sister, don't come back. Looking at the messages constantly jumping in the group, Lin Tao silently held his forehead. This is a death order. In fact, as soon as he entered the school, the melon-eating system in his mind told him who the bully was. But there is no evidence now. Even if we find it and teach her a lesson, it would be too lenient. People who are so bad at such a young age must pay the price. Wanwan, this is... Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind. Lin Tao turned his head and saw a petite girl about the same height as Lin Wanwan, looking up at him. Ah Xiao, you're back. This is my sister, who is also transferred to our school. Lin Wanwan explained unnaturally. Oh, your sister is so tall. I'm so envious. Luo Xiaoi also seems to be a relatively simple girl. After Lin Wanwan's introduction, I naturally believed it and praised it sincerely. Lin Tao's previous understanding, the dormitories in this girls' school are all four-person rooms. However, wealthy students can choose to live in a double or single room. In Lin Wanwan's dormitory, besides herself, there was only Luo Xiaoi left. Seeing that Luo Xiaoi accepted having one more person in the dormitory so easily, Lin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the atmosphere in Lin Wanwan's dormitory is quite good. Unexpectedly, just when he was half relieved, something happened. Lin Wanwan went to make the bed. As soon as she lifted the quilt, she screamed, ah. Lin Tao hurried forward to check and saw a fake dead mouse on the bed. Sister, it's okay, it's fake. Lin Tao picked up the dead mouse and said comfortingly. But Lin Wanwan's expression still looked unhappy, and she had obviously thought of something. At this time, bursts of laughter came from the door. Hey, did you hear that scream? It made me laugh to death. Ha ha, what a coward. Lin Tao frowned and raised his hand to open the door. There were 4 or 5 girls standing at the door, laughing so hard that they were shaking with laughter. Their smiles stopped when they saw Lin Tao. Who are you? Isn't this Lin Wanwan's dormitory? Well, the girls questioned. I am your ancestor. Lin Tao cursed in his heart, but still held it back. He raised the fake mouse in his hand and said with a disdainful smile, You can only buy toys to scare people? If you have the ability, you can get some real mice to have fun with. The girls all frowned. They realized that this strange tall girl didn't seem as easy to bully as Lin Wanwan. It's just that they're used to being domineering in their daily lives, so even if it's a tough guy, they won't take him seriously. Oh, you think we don't want to? Were there any real rats in this school? Another girl scoffed. Really? Lin Tao chuckled, put his index finger and thumb in his mouth, and blew a loud whistle. After a while, a black stray cat came running over in small steps. Lin Tao discovered the body parts in the park. Lin Tao had spotted it downstairs. After a brief conversation, the cat told him that the food here was better than in the park, so it crossed the street to come over. Lin Tao looked at the cat's figure, which was obviously rounder than before, and knew that it was not lying. The stray cats in school have always had better food, but they have to give something. Mao Mao seemed to have guessed Lin Tao's thoughts. He lowered his head to look at his balls, which were only covered with a layer of skin, then turned his head away embarrassedly. When the black cat appeared, the girls present were also stunned. Isn't this Senior Xiao He? He usually ignores us. Why is he here now? Luo Xiaoi said doubtfully. Lin Tao chuckled. Of course I'm here to find mice for me, so that some people won't be so stubborn. The girls were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. No, did I hear correctly? She wants the cat to help her catch mice. It's so funny. Who does she think she is? Do you really think you're Disney princess? You can communicate with animals? What a hole in the brain. Lin Tao ignored their ridicule and picked up the black cat. He said calmly, Then do you dare to make a bet? Chapter 72, Smart Senior Xiao He. Bet. The girls laughed even harder, as if they had heard some huge joke. Even Lin Wanwan thought that Lin Tao was just being stubborn, so she gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "A Tao, don't be impulsive." Lin Tao gently patted Lin Wanwan's shoulder to comfort her and asked again, "Why? Are you afraid?" The girl sneered, "Why are you afraid? Since you want to die, it's up to you." Another asked, "What's the bet? You tell me." Lin Tao was equally disdainful. The girls looked at each other, as if they had thought of something, and raised a malicious smile. "Well, if this cat can really deliver the mouse to us, then we lose, and we kneel down and sing conquer for you. If it doesn't, you have to run naked on the playground." Lin Tao rolled his eyes in annoyance. "How dare you say such an unfair bet? So what do you want?" The girls were a little annoyed. Lin Tao said calmly, "I want fairness. Since I have to run naked if I lose, you should also run naked on the playground if you lose." Good. The girls actually didn't take the bet seriously at all. To be precise, they didn't think they would lose at all. What a joke, not to mention that they have never seen a mouse in the school. Even if there was, they didn't believe that the cat would really listen to Lin Tao and catch the mouse obediently. Seeing that the bet was settled, Lin Tao squatted down and gently touched the black cat's head. "You better show some courage and catch all the mice for me, or else I'll tell your friends in the park that your balls are gone." When the black cat heard this, he was startled. "What a shame. It's really a great shame." Lin Tao reluctantly, then twisted its butt and walked outside. "Don't worry, I don't want the mice I caught. They will all be yours from now on." Lin Tao waved at the black cats, departing back. The black cat finally felt a little more motivated, and its steps became faster. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. But Lin Wanwan still didn't have the confidence. Seeing that things have developed to this point, it is probably useless to stop it. In her heart, Lin Tao had no chance of winning. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips and clenched her fists tightly. Isn't it just a university? If she doesn't want to go, then don't go. Even if she had to drop out of school, she couldn't let her brother get hurt. Time passes by every second. The girls seemed very patient, leaning against the wall in the corridor, chatting while waiting. They also discussed that when Lin Tao went streaking, they would find the best angle and take pictures of the whole scene. Lin Wanwan became more and more uneasy. There was no way she would let Lin Tao run naked. She had even thought about how to confront these girls and how to ask the counselor and the dean for his expulsion. But not long after, there was a rustling sound coming from the corridor. Everyone looked and saw the black cat coming back in small steps with an empty mouth. "Huh, it's so funny. Did you see that?" Even the cat. However, before the girls could finish their ridicule, they saw several cats coming in one after another. These cats have different colors and are not very clean. They are obviously stray cats in the school. The cats all had mice in their mouths, some big and some small. There are even cats that hold two in their mouths. Lin Tao looked at the black cat's cocky look and rubbed its furry head vigorously. "Not bad. You've only been here for a short time, and you've become the big brother." Meow. The black cat looked proud, squatting aside with its head held high, and signaled the cat behind it to put the mouse down. The cats were all very obedient, but they were also a little reluctant to leave. After all, this was the food they had managed to capture. Lin Tao couldn't help but laugh and said, "I don't eat these, so I'll just leave them here for you to watch, and you can take them away later." When the cats heard this, they felt relieved. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Especially when I saw the cats obediently lining up to put the mice down, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. There were still a few mice that were not dead yet and were struggling to escape, but were slapped back by the cat that was nearby. "How is it? Do you like this gift? Do you want them to help put it on your bed?" Lin Tao looked at the girls with a smile. The girls were so frightened that they quickly closed the doors of their dormitories. "Come on, isn't this what you like?" Lin Tao kicked a half-dead rat and sent it flying towards a group of girls. For a moment, screams were heard in the corridor. While running away and hiding, they shouted for help and tried their best to get the dead rat taken away. "Oh, you have such little courage, yet you imitate others and harm others." Lin Tao snorted coldly. When the cats saw those people avoiding the mice, they all looked distressed. It's obviously such a delicious thing. These humans are really like wild boars who can't eat fine bran. Seeing that everything was almost done, Lin Tao signaled to the cats to take the mouse away. The cats were very happy, and each took one and left. There are still a few left, all of which are offered to Black Cat. Seeing the Black Cat looking anxious because it couldn't finish the food and couldn't take it away, Luo Xiaoyi kindly handed it a plastic bag. The Black Cat was very smart. It put the mouse in the bag and ran away while biting the bag. Senior Xiaohei is really smart. Luo Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh. After seeing off the Black Cat, Lin Tao discovered that those girls were trying to leave quietly. He asked calmly, "Hey, why do you want to leave after losing the bet? Where's the stake?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and said, "I'm ready to record it." You, the girls glared at him. "Just wait for us. You'll be in trouble later." After saying that, they returned to their dormitory and slammed the door. Lin Tao had anticipated this result. He didn't expect to get them to run naked on the playground just by making a bet. He just wanted to show off their power. This revenge has just begun. Chapter 73: Troubles in the Girls' Dormitory. Lin Tao won this time, but after a brief moment of happiness, Luo Xiaoi and Lin Wanwan still looked worried. "Hey, they will never let it go. Lin Tao, you really offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Luo Xiaoi lay weakly on the table, looking melancholy. Lin Tao noticed that Luo Xiaoi seemed to know something, so he said with disdain, "There are just a few students. Why can't you offend them? It's normal that you don't know since you just came to this school." The girl in the pink dress is the leader. Her name is Lu Fei. She is the daughter of the vice principal. She's always so arrogant in school. Many people avoid her. I don't know how Wanwan offended her. While Lin Wanwan went to fetch water, Luo Xiaoi kindly reminded Lin Tao a few more things. Lin Tao sneered in his heart. He knew, of course, that this Lu Fei was the one who wore a mask and bullied Lin Wanwan before. Lin Wanwan suffered such revenge because she had previously saved a girl who was bullied by Luffy. But I didn't expect that Lu Fei was actually the vice principal's daughter. What I didn't expect was that a mere vice president's daughter, not only would she cover her face, but she would actually dare to do such a thing so blatantly. Lin Tao was silent. Luo Xiaoi thought he was afraid. So she advised him, "Actually, we ordinary students don't need to provoke those school bullies, but now it's like this. Otherwise, you can discuss with your sister and see if you can transfer to another school. Anyway, your sister has good academic performance, so there shouldn't be any problem." "Oh, that's amazing." Lin Tao smiled at Luo Xiaoi and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Xiaoi. I will discuss it with my sister." Unexpectedly, Lin Wanwan is so low-key in school. Even her roommates didn't know that she was the daughter of the Lin family. No wonder the daughter of a mere vice president dared to be so arrogant. Thinking back to how domineering Lin Zayan was in college, although they're all children of the Lin family, their experiences are so different. Fortunately, he came this time. He wanted to see what kind of waves the so-called school bully could make. After a while, Lin Wanwan came back. She poured Lin Tao a glass of water and then continued to make the bed. But as she kept collecting, her face became uglier and uglier. Lin Tao looked up and saw that in addition to the two fake mice, Lin Wanwan's bed was also splashed with some unknown black stuff. It also smells pungent. There is no time to buy bedding today, so I can't sleep on this bed for the time being. They are going too far. Luo Xiaoi was also very angry when she looked at Lin Wanwan's bedding. Lin Tao frowned slightly, as if he had overlooked something before. "How did they get into your dormitory?" Lin Tao asked doubtfully. "The door lock of our dormitory building has been in disrepair for a long time and can be easily opened from the outside. However, due to the strict management of the school gate, the dormitory door also requires a car to enter, and there are surveillance cameras in the corridor, so the door lock has never been repaired," Luo Xiaoi explained. Lin Tao sneered. "Aren't they afraid that others will call the police if they enter other people's dormitories like this?" Luo Xiaoi sighed softly. "They are not afraid of such things. The students who are bullied by them are powerless and don't dare to confront them head-on. Besides, they're just playing some pranks, and they didn't really steal anything. Even if someone really calls the police, it will be nothing in the end." Lin Wanwan had also heard of similar things. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She whispered to Lin Tao, "Tao, why don't you go home? I can handle things here by myself. What if they attack you?" "Sis, have you forgotten what I'm here for? What I want is for them to do something to me." Lin Tao gave a mischievous smile. Looking at the expression on Lin Wanwan's face, Lin Tao couldn't help but feel moved. Lin Wanwan is in this situation herself, but she is still worried about him. Although she's a little weak on weekdays, she is qualified as a sister. Lin Tao decided that he would help with this matter to the end. At night, the worrying things came. There were no extra beddings at the school, and the shops outside were closed. Lin Tao originally wanted to call his elder sister and ask her to ask someone to send a bed over. But Lin Wanwan didn't want to worry her family and strongly opposed it. There was no choice, but Lin Tao gave up. "Wanwan, why don't you two sisters spend the night together?" Luo Xiaoi comforted. "No, no." Lin Wanwan was stunned and waved her hands quickly. Seeing Luo Xiaoi's puzzled look, Lin Wanwan quickly explained, "My sister is too tall, I'm afraid she can't sleep. Xiaoi, can I squeeze in with you for one night? It seems so. Then you can sleep with me tonight. Luo Xiaoi took a look at Lin Tao and felt that it would not be very comfortable for Lin Tao to sleep alone in the bed, so she agreed immediately. Lin Tao stood aside, silent the whole time, but his inner drama was very intense. It was a close call. I almost got close to Six Sister, but Six Sister smelled good, so she seemed pretty good too, hee hee. Damn it, what kind of obscene idea is this? When Lin Wanwan heard these thoughts, she felt both ashamed and angry, but she just couldn't show it. However, the next second, something even more uncomfortable came. Luo Xiaoi packed some toiletries and pointed to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Do you want to join us and rub each other? Chapter 74. Young people full of vigor and vitality. Lin Wanwan was shocked by Luo Xiaoi's words, especially after hearing Lin Tao's somewhat obscene voice just now. He was even more worried that this guy might do something excessive under impulse. Xiaoi, let me take a shower with you. He could take a shower by himself later. Our bathroom is small. There is no room for 3 people to stand there. Lin Wanwan said this and half pushed Luo Xiaoi into the bathroom. When closing the door, he turned around and glared at Lin Tao. Looking at the angry expression on Lin Wanwan's gentle face, I couldn't help but find it funny. He was a little confused about what Lin Wanwan was wary of. Did she really think of him as a pervert? Does he look like the kind of man who would do something obscene? After a while, the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. 2 shadows can be vaguely seen on the frosted glass, and the curvy lines really make people imagine. The rising mist from the hot water made the 2 shadows appear even more hazy. Lin Tao didn't want to look any further. His eyes were still attracted involuntarily. After all, he is still a young man with full of energy. It would be abnormal if he really didn't feel anything at all. Listening to the occasional laughter coming from inside, Lin Tao's heart became more and more elated. I didn't expect to have such an experience living in a girl's dormitory. It's really hard to describe. It's hard to describe. Luckily, Sixth Sister couldn't see it from inside. No, I have to find something to do. Otherwise, when they come out, they will see me staring at the bathroom. It will be too embarrassing. But before they come out, I should be able to watch for a while. Why do I feel like I have become wretched for some unknown reason since I came here? Lin Tao's thoughts came one after another, giving Lin Wanwan a headache in the bathroom. But more of it was shame and anger. Although Lin Tao felt conflicted and thought he shouldn't be like this, he just couldn't control himself. Lin Wanwan didn't have the heart to continue washing properly. After a quick rinse, she came out of the bathroom, just as Lin Tao had thought before. When she came out, Lin Tao was carefully fiddling with the books on the table. Those things were originally given to him for show. Anyway, he wouldn't stay in this school for long, and there was no need for him to study their major. Moreover, Lin Tao looked obviously absent-minded, but he was trying hard to pretend. A Tao. Lin Wanwan walked up to Lin Tao and said with a half smile, "Hey, are you reading a book? Is there anything you don't understand? Do you want me to explain it to you?" No. Lin Tao quickly waved his hands and explained seriously, "I'm just taking a look at tomorrow's class. What if your professor is strict and likes to ask questions? What if I get caught?" "Oh, is that so?" "Yeah, that's it. But you got the wrong one. This semester, we're studying this book." Lin Wanwan exposed Lin Tao without hesitation and reached out to take another book from the bookshelf. She had made some marks on the book before and told Lin Tao about it. "Oh, you can't even pretend." Lin Wanwan snorted coldly. "Sister, I just forgot." Lin Tao was still trying hard to explain. Anyway, there was no way he would admit that he was absent-minded. He couldn't let Sixth Sister think he was a pervert. Seeing that Luo Xiaoi was about to come out, Lin Wanwan did not expose Lin Tao's little thoughts. He just warned in a cold voice, "A Tao, you must behave yourself here and not have any evil thoughts." "Yeah, I know, don't worry." Lin Tao nodded rapidly, looking very obedient. Lin Wanwan didn't know what to say anymore, so she packed up and climbed onto Luo Xiaoi's bed, ready to go to sleep. Lin Tao waited until Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoi fell asleep before he carefully climbed onto the bed and pulled the bed curtains tightly, leaving no gaps. This was his first time spending the night in the girls' dormitory, and he was still nervous. He came to help Lin Wanwan solve the problem, but he couldn't reveal his identity and cause unnecessary trouble for Lin Wanwan. This worry made him unable to sleep at all. In a daze, he seemed to hear a slight sobbing sound. After careful identification, it turned out to be sent by Lin Wanwan. He got out of bed carefully and crawled to the other side, and found that Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi were already asleep. And there were indeed traces of tears in the corners of Lin Wanwan's eyes. Lin Tao suddenly felt distressed. He didn't understand how much grievance Lin Wanwan had hidden in her heart. When she was awake, she looked fine, but when she fell asleep, she even cried in her dreams. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and try to wipe away the tears from the corners of Lin Wanwan's eyes. But as soon as he touched it, Lin Wanwan seemed to feel something and raised his hand to punch him. Lin Tao was knocked off the bed without any preparation. Covering his aching eyes, he dared not make a sound. I even felt a little relieved. It would be great if Lin Wanwan could keep her ruthlessness in the daytime. That way, no one in school would dare to bully her. Lin Tao hardly slept the entire night. Early the next morning, he went to wash and pack before Lin Wanwan and Luo Xiaoyi got up. When Lin Wanwan got up, Lin Tao was already sitting there reading a book. This time, Lin Tao was serious. Clear your mind of distracting thoughts and look carefully at their professional course materials. But when he turned around, Lin Wanwan was stunned. Because Lin Tao actually has panda eyes. Chapter 75, please start your performance. What's wrong with you?